the plastic bottle,
Mm-hmm.
flies all the way up.
Oh, it goes up?
Yeah, it goes up from the
Why
energy.
does it do that?
because of the air in the bottle.
Okay. So wait. Okay, well, I'm still a bit lost. Can you just run me through it for like? There's air in the one that's on the ground.
Yeah, so there's air. Okay, so there's air in the bottle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you stump when you stump the bottle, the air goes through it goes inside of the paper rocket, fast enough, a high enough velocity to where like the energy will like transfer over, and it would just fly up.
Okay. So it's like with less volume for the air to be in the bottle that's on the ground, it gets like a kind of velocity, like it starts moving at speed.
Yeah, like it blows up super fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does something that doesn't weigh anything, can that ever be going at speed?
Yeah, light can. Yeah, light has no mass, but it has a speed.
Interesting. But it does act as a photon and a wave, right? But photons have no mass?
Photons have no mass, because if they had mass, then that would they would be going the speed of light and have mass, which is violation of special and general relativity.
Now, light being quite different than anything else. Is there anything that isn't light that can weigh nothing and have mass?
Have what?
Or sorry, and have a speed. Like I can't really, when I think of a ball moving through the air, it's like tracking this entity that has like a weight to it. So like that's why it makes sense to me. So
yeah, there's gluons are massless. No, that's the only other massless particle, though.
Interesting. But when we're talking about like the specific experiment here,
yeah, where we create our own kinetic energy, right? That was the main point of the experiment,
right? Yeah.
So
but like it's not like someone could jump like on a gluon or like throw a photon with their hand, So when I'm talking about like material things, like when we have that pressure change and then the air moves, like if the air was like because of a pressure change just moves instantly across like any space, it's like that's even going faster than light, which is massless, which is interesting.
Do you think we cannot apply like the concept of pressure changes or like kinetic like transference into like meta concepts like like nucleus or the wave collapse, for example? Like,
I don't know what you said, to be honest. I just heard a lot of terms that I understand. I'm not sure how they would kind of correlate.
Like, do you not think like we cannot like apply like pressure changes to like higher like levels?
Well, let me just ask you this: do you think that gas has mass?
It rhymes.
To an extent, yeah, it has mass.
Okay,
definitely.
That's good.
Because you can measure gas. I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't measure. I don't know. Can you measure air?
That is gas.
Well, I'll tell you this: I have an oxygen cylinder, and I used some of the gas, and I weighed it after, and it weighed less after I used the gas, which is rather interesting.
That makes sense.
But I mean, it's also just common sense knowing that gas has mass. Since, well, first defining what mass is, resistance to or quantity of resistance to acceleration. If you have 1 kilogram of mass, takes more than 1 Newton to move it, or one Newton to move it 1 meter per second.
Right. You know what? I'll amend your previous statement just to make you instead of the 20% of the time I don't make arguments, I'll make you 100% of the time. I never make physics arguments.
Oh yeah, that's acceptable.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if I would? You would be more mad at me if I was in here trying. To be honest.
No, I'd probably be more proud of you.
No, because I don't know it. So if I made one right now, I wouldn't be saying the truth. I'd be making it up.
I mean, same. I'm just coming to like what's coming off the top of my head. Like when we observe like a function, it immediately collapses, right? So there's some sort of like with a wave function, right? So if everything is like driven off potential energy, right? Then how can we apply this to like a globe? Like how are we certain that like the rocket really went up into space? What if it like runs out of, rocket fuel or something? Does it just come?
That would be called a Russian rocket.
Well, you can calculate how much velocity the rocket's going to have at the end of its burn by knowing how much propellant is inside of it. It's called the rocket equation. It's ISP times the natural log times empty mass, or full mass times empty mass of the rocket. That'll give you how much velocity the rocket can have at the end of its burn.
Yeah, and then we can just assume like this velocity is enough to like transcend the Earth's horizon or something.
The Earth's horizon.
Transcend it. I like that.
Well, it's not a warp drive, so I don't know if it's transcending anything, but
it's transcending the wave function, I think.
Yeah. It's no longer. It's unobservable. It can't collapse.
I didn't know space travel was that complicated.
It's actually not, but it is at the same time.
Could I not fart in space and then move?
You would.
You would?
Yeah, so then it's not that complicated.
It's really not. Everything's on rails.
Rich, gas pressure requires a container.
Yeah, that container being your rectum, right?
Right. This is why outer space.
Is rectum a container?
Yes.
Would my beans that I have to eat in space need a container?
From now on, every time they say gas pressure requires a container, I will have to imagine Rich Evans's rectum. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
What is that, up to like 30 things that remind you, Winky Face? No, sorry. Never mind.
It's exponential.
I'll use Euclidean's favorite term.
Which is?
Orders of magnitude. Phrase, not words, but...
I wonder if I wonder if that is my favorite phrase.
You love when you get to drop it. I can hear it in your voice.
Orders of magnitude. Yeah, I do.
It's a good one. Because you're not just like... It's like saying that someone is fractally wrong. You know?
Wow, that's a lot. Yeah, you're wrong in like infinitely repeating ways.
Yeah.
Between that and tangential, you have all the vocabulary you need to argue on Discord. Orthogonal is handy too.
Yeah. Just argue like Gregory. Just use a bunch of buzzwords and you'll win.
If you will continue to persevere to give Gregory a bad name, I'll have to take it unto myself to set the record straight and provide clarity upon the situation which you have made cloudy.
Unjustified negation retort.
Oh, got me there.
Gregory is perma-banned here. Did you guys know?
I didn't know that. Poor little feller.
Yeah.
No one deserves that. Well, no, that's a lie. There are people that deserve that. Without a doubt.
We got a apocryphon.
Apocryphon.
Oh,
I heard someone call him APOC earlier, like some other time, and I thought it was the.
What's up, APOC?
Are you still wrapping your head around how a vector who has only components in the y can't affect something in the x axis?
No, I'm still laughing that you've actually debunked your own thing with the video of kicking it sideways. It was you that kicked the weight sideways, right? And you literally prove our point. Yeah.
How did I prove the point, though?
Because if you can't grasp how you proved my point, then I can't help you, bro. You might be a little too indoctrinated.
All right, I guess we should move on.
Yeah, can you explain how I proved your point?
I don't think it's worth it, because I was trying to prove it to you back then. Then you went to a gym and you kicked the weight sideways, and I said exactly. And then you're like, you ran a victory lap, which was weird. And then I'm like, dude, you don't get what I'm saying. It's just weird.
Yeah, of course
bro.
I run a victory lap. I'm at the gym, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, maybe I should send a video of where you admit that you just lie and say that of course if you push something only Y component, it's going to affect the X. That doesn't make any sense.
It makes no sense that you don't get what is being said, though. So if you have, let me explain to you again. Maybe they can get it, and then they could maybe speak in your language. You know, I don't know, maybe retard is a language these days, but here's the, because you don't understand it when I say it, so maybe if they say it. So
maybe
listen, guys. Listen, guys. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you have, I'm going to give it like a stupid analogy, but it's going to work. If you have a really strong, pro weightlifter, this
me, yep,
this grown adult, right? And he's pulling down on a rope, right, to where it's going to go into the ground, right? And then a baby comes and tries to pull that towards them, right? Now remember, the strong man is putting all their might and weight on holding this thing in place downwards, but then a baby comes and just very easily just bink kicks it and it goes sideways. Now he was like, "Oh, I could just prove to you with the weight," and he kicks the weight sideways. And I said, exactly. You can't say that the gravity that's going to hold down the oceans and the buildings and you and everything in existence on this rock as it's hurling through space, but it's going to hold it down to the center of the ground. And then all of a sudden, this little baby just comes, the baby being him now, and he kicks the weight sideways. Now he's saying, "Oh, but you don't understand vectors because that vector isn't affected by this vector." Dude, you're not getting what I'm saying then.
That's true. No, absolutely.
Jesus Christ.
A vector cannot affect another vector if its only component is in the X and then its only other component is in the Y. So I sent a picture into the side chat of an ultra strong pro bodybuilder holding a rope with the 10 kilogram weight attached to it, and the rope is 10 meters long. How much force does it take to displace the ball from on the baby's point of view? Half a centimeter to the right. Oh my god, left. I mean.
First of all, I don't see your photo, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
I see, the last thing I see is one deck with the right angle, and that was at 2:19. So I think I have to leave and rejoin. So give me a second,
I would definitely. Yeah.
Hold on.
I would definitely leave.
Okay, now I see it. Okay. This is why you're retarded.
Not a good start.
Not a good look.
This is why you're okay.
Yep.
Is that a grown adult at the top and the baby at the bottom?
Yeah, he's a bodybuilder, he said.
Yeah, he's an ultra strong. He's
okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so is the baby in Australia and the bodybuilders in the middle of the earth? Because technically, it's usually downwards, right? Like usually the person, you're on the bottom of it at this point. So now I don't know what
baby.
I don't know what you're doing right here because you put the person on the bottom. But I don't know. Maybe that's Australia, right? Technically, in your world, everywhere is up and down. It's kind of, you guys are weird, but
yeah, this is.
You have to say he's standing on a standing on a diving board.
Yeah, this is kind of
Yeah.
convoluted, but
yeah. Once again, though, the fact of the matter is that you have a belief that the people at the bottom of the Earth ball is not going to fall off because they're antipodal. Matter of fact, the baby is just standing the wrong way because its feet would be away from that guy's feet, right? In your world, in your paradigm. But
you're not going to stop this, Euclidean? Like, this is not what he's talking about.
I'm letting him just go. All right, fine. Maybe I should wrangle him back in. Come here.
Because this is like, what do you? He's talking.
Yeah.
That's guys on a cliff, babies at the bottom, and it's hollowed out.
But that's not the same thing that we're talking about, though. We're talking about.
That's what the diagram shows. Even I knew that, but I didn't have to ask for clarification.
No. But see here, he's doing apples to oranges, bro. Like his diagram has nothing to do. Yes, he does. Yes, he
What was his question to you?
Because we're talking about this force that's sending everything to the center of the earth.
Please.
This is why that's again retarded, bro. You are dumb. You're a dumb.
What did he ask you? What was his question specifically?
He asked something. He asked something that debunks his claim to begin with.
No, he asked you how much force is required for the weight at the bottom to be moved a half or a centimeter
to the left or right or whatever. It doesn't matter. Again,
so you want to answer that or not?
That's apples or oranges. That's apples or oranges. No, dude. Why do you have to steer us down a road that we're not even fucking? We're not traveling down that road.
Can you give me 30 seconds?
Go ahead.
Okay. Quit. That was easy. What the hell? If this is a lesson on vectors, right? You will see how it applies to. I think we were originally talking about was Cavendish, right? So that the amount of force that the baby has to apply in the x direction, x-axis, is only, or let's see if we can figure this one out. But like I said, half a centimeter towards the left. How much force do you think it requires for the baby to lift that ball half a centimeter towards the left?
I don't know.
Takes 0.049 newtons.
Great. Okay, so now with that fucking red herring of a fucking shit show, that isn't talking about what we are fucking talking about.
It is though.
No, it's not though. Oh my god, bro. See this again. You're retarded, bro. You're retarded.
The 10 kilograms.
Go ahead.
The 10 kilograms is in the y-axis. That's 10 kilograms of force downwards, effectively. There is no force in the y-axis or the x-axis that is being applied to counteract the baby. It's just there. The weight is just there. That's why the baby can. That's why the baby can displace it by putting like 5 millinewtons of force.
Okay, so let's go into your paradigm now. Okay, with your 5 millimeters of force. Okay, here's the point. You have a paradigm that believes no matter what you drop, okay, it's going to fall down in this vector that's being attracted by the center of this earth, the center mass.
Which direction is that?
So listen to the center. So listen, that vector that you're saying exists would have to have this very, very, very strong force if it's going to hold water to itself. Okay, think of one bucket of water. Can you hold that for an hour? Probably not. You probably can't even hold it for 5 minutes. But the point being though is that a bucket of water is a lot of weight to hold down. Like if you're gonna hold it up in this case, right? Because you're opposite, right? Because you're on the bottom of your ball, you got to hold it up to yourself, right? And matter of fact, in all directions. But now you take that bottle or that bucket and imagine how many buckets of water if the world is 70% water. Okay? That's a lot of fucking water and really, really deep too in some places. That's a lot of water to be holding to the center, right? So you think that this strong fucking, power is holding everything to the center, but yet a fucking butterfly just simply fucking goes against that strong, immense power. So that was the
Just
point of it. And you
just
want to
like
say,
how
"Oh,
the
the
baby,
baby, retarded,
yeah, just like how
bro."
the baby pushes that ball
Yeah, and you know what
with
that
like
is?
no force at all.
That's you just hand waving the fact that if you think that everything's stuck to the ball because of this power, force, whatever it is, and you're just gonna be like, yeah, but a baby can pull a rope sideways from a guy holding a 10-pound bat. Like, dude, you're not fucking getting it then, and you're not going to. You're not. You can't get it because it's gonna destroy your own position. So you're like, no. We understand vectors, and if I'm 10 meters high, and if I have a ball, a ball at the end of the rope, and a baby could go sideways, dude, that's physics,
What?
right? I get that. That's physics. That's reality, right? Yeah, we can't calculate that. But when you try to make that your fucking false ball sphere bullshit, like, you aren't getting it, bro. You're trying to make this the reality of your falsehood. That's what you're doing. I don't think you understand that.
It's supposed to show that the force required to displace an object, considering its weight, since weight is conventionally referred to as a downward vector, to displace it sideways in the x-axis, if you're viewing it from this direction, is just equal to how much mass the object has, not necessarily how much weight it has. And since weight is gravity, which is what we're trying to determine in the Cavendish experiment, and what you seem to be hung up on, it's a non-issue, right? It's only the mass of the object that has to be considered in the displacement of its position.
Again, you're not getting it. Again,
Okay. Tell me back what I just said to you.
I'm going to tell you this, okay?
Oh, come on!
It's
Repeat back to
interesting.
what I said.
It's interesting that you continue everything we talked about right before you said what you just said. Everything we just
He can't
said.
even repeat it. He doesn't even know what I just said.
Everything we just said. You then said the very said thing you just did. So, like, imagine everything I said, and then you ran off saying what you just said, and then you want me to repeat it. What for? I said all that and you didn't get it. Why would I continue talking to you? You're not going to get it.
I can repeat what you said to me.
Okay, well, good for you. You brought in the Cavendish, right? And you brought in. You're like, well, that's what I think you're focusing on, or however the fuck you said it. But you're not understanding what is being said, bro, because you're brainwashed and indoctrinated, and you can't break free from it. This is why you think that two balls are going to come sideways and attract to each other, even though you're like, well, by the way, it's not an experiment. So let's stop calling it that, because it's not an experiment. So the problem, though, is that you continue to not grasp what I'm even talking about, because you can't fathom a world where you've created that all the shit's being held to the center of a ball. You can't grasp that the fact that a butterfly just simply fucking flies away, or a little flower, or a leaf, or something just completely negates gravity. Then that's like a fucking grown adult holding you fucking down, and then a little baby just like takes it out of your hand and just like walks away with it.
But
Bro,
that's
that's
what the
not
baby can
fucking
do.
possible.
That's what the baby did.
Thank you. You have to say that. Because you have to, because the second that you use your fucking brain finally, and you're like, wait, hold on, he does have a point. A baby can't snatch the fucking rock out of a grown man's hand, and
But
you're
he
like, but
did.
wait, in our world, he has to snatch it out of their hand.
But
So
he
you're like,
did. The baby did.
this is why you're retarded. I'm going to mute myself because you're pointless to talk to. Because you're saying, but the baby does snatch the rock out of his hand because I have a ball earth and everything stuck to it, but butterflies can fly away from it. You're retarded. I'm going to shut up now. Go ahead. Somebody else deal with this fucking idiot.
No. I actually have a question for the guy who just got muted. So, okay, so do then they're like living organisms that can fly, like with wings, right? Why aren't they flying out of this theoretical globe Earth?
Oh yeah, this guy's retarded.
No. It's actually a valid question. I mean, the baby logic makes the most sense. It has the least logical inconsistencies. I mean, if birds aren't literally flying out of the earth, then obviously we exist on a plane that cannot be transcended through another vector intercepting with another what they don't touch in the first place.
Do you want a real answer to that, or was that a fake question?
No, that was just my point.
Okay, well, the birds can't fly up so high because of the pressure gradient. So there you go.
No, but why aren't they like literally flying out of the globe though?
Because of the pressure gradient in the atmosphere.
Yeah, they would probably freeze to death before anything.
Well, that too. But there's a limit to their lift because of the decreased pressure.
I'm just saying the first thing that would affect them would be the cold or oxygen.
Well, that's a good question. How high can birds fly? Because they can certainly stand. A lot of birds can stand a lot of cold, but how high do birds fly? It's a good question because you don't get bird strikes at 30,000 feet.
It's probably oxygen limited.
That too, right? Well, that's the density of air. Also, that's the in there.
Yeah.
Now, would this apply to would this apply like horizontally?
I'm sorry, what?
Would this apply like horizontally, right? Right, because in the model of the Earth is like infinitely like curving. So like, would this like apply like horizontally? They just horizontally flew so far into the globe that they just went past the Earth's like circumference.
That's not the way it works, but so birds maintain. Let's just use aircraft because that's easier to understand, right? Aircraft maintain a certain altitude, right? And at a certain speed, aircraft, unless it changed their wings or whatever, aircraft will maintain a certain altitude, right? Say 10,000 feet. As they progress around the globe, that 10,000 feet altitude is determined by air pressure. The air pressure conforms to the curve of the globe. Thanks about the bird thing. That conforms to the curve of the globe, so they will be by default following the curve of the globe by following the air pressure.
Well, now it's not looking like a ball anymore. It's starting to look like a cylinder with a 90-degree angle in the center that never changes. Because now you have like a infinite width, right? But we must always go higher and higher out of the cylinder until we get out of the cylinder.
I'm not visualizing what you mean there. Sorry.
Okay. Think of it like this, right? At the bottom, think of the width of the cylinder, right? It's an infinite, horizontal, plane. But in order to get out of, the tube, you must, climb upwards. That's the whole issue with the globe. Like, it doesn't make sense at all. Because now in every direction, there is no real actual width to it. It's just length. And like, you can go down, you can go upwards, like you can get out of this, the Earth's plane through any direction. But you must travel strictly one direction to get out of the Earth's atmosphere. It lines up with a cylinder.
You can travel any direction that's not parallel to the surface, and you'll either go up or go down. You either go down to the ground, or you'll go up, out of the atmosphere. Physics notwithstanding, right? In the aircraft example, they're always traveling parallel to the surface. The parallel changes as you go around the circle, right? But imagine that the atmosphere is just another circle. That's just the globe, but just a slightly bigger circle. Right? That's it.
So Okay,
Yeah.
so you're okay with the cylinder model because you're saying anything parallel to the ground. So do we live in the infinite plane? Is the question.
Yeah, to be honest, I really I don't get what you're saying, so I don't want to really argue. I don't really understand what you're saying, so I'm just trying to explain my position better. Maybe you understand that, or
To be fair, I don't really get it either.
no.
Biology. But suffice to say, the claim on the table is that the ground's curving, right? So I think it'd be fair to ask for supporting evidence for that.
Yeah, that was the whole argument of the infinite like plane. Like if the ground, like if you don't have like if the ground isn't like curving, right, and that we can just like continuously like let's say like we was to walk across the entire Earth, like we would never reach an ending to it. We would never get into space, and the only way to get into space is if we go up, which it lines up with like a cylinder and not like with a globe. So like if there's no like evidence that the ocean or like the continents are like curving right, then it just destroys the whole like narrative.
Well, there can be. I disagree about the no evidence, but if there is no evidence, it doesn't mean they aren't curving, right? But if they weren't curving, what you said, I guess, would be true. You just continue to straight line. Eventually, you reach the edge of something. Assuming the land isn't infinite, I know some people think it might be. I think it's a hard thing to explain, but some people do.
Oh, okay. So you're saying there's an edge to the Earth. Okay, so where is this edge at? Or can you rephrase?
Hold on. I'm saying. Hold on. I'm not saying there's no for a globe. Quote unquote edge. It's a thing. Where's the edge of the basketball? Well,
you're road-botting, Mark. You're road-botting. Maybe you could
I'm sorry.
drop
Well,
and
I'll
rejoin.
just go on mute. No, that's fine.
No, just drop and rejoin.
I'll put on mute until I get a better connection.
Yeah, cool. That's a bummer because.
If I may, just to be clear, technically speaking, on a sphere, there is no edge, as they call it. Geometrically, spheres don't have edges, right? Curving, egg-shaped things, potato-shaped things, they don't technically have edges, right? An edge is defined as, technically, I forget the official definition, but where two surfaces actually meet and create like an angle to them, so to speak. And because spheres don't have that, technically there is no edge, right? So the term for that, I don't have the terminology, but it's not an edge.
Well, if it isn't McFraction.
You know it.
The only flat earther to know basic calculus.
Is that so?
Maybe.
I doubt that. Somehow I doubt that.
I probably do. I do as well.
Do neither of you know statistics?
I don't know statistics.
Somewhat familiar.
Well, we need a statistician in here. Stat.
Rich Evans is
what's the question?
An underwater African basket weaving major.
Well, I mean, I have experience with learning, for example. There's basic statistics in there, but beyond that, not that proficient.
Okay, Euclidean, if you want to get it right, I would be an ethnomusicologist, okay?
Is that true? Is that true? Are you being serious?
I'm just saying that's a lot closer than underwater transgender basket.
An ethnomusicologist.
Mm-hmm.
What's your major?
Major key of what?
You're a funny guy. What's your... Hey, no, Bacon, we don't have that around here. We don't have no trigonometry clones. I don't tolerate that. You're gonna have to change that.
I gotta figure out a way to prove the Earth is a globe with music.
No, change it back, Bacon. Come on.
Man. Good luck, man. You minored in music, so to speak. Can't do it. There's no keys, there's no scales, there's no, seventh chord, sharp 5, flat 9 bullshit. Not gonna work, man.
Do you think that I hypothetically could write a song so good that it convinces you of the globe, though?
You think you could serenade him into thinking the globe is real?
It's like a complete. It's an instrumental piece,
Yeah, no vocals.
Yeah.
Nah, man. Cute though.
Well, I would never call you a musician then.
Bacon's being a funny guy.
If you don't truly think the music could do it.
Or communicating using his username.
Nah, man. There's no logic in music. It's art.
No, there's absolutely.
The structure is logically consistent, right? But
yeah, there's few songs have all the notes at once.
That's not what I meant. But
no, but that's true. I was agreeing with you.
That's not what I was saying.
The notes come in succession. Isn't that not part of the format? Or
that's not what I meant. I said the structure of music is logically consistent, right? You have sequence, you have pitch, you have a lot of math involved, especially if you're playing an odd time, right? Like there's logical elements to it. Chords are ratios of pitches. There's fundamentals that are very abstract.
Well, the fact is that we have what we call sounding good, right? We have what's called sounding good, and we conform our playing to that.
Right.
You can then measure the distance between these and give them arbitrary values, as like we love to do.
Yeah.
But nothing intrinsically about the C chord is necessarily like a C major chord, right? Like I just went to the basic. We all are just like, it's plain old white bread happy, and then. But that's only because it's been programmed into us. It's never intrinsically within that.
I don't know about that. People will find consonants, right, intrinsically quote unquote happy, even without really hearing it. Like if you're a perfect fifth, right, you're hearing technically a polyrhythm of 3 to 1. 3 to 2.
A polyrhythm?
What?
All
right. Can we get back?
Are you literally saying it's a polyrhythm of the sound waves themselves at different frequencies?
Yes, it is.
Can we get
back? But that doesn't. Just because it's a polyrhythm doesn't make it somehow significant. 11/9 is just 11/9.
I know. But the ones that adhere to what we call consonant, like or perfects, like a major fourth, major fifth, or whatever. They tend to be like, of course, you don't want to call them arbitrary per se, right?
But as an ethnomusicologist, I have to point out that the minor seventh, right, or the harmonic minor of any key, right, is dissonant in the Western world, whereas it's more standard procedure in other places in the world, where someone wouldn't have that necessary feel of.
Music is lame.
That's fine.
Come on.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm getting at there, to use the term logical is probably far fetched. I didn't really mean that in that sense.
Fair enough.
But there's
I appreciate you
in ways that you can apply logic and math. That's what I meant.
Yeah, but I like taking it that we're gonna when these waves coalesce in a certain way that we find nice, like that's fine, but it doesn't. It's not ubiquitous around all humans because we have different, like, just because they are perfectly aligned doesn't mean that they necessarily are connotated to a specific emotion for everyone on the face of the earth.
No, it's an overall tendency. right? This is where you can start using statistics, right? Perfect fourths and fifths you'll find almost everywhere.
Yeah,
Thirds,
I agree with
maybe
that.
so.
Yeah. Other than in
maybe less so,
microtonal.
and sevenths maybe less. Yeah, that's where you get into really hardcore shit.
Exactly.
I wouldn't.
And there's
even,
different
I wouldn't even
different
bother.
patterns that people would no, but just because it's from a region of the world you don't care about, like.
I mean, I haven't grown up with it. Right.
Exactly. That's my whole thing. I'm like, this is the music that you grew up with is the stuff that's always going to sound good, no matter how dissonant it is.
Fair enough. Yeah. I'm just talking about consonants. Consonants is a overall larger bell curve, let's say. Right. That's all I'm getting at.
Of course. How did I not already know you were a fan of the bell curve? Never mind. We'll move on. That was a bad joke. Anyway.
Hello everyone. It's me. 0102. I'm happy to be here. I want to preach the flat earth because
There's a bit of a pecking order here. You're up after me for arguing for the flat earth, after Mark argues for the flat earth first.
It is okay. I will begin first.
No, this guy's in control.
What is
Come on.
the
There's
argument?
no moderator?
Wait. Who was noting down whether those were consonant or not notes?
I heard very little.
So it's very vibrato, which I find appealing, so I enjoyed it.
Very
How much
attitude.
do you make as an ethno musician? Rich.
Oh no, sorry. No, that's my doctorate, not how I make money.
That's not your. You don't have a doctorate in ethno music.
No, I don't. I have doctorate in ethnomusicology.
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit.
Well, why would I lie?
I mean, Euclid.
It's a real thing.
You don't even have to.
Or not.
Euclid. Here's the thing. We all know what PhD stands for, right?
Professional, huge dick. I don't know.
Nah, technically it's philosophy, doctor of philosophy, but in layman's terms, we dub it poor, hopeless, and desperate. So, need not ask that question about finances related to PhDs.
Interesting.
No, I can't lie. I don't have a doctorate.
Yeah, you are incapable of one.
I do. I just really don't like doing it because I just didn't want someone in the future to be like, "Oh, you're that doctor, right?" And I'd be like, "Oh,
Doctor of musicology."
yes, it's a joke.
Yeah, just like how DJs are bad, right?
I'm sorry.
Like DJs are bad.
Oh my god.
I mean, at least DJs don't go around sniffing each other's
I've only
asses,
spoken
right?
to one DJ.
Each other.
Yeah.
So my sample size is small in terms of how good they are.
I mean, software is so sophisticated now that the guys are less sophisticated than the software. Let's put it that way.
I disagree. Organisms are far more complex than even our most,
I'll rephrase it.
even our most complicated technology in research and development.
Yeah, let me rephrase that. Their music acumen is far less sophisticated than the software.
Yeah, for sure.
In relative terms. Yeah.
No, but the base requirement to be like a good DJ is to have a vibe and to understand what flow is and to mix things together that people are going to like. It's not like you require no theory other than like tempo.
Maybe scale if you're.
It's to the extent of it's to the extent of saying, oh, this song's in C and this song's in C. Right. Boom.
Yeah. If you start throwing in, blues scales, oh, this is a B flat blues, oh, this, that, the okay.
No, but like
that's cool.
Regardless, if you're listening to blues, it's probably going to be in E. right? And then you're just like, if you're gonna be a DJ doing blues, then like you're probably gonna be playing a lot of the same kind of stuff. But at the same time, if you were to try and do the relative minor, which would be
or G.
Thank you.
Depending on which
DJs are mixing pop songs. Pop songs are 4 chords mostly, and they're in a limited number of keys.
And most of them will probably just change a setting on their synth pad.
But that's all you really need. Like, I hate how overproduced modern music is. Don't get me wrong, but the idea that you need something more than the act, like the music that's going behind it, like those individual sounds are handpicked and dialed over for hours to get that exact sound that they want. But my problem with the overproduction of music is it kind of like when everything sounds that perfect, it doesn't leave room for the startups, because you have to pay for someone to mix your stuff to have it sound to that level.
Yeah,
and it's that shit ain't easy. But as someone who's trying to mix some stuff, it ain't easy.
Oh, is Mark G here?
Are we taking attendance?
I'm here. Yeah. Here.
What do you do for a living, bro?
I may or may not write software.
Okay.
Wow, twinsies. Bacon and Mark G. Twinsies.
I don't write software. Not anymore.
What do you do?
Mark J and I are triplets. Mark J and I are twins.
Not since those NASA checks started rolling in, eh, Bacon?
What?
No, he's getting paid by Sexton companies now.
Are you not on the NASA George Soros train like I am?
I don't know what that is.
That's exactly.
It's called being a Fed. Like I've been like, take that in, Euclidean. The fact that I've been called a Fed multiple times. Could you imagine if I was actually hired by the government? That would be like.
Wait, so what do you do for work, Bacon?
Now I'm a teacher, or like an instructor, let's say.
What do you teach?
I prepare people for technical interviews.
For CellNav.
So when someone's trying to get into like a big tech, they're gonna have to do some technical interviews. I mean, they're kind of hard to pass, so they sometimes get some training, and I do that kind of training.
I see. So to get them into like what is it? Fang.
Well, the project that I'm working on right now is specifically for Google.
Yeah.
GCP. GCP?
No.
Okay.
And this is on the debating flat Earth is obviously on your resume, right? Like this is years of experience in 24/7 flat Earth debating.
No, mentioning I have anything to do with flat Earth is a bit embarrassing.
Really?
I swear, I remember you saying that you had Radwin as a reference.
Yeah, there's that. No, but like, that's a bit of a different context. But there's a community of navigators that once I asked a question there, and I mentioned I debated flat earthers. Like those are people who are only in that community to talk about celestial navigation. And then I asked that question about related to flat Earth. I got a bunch of people blocking me and saying I was just a waste of time for being there.
Wow, because they weren't flat earthers. They were globers, and they were doing CellNav.
Yeah, they were very disgusted for me even considering bringing the topic of flat Earth into that.
Imagine what they would do if they heard that Nathan Oakley was bastardizing their hobby.
They'd say Nathan who?
Yeah.
I wish I could not know that Nathan Oakley exists.
Yeah, that was the context. We were talking about it.
Yeah, I was trying to remember why we were. Yeah, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it was oceans. Gravity holds down all the oceans. So if we're trying to measure G, and the balls have weight, then it's how can the force of gravity move the balls if gravity is very strong?
Like, how is it overcoming Earth's gravity, right? I think that's kind of how he would put it.
Yeah. I have a clip of him saying that yes, vectors with y components, only y components can affect vectors with only x components, and I was very interested in that. I don't know how that makes sense, but if you push on somebody, apparently they float upwards. So the more you learn.
That was really good how you kind of out of the gate, like you already said it's a bodybuilder. I was like, really? You're gonna bring that up? Like anyone's gonna actually contend with that? And you like tried to go down that route.
Well, no, we already did that. That's why. So I said it was.
Oh, it's become nuanced because he's done that. I gotcha.
Yeah. So originally, this is probably half a year ago at this point. I was talking about Cavendish and how it works, and his immediate objection was, well, gravity is a much stronger, like the Earth's gravitational force is much stronger than the attraction between the two lead spheres. So how would Cavendish be able to measure the attraction between the two of them if they're being pulled down by gravity? And I proceeded to talk about how that's not how vectors work. Gravity is pulling down, so y, and the spheres are in the x-axis, so they have nothing to do with each other. He was confused by that, so then I did this gym thing where I had a 45-pound weight and I pushed it with like my pinky, basically, and it moved.
I think it was a baby pushing it, right?
No, but I did it in real life too.
Oh,
yeah, so a baby did it.
Yeah. I think I sent you the video.
Baby. Right.
Yeah, I'll send it. I guess I'll send it again. It was a very difficult experiment to perform. Here you go.
What's the actual argument?
The APOC is stupid.
Why?
Because I said so.
So profound.
I know.
Why isn't this working?
The video is not as interesting as you think if you're trying to watch it and it's not working.
No, I'm talking about something else.
You're talking about your flat Earth cell nav? I would agree. It's interesting why it's not working.
Actually, yes. I'm coding flat Earth cell nav right now.
I mean, Trig, I'll put it to you this way, right? The bit of the conversation that I heard when I jumped in there, my takeaway was he wasn't dodging your question. He was trying to bring you back to something else that I guess preceded, that presumably you tangented off of and brought up this XY axis stuff that was unrelated. That was my interpretation.
So that's why I brought up the 6 month ago thing. It might seem confusing because there was a lot of context I was missing. Because we kind of we've had the debate, I think, twice now. We had one 6 months ago, and then one a week after that, probably. So there's a lot of missing context for the people in here.
Care to bring us up to speed?
I already kind of explained it with the whole Cavendish relating to vectors and him trying to make it. That's why he kept using the words you don't, or I can't help you if you can't understand, as in thinking that I don't understand what he's trying to say, which is that because gravity is so strong. It has the butterflies can fly, but oceans stick to the ground, and the Cavendish balls are moving towards each other, but they also have weight and are being pulled to the earth.
Logically.
Sort of thing. Yep.
I was in that discussion, whatever, 6 months ago. That's pretty much what happened. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the actual claim?
I would say it's as simple as individual vector components or different vector components of a vector don't interact with each other. So, like, that's why I kept on saying X component and Y component. They don't interact with each other if they're zero. Right?
Or orthogonal components to each other.
Yeah.
Okay. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. But, I mean, if we got past that part, it would then turn to Cavendish and G. But we never got that far, so...
You want to see my... I just got it to work. You want to see my CLNAV, my flat CLNAV?
Of course. I would love to.
It's actually a node project. You might have already seen it. I just added a grid. That's it. Yeah, I simply plot circles of equal altitude on one of the 4 projections here. There's the AE. For some reason, I put geopeters. I don't know why. Maybe because that's easy to code. Long time ago. There's this one. Oh, you're not in the live stream.
Sorry, I was flexing on how much I bench in the side chat.
Fair enough.
The debate today was very dishonest.
Oh, I just got a set of... Shubyu just sent me a set of 6 elevation angle readings using a digital spirit level set of a theodolite. He didn't tell me what he was citing. Oh, I think he's just testing it.
Yeah, Radwin should be playing around with it, right? He was very interested in it. He wanted to see the source code.
Yeah, let's see the source code.
Let's see
this
what
one is
Bacon has been playing over us.
Oh, that's not it.
Is this the flat Earth model?
There's no flat Earth model, dude.
That's a problem.
It's false. It's false dichotomy. We don't have a globe model either, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm talking about what he's streaming.
Oh, I'm streaming this. It's not a flat Earth model. It's a bunch of different maps where you can try to intersect circles. They're supposed to have the same. They're supposed to have a certain radius each, and supposed to be centered at a certain location. And you can check where they intersect.
All those maps appear to be a globe projection, though, Bacon. That's not a flat Earth map. Those are globe projections.
Exactly, yeah. Those are flat maps, though. They're not flat Earth maps, but they're flat maps.
I mean, that's the problem. If he had a flat map, maybe he could try it. Is there anyone in here with a flat map that he could give him?
And in this example, DA kind of does a decent job.
Here's the thing, though.
Flat. All maps are flat.
the thing is, this thing called falls flat on its face. As you're changing the projection, the circles still stay circles and they don't conform to the projection. So of course, the radii are gonna shift because, yeah, I mean the maps aren't actual landmass. They don't. The maps themselves are not actual land masses in their proper dimension, and then your circles are just superimposed upon that. You know, like
I know. I mean, but here's the thing. See if you can follow me. If Earth was flat, then if we got the right map, then those circles would actually be representative of the real life circles, right?
Sure, but do we have a map?
No. I mean, I have these 4, but I don't think anyone subscribes to none of these. So I don't have any map that is claimed to be the flat map of the Earth. So, I mean, I give it my best. I try 4 different ones, but if I don't know what the right one is, then I need someone to tell me which one it is so I can give it a try. So I've been asking today.
I would say with the best route to be without doing actual surveying, would perhaps be stitching city distances to each other, and then just seeing where everything lands out to be. Would that be a good way?
Say that again.
So, like, figuring out the distances to cities between each other, like just find a bunch of cities and figure out.
Is that you, Trig? Is that you, Trig? Did you change your name?
I've been Euclidean trigonometry, man, for a pretty long time now.
I always thought you were just Trig. Well,
I'm Euclidean.
Trig. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. But like figuring out the distances between the cities, and making a map out of that somehow.
Well, the problem, those distances are probably calculated on a globe, right?
You need quite a lot, but it's not that difficult.
Yeah, so that's like one potential way.
Yes, definitely. And if you have some, for example, if you figure out how to calculate, for example, for the observations, so you don't have to do all of them, you figure out the relationship between the observation and, let's say, your coordinates, then you get an instant map of the whole Earth at once without having to do all this heavy lifting.
Because, like, I don't want to strawman any flat earthers in here, but I would say, assuming that the Earth is flat, the exterior of what's beyond, like, the furthest point inhabited place, so like Santiago, Chile or something, wouldn't affect CellNav, correct? So, like...
Wait, I couldn't follow that.
Yeah.
Try.
So, like, if the Earth is flat, and we're trying to figure out how to do CellNav on it, then there can't be an excuse for, well, there could be further land upon it, because it just has to work for the stuff that's inside the land that we know of.
Yeah. So, if we're trying to map flat Earth with this kind of this sort of ideas, we are taking distances to GPs. Those GPs are in known positions, in places we can visit, right? So, even if there was
Hyperborea
above positions in further land, we're not using those. We're using stars above places we can be.
So we just have to figure out how to map the places that we know and map them to a flat plane.
Kinda.
Sounds pretty
cool.
This is just 700 miles off. Not that bad.
We've already mapped it to a flat plane. What are you talking about?
But if you did it with pen and paper, you would have got like 10 meters, though.
Yeah, that was a funny claim.
So Bacon, so you mapping the the ground points, they give you latitude and longitude, right? For each ground point.
Yeah.
Okay. And they obviously they give you distance, like nautical miles, right, between the ground points, or not?
Yeah, I'm using the distance for the radius of those circles, if that's what you're asking. Not sure that's what you're asking.
No, I mean, like is there a way without taking angles? Is there a way to look at the ground points to determine distance between two arbitrary ground points?
To determine distance between GPs?
Yes.
Using what kind of method you want to know?
I'm asking. I don't know. Is there a way in the celestial navigation system? I'm not as familiar with it, as you are.
Yes. So it's pretty much the same formula they use for an angle called the computed altitude.
Okay.
It's pretty much the same formula can be used to tell how far 2 points are from each other, which essentially is the Haversine or the Great Circle Rod formula.
Well, I'm just wondering if you look at ground points towards the equator from the north, so as you're descending southward to the equator, comparing longitude lines and how they would diverge, and then ground points after the equator and see how they would converge. Can you do that?
Sure.
I mean,
so let me.
Yeah. You don't have to do it right now. I just wonder if that method would be valid.
I don't see why not, unless someone disagrees with the calculations used in celestial navigation. Let's do it right now. So you want the sine of the latitudes multiplied, also the cosine of them. Oops. But the cosine also takes the difference in the longitudes. If you want to understand why this formula is the way it is, I can explain it to you. So I think you just take the arc cosine of this, and that's the formula. However, that's in radians, not in degrees.
Who actually uses radians? What the fuck?
Most programming languages. I do.
Bruh.
Well, every time you're not using pen and paper, like if you're not noting down the numbers yourself, then radians are better.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Degrees are only useful for pen and paper stuff.
And also, they're just more, I don't know, intuitive, I guess.
Well, the radians, I think radians are more intuitive because, for example, if you're working with a unit circle or unit sphere, then an angle becomes identical to a distance. So if you have 2 points over the surface of a sphere, for example, the angle between them is in radians is exactly the same as the distance between them.
Yeah, I know how like pi radians is half of a circle. Was was the radius of one? I don't know. I guess it's more intuitive mathematically.
Yeah.
But for like everyday discussion, I feel like degrees are better.
Yeah, I don't think they're intuitive. I think that people are more used to that too. Well, they're easy to write, right? Because they're finite. If you're using a factor of pi, you're going to be writing down a bunch of digits, and nobody wants to do that. Like it's be easier to understand 0, 90, 180, 270. But I think it's equally easy to understand 0, half pi, 1 pi, 2 pi, same. 1.5 pi.
I wonder how many people know that 2 pi radians is the whole thing instead of like 360 degrees.
Let me check my distance. Does anybody know a distance from the top of their head between 2 points on Earth based on their coordinates?
Distance. What do you need? My coordinates?
Well, I know one pair of coordinates, which I know the distance from the top of my head, but one of those points is my house, and I don't want to use this here.
Yeah. I don't know. The distance between like Philadelphia and LA is about 4,300 kilometers.
Okay, say that again.
Distance between here and LA is about 4,300 kilometers. I can double check for you though.
Okay, what is Latin long of here?
Here is. You're just gonna get my words.
Hmm?
North 40-19.
40.19 or 40 degrees 19 minutes?
No, 40 minutes, 56 seconds, and then west.
Okay.
75 degrees.
Are you just a second? Are you looking at Google Maps?
Yep.
Okay, so if you right click, you're gonna get the angles in decimals. I prefer decimals.
I do that. Oh, I don't know decimals for that, and I won't be able to get that. This is probably a setting, right?
Oh, okay, never mind. So tell me in degrees and minutes. The seconds are a bit irrelevant. So 40 degrees 19 minutes north.
Yep.
But
what about 41 seconds? Oh yeah, you don't need. And the longitude is 75 minutes and and then 55. 75, 55.
I guess that's west.
Yeah, that is west. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the other coordinate?
The other coordinate is north 3743. And then lat is 122.27 west. And that's about 4,000 kilometers.
122?
122 lat, 27. Yep.
Okay, west. And 3743 north, right?
3743 north, yep.
Okay, so if I just hit enter here, I'm gonna get that in radians. I can divide by degree to get in degrees, so that's 35 degrees. Or I can multiply this by the Earth's radius. You said in miles. You know this is in miles or what?
It should be in miles.
Okay, so I got 24.75 miles.
Distance between the two of them?
Yeah.
Let me check. I was measuring the distance in kilometers, but that seems about right.
Okay, let me do kilometers. So I got 3984 kilometers.
That is very close, yeah, within 10 kilometers, yeah.
Nice. Okay, so I got the formula right. So that's the formula. Now, Mark G, I think, said we could try measuring the distance between lines of longitude in the north and south, right? Let's try that. Let's try 10 degrees north. 0 degrees for longitude. And then 10 degrees north again. And 1 degree of longitude. That gives me 109 kilometers. 10 degrees north. Let's try the equator. Well, it got bigger. Let's go south of the equator. Oh, it got smaller again. the exact same number as the northern one.
Wait, so is -1 degrees? This is in kilometers. So, wait. So is it measuring the difference in distance from the equator? Yeah. Okay.
It's a distance between 2 points on the same latitude, but separated by 1 degree of longitude.
Yeah. So the 109 is 109 kilometers off of the equator. Is what it's reading out.
No, that's saying like if you're 10 degrees north and you walk 1 degree west on the longitude, you'll be 109 kilometers from where you started. But if you do that at the equator, you're going to be 111 kilometers from where you started.
Yeah, I see.
But if you do it 10 degrees south, you again 109 kilometers from where you started.
Yep.
Oh, somehow these circles are getting smaller past the equator. I wonder how the equator fit inside of it.
Exactly my question.
How does this work on our flat Earth?
I don't think you can.
Well, unfortunate.
Let's try this on a globe. I got a sphere plotter here. Try this one by one. That's the first circle, second and third. Oh, sorry. Latitude, longitude, and radius. I try this one. It might be harder to read.
What is the point of the circles? I don't know, Salnav.
Yeah, we're trying to see where these circles intersect. So apparently they intersect here.
Is that the location of the observer then?
Yeah, so should be. Let's see what's the coordinates here. So should be around 29.68 and 36.938 south. Sorry, west. Let me see what the original entry is. Oh, it's not in decimals. Let me change that to decimals. Two 9.7679. Okay, this is the right answer. 29.675. Yeah. I got 29.68. That's very close. And 36.95. I got 36.938.
I could have got better on paper.
I guess you'll be down to 2 meters.
Yeah.
I mean, look at those those intersection points there. Let me see how far they are from each other. So I'll get this pair of.
What would they be if it was 2 meters? How good would the intersection be? Maybe like overlapping.
Yeah, it would look like kind of like this. They're all like on the same point. So you zoom in, they wouldn't spread out like this.
Wow.
Okay, so that circle I think has a 1 nautical mile of radius. This one. So all the intersections points, I mean, except that one, they're inside of the circle. So this, if I pick this or this or this, I won't be more than a nautical mile off.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's very consistency, very high consistency between.
You really don't even need to be under. Like if you're on a ship, you don't need to be under like 10 nautical miles. You could be off 10 nautical miles and you'll be fine if you're going across the ocean.
Well, it depends. Like, because you're going to use that reading to do. Like, you're going to start adding to that coordinate. So you're going to do that reckoning with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're always within, let's say, 20 miles, you're not going to miss your destination. So even if you're off 20 miles, when you get to your destination, you're going to see it.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of navigators are proud of saying they can be within 1 or 2 miles every fix.
Wait, so there's some people who still do like sailing and they do this celestial navigation.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not the only weirdo who think this is fun. A lot of people still do it.
Have you ever done it yourself, or?
Yes, but not on the ocean. I've done the land type of navigation.
So you have your own sextant and everything?
Yeah. I want to see it?
Of course. I bet you have a whole collection of them.
No, I only have one that was a gift, actually. Well, I'm not sure everyone who paid it. I know Prototet, MC Tune, and a couple other guys kind of got together some money to send me one.
Really? Wow. They must.
What's that?
Because you're the cell nav god. I said because you're the cell nav god.
Yes. Precisely. Okay, let me... Hang on a sec. Oh, it's right here.
Yeah, don't dock yourself.
No, I'm not gonna dox. I mean, I don't mind, actually. I've been on debates before. My face is not the secret. Okay, so that's the Davis Mark 15. See this baby?
That's a big boy.
What about the Sexton?
What?
What about the Sexton? I said
it's a big boy.
Okay, so let me show you how this thing works. You probably already know it, do you?
Yeah. You have to align you have a mirror and you fix the...
2 mirrors.
Yeah, 2 mirrors. There's an elevation arm, and the elevation arm reads out the angle of whatever you're trying to look at in the sky.
Yeah, so you have this angle here, this angle markings, but they're not really the angle of this arm. They're kind of doubled because you have this mirror here, or like who? I mean, no, not who. It's a thing. So you look through this part here, right? And you go straight to that mirror, and the mirror is like cutting it in half, right? So there's the mirror part. There's the mirror part, and there's the glass part. So through the glass part, you see the horizon. Through the mirror part, you see the other mirror, which is this one. And so the other mirror is going to be reflecting, when it's in this configuration, those 2 mirrors are parallel. Like this mirror is parallel to this mirror. So the line of sight is going to do this zigzag and go straight ahead. So you're going to be basically having 2 lines of sight parallel to each other. But then you can change that by tilting the arm. False.
Till they're aligned with each other, and then the difference in that is the angle to the object.
Exactly. Because the line of sight goes through the mirror, each degree you change the arm doubles change 2 degrees of the line of sight. So these angles are actually double. Like, if you look, the 0 is like here, and here you have like 130. Obviously, there's not 130 degrees between those 2 angles, but there's half of that. Anyway, and there's this drum here, which allows you to take
Is it the vernier scale?
Exactly. So the little thing there is the vernier scale. This is the drum. So that's what allows you to...
How good are you with using it?
Oh, I didn't use it that many times. First attempt was with, I think, 8 miles off. Second one was a very good one. So when I plotted the first one, I got 100 miles of error, and I was like, well, I must be getting something wrong. And I was taking a sun side versus a moon side. So my two circles we call it to the sun and moon. But I was treating the moon as I treat the stars. I just apply the same math for the moon as I apply to the stars, which assumes they're like very far away. But the moon is not that very far away. It's just a couple of 100,000 kilometers, and that actually have a huge impact on celestial navigation. So I took that into account, and the 100 miles of error became exactly 1 mile of error, and that was that's my best fix so far.
So it's roughly 100 times error if you assume that they're stars. If you assume the moon is a star.
For that instance, if the moon was higher, the error would be smaller. If the moon was lower, the error would be larger.
I see. How far off of what was the elevation from the horizon?
I let me see. I think I still have noted. Give me a second.
But you can get a fix of your ground position just from the moon? Well, knowing that time sorry.
I use I use the sun and moon side. I cross them both. Like you need at least two sides. You can't get a fix with just one.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not finding it. Give me a second. Oh, no, I still have it. Okay. So the angle to the moon was 18 degrees 375 decimals.
So this was during the day, I'm assuming, when you could see the sun as well, right?
No, the sun side I took 3 hours before.
Oh, okay, I see.
So when I took the sun side, it was okay, this is UTC, so it was 4 p.m. when I took the sun side. When I took the moon side, it was 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m. But I was still in the same place, so it doesn't matter.
Have you done it?
I wasn't 100 miles off. I was 200 miles off without the correction for the parallax of the moon.
Oh, that's pretty brutal. I mean, 17 degrees is pretty low to the horizon anyway.
Yeah. It was 18, but yeah. I mean, the lower the angle, the larger the error. So, I mean, that shows you how sensitive a eclipse prediction is to the distance to the moon.
So, did they back in the good old days? Did they use the moon for navigation, or did they not because they knew that the error was like sailors getting lost, or do they not use the moon for cell nav?
The moon is not as well, at least since the 1800s, the moon is not a very popular choice for a celestial body because it requires extra corrections.
Specifically because how close it is.
Yeah, and because it's not a point in the sky, it has a diameter that also adds another correction. Because when you're sighting a star is a point, so it, like you just point at the star and that's it. When you're sighting the moon, it's like a circle in the sky, so you don't point to the center. It's kind of hard to know you're aiming at the center.
Yeah.
So you take a bottom limb or a upper limb, as they call. So measure the angle between the horizon and the bottom of the moon or the top of the moon. So then you have to account for that.
And then you add like the angular size, like half the angular size.
Exactly. Yeah. So if you're measuring from the bottom, you have to add half the angular size, and then you have to correct for parallax additionally. So I mean, if you're doing stars, you just save a little bit of time. But before the 1800s, that's a different story, because they didn't have clocks. At least they didn't have clocks they could carry on the ship to have an accurate time. And without accurate time, you kind of don't have a way of solving for your longitude. Like, longitude is a very time-dependent thing to determine. So, for example, if both me and you were both at the same latitude, but I am 15 degrees east of you, everything I see in the sky, you see exactly the same thing, just 1 hour later, right? So if I just take observation of the sky, but I don't know what the time is, I could be where I am, but I could be where you are. 15 degrees of longitude further. It could be both locations. The only difference is when those readings took place. They happened earlier for me than they happened for you because I'm east from you. But you have the exact same observation of the sky, just later. So yeah, without clocks, your longitude is kind of fucked up. But there were some ideas of going around that. The moon was one of the solutions, because the moon like follows some weird patterns in the sky compared to the stars. So based on the angle between the moon and the stars, you could kind of tell the time, and that could kind of tell your longitude. But it wasn't very good. It wasn't a very good solution for your longitude.
I would think they also use the phases of the moon to keep the time too, just to let you know.
Yeah, I mean, for you to determine your longitude accurately, you need the time like down to the second, at least the minute, if you want to have a useful value. You can't get your time down to the minute using moon phase if you don't know where you are.
But the point though is that his question was, did they use the moon? The short answer would have been yes. The Phoenicians and the Greek state way back before the modern, yes, they used the moon.
Talking about celestial navigation.
Yes, for Sal Nav, they used the moon. They did.
What did they do with the moon?
Dude, see, this is the problem with you, Bacon. Why are you here spreading lies, bro? His question was easy. What? Did they use the moon?
He seemed very truthful with me.
I know, and that's what's crazy. It sounded very convincing. It was a long no. He was kind of.
But I was referring to the 1600s.
But for Sal Nav, right? He said way back before, right? Like he's trying to talk about.
I just said before the 1800s.
All right. Well, the answer would be yes. Yes, they did use the moon for celestial navigation. For centuries, they were doing it. They used the moon.
Okay, how exactly?
But you're making it seem like no, they didn't. They couldn't. Blah blah blah.
It didn't really seem like they did that. I mean, it didn't really seem like they did it for use of navigating across the ocean because they couldn't have had clocks.
They used it. They use it for location as well as direction, and they knew by like the time that it would either come into the rise or to the set, like, and the phase of it, like they knew, okay, this is where we're at based upon that. Dude, they were smarter than fucking people think they were, bro. They were able to do it without modern technology. They traveled 2,000 miles and they got to where they had to go. Using not the globe Earth calculations, by the way. They knew the stars and they knew the celestial things and they knew how to navigate them. That's why they were navigators. Come on, dude.
Have you tried any of that?
Yeah.
Bacon, you're frowning, Bacon.
I'm sorry.
You tried any of that?
The Earth is a triangle.
Here's another troll. That was quick.
Bacon. The question wasn't if I've tried celestial navigation. The question was did they use the moon before? No, from him. This is what.
I didn't say no, did I?
You were. See, that's the thing, though. You're such a weasel. You were kind of making it seem like they didn't and they couldn't. You were kind of doing that,
sort of,
Bacon.
No, actually, no. First of all, when I asked why they wouldn't use the moon after they had clocks, is because it's just a harder reading to compute. When I said before the clocks, I wasn't making an argument that would make the moon a worse reading. I actually was making an argument that would be a useful reading because it would help you tell the time. But if you look at the records of people trying to determine longitude with the moon, they are not very good figures that they end up with when they were using the moon. But hang on, that's just for using the moon to determine time. That's not the same thing as saying they didn't use the moon at all. The moon can be used just like any other star, except for the parallax correction.
Hey, Bob, are you gonna want to go on a bit earlier today? We can probably do a longer stream.
Yeah, let's for sure.
Yeah.
I gotta get some food and then I'm probably gonna log in. So I'm just letting you know. I don't know what you're planning to do, but
yeah, I'm chilling, bro. I got no plans today. So I already did everything I had to do. So I'm good.
Yeah, like I said, I gotta get some food and then Bacon. Do you have an X account?
I
am Steve.
Anybody?
Bacon here?
I am.
Yo, Bacon, are you there?
Okay,
Yes.
come on. That was a good one.
Your question.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah,
I
he
do,
said yes.
Just didn't.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So me and APOC are gonna host a space. We've been doing a series, so we're gonna continue today as well. Probably tomorrow. But if you want to join over there, we can take the discussion that way. I'm probably gonna. It's gonna take me like 30 to 40 minutes or something before I do that. But just letting you know if you want to go.
You say there's going to be an event or something? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, on X.
Essentially,
We'll post the link.
X?
And, yeah, on
Oh,
Twitter,
I don't have access to X. I'm in Brazil.
Yeah, they got kicked out. Yeah, Musk.
Brazil has no access to X right now.
There's a lawsuit.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lawsuit that Musk owes Brazil government, like I think millions of dollars.
Yeah, I think they said 33 million or 33 million. One of those. 31 million, something like that.
And then it all stemmed from that in Brazil there's a law that some sort of platform provider has to have a legal representative in country. And Musk had pulled that legal representative out because of disagreements over which account should be banned. So they started fining him like $1 million a week or something like that. Like, as long as you don't have a legal team in the country, then you have to pay. You have to pay this much amount of money. And then eventually they said, okay, he's going to put someone there. And then like he lied about it. He reneged. So they cut X off. The government said that X you can't access with a VPN. You could, I think.
Yeah, but he's skirting probably some laws there, and that would be if he's caught doing that.
Yeah. I think there is.
He's gonna get in trouble.
There is some punishment if you use a VPN. If I remember, I just remember that part of the story now too. That people said even in Brazil they're just going with it, and what they found out too that like a lot of the bots were from Brazil, so like Twitter's been like bot free for like how many days this has been now.
Yep, but if you look into it though, all of that didn't start until Elon didn't agree with their government to ban the accounts that they were wanting to be banned because it became a political thing. So like they had people, citizens, as well as the opposing party posting things on X that the government at the time that was in control, wanting to stay in control, they didn't want that information to go out. So it did. And even though it's kind of like what's going on here in America, like TikTok and Instagram, they're Facebook, they were controlling the narratives by shutting them down. But then when Elon bought X, all of a sudden you're not getting banned when you're posting shit again. You get what I'm saying? And that's what happened down there. Like then they're like, oh, we're gonna start fining you if you're not gonna ban these accounts, and you're not gonna. We're not gonna let you have access to here at all. And it became like this political thing. Go ahead, Alpha.
No, so Bacon can't go on for those logistical reasons. Yeah, if any Glober in here wants to challenge on X, we're gonna be over there. So we got a host of new people that come in there. So we had some guy. You should have heard it, Crit. Some guy just like his hair just caught on fire, dude, last night. Yeah, he was like frantically upset.
They gotta check on that dude. They gotta check on him. He might have had a heart attack, bro. They gotta check on him.
So like I mean, like I know you guys. A lot of people have problem with Geo because like, he would do that, but where you get some guy who would start talking about self-harming and whatnot, and like, dude, you really are that deep into this shit that if it's not a globe, you don't want to live anymore. I mean, look, just like why? I mean, it's like at some point, it's like, are you just trying to look for an excuse at this point? Like, it's
I was saying before, Crit, that I think it's more like an identity crisis, man. Like it's something that they identify with, being like they're an ever expanding galaxy and they're all the progress of mankind, and that we're trying to thwart that kind of idea or notion by arguing against that. Like with the other guy that I was talking to just the other day on here was saying that it's like I'm making it like a prison. I'm saying that if it's enclosed, it's like a prison essentially. I'm like, it's not. Like, definitely not. You could go everywhere on the earth and never finish going on every place and still be having so much to look at. So the earth is huge. It's not like just because we say it's enclosed, like there's nowhere to go and it's like a prison and like, oh, this just, I don't know.
Which is the irony, though, is that the world that we know it to be, it isn't a prison in the sense of like the globe would be a prison. Like you cannot leave this. Like if it's a globe and that's it, you can't leave it. That's the irony in that statement that he made. Because the globe would be a prison. I mean, unless you can afford a rocket ship to go wherever their Narnia land takes them. But for the Earth, I would say, well, it's already a prison. Not that we're making a prison, because they have closed off the barriers. They've put up the fences. They put up the walls and said, you can't go explore freely down this way, and you can't go outside of that. That, I would say, is the prison. So it's more like it was projection at that point. He was projecting his falsehood onto our reality. That's just interesting, though.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm gonna get my food real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, cool.
It's like when you try to talk to somebody like that, you gotta go back. You have to dial it back and find out where, like, when did they add that much ego to the conversation? Like, how is it that we're no longer talking about the Earth and we're now talking about this meth fueled symposium that they can't explore space anymore because you think the Earth is flat?
Right.
Like, when did they lose the plot that badly? You'd be like trying to roll the clock back. Like, here it is, okay, and we've got an issue. There's a disagreement on the table. Now, how does this disagreement cease value in your life? When did that happen? Tell me, when was that?
Were you asking me a question, or that was a rhetorical question?
Oh, I'm just saying, like, it'd be a good way of trying to troubleshoot some of them.
For them.
for them. Yeah, like why?
Yeah,
are
I wasn't sure if you asked me that. I was like, what?
Yeah, why are they so engaged, so emotionally invested in this
Right.
ball?
You know, that's a good point. Like, because when you think about it, there are people that heard, "Hey, the world's flat," and there's like some were like, "Yeah, whatever. Like, it doesn't pay my bills." You know what I mean? And they don't care at the conversation at all.
Yeah, no
Just
fucks
like,
given.
yeah. And then you
Really?
have
This
some
is
people like,
something people talk about. Okay, whatever.
right. And then you have some people like, "Oh, really? Oh man, I got to look into that because that's interesting. I don't want to be lied to all my life." And they're like literally like looking into things, and you kind of have like it's kind of like just it's a certain mind, a state of mind, I guess, where you're searching for truth. You want to know the answers. You're inquisitive of the things you hear, and you're not just letting it go past you because you're like, I don't care. Like you said, zero fucks given. And then you have those that get angry that you're saying it's not a ball. And those people, those are the funniest to me. Because it's like, why are you defending something that you can't prove to a point to where you're mad that what you're calling a fact has now been proven to not be a fact, just a story, a theory, a belief, and then they lose their shit. It's just really interesting. I mean, I get angry with some of these guys because they come in here and just blatantly lie. Flat is curved. Level is curved. Like, dude, that I get angry because I'm like, dude, at that point you're just saying that. You have no idea how or why. It's like you're a robot parrot. Robot parrot. Hey, that'd be a good character. But I get angry because the truth is being challenged, and I'm defending the truth, not a lie. But go ahead.
Same, Apoc. I get angry when they just start blatantly misrepresenting the truth and like just how things are done, definition of words, things like that. Yes. But just going back to the prison thing, like if you're imagining yourself on a spinning globe, spinning around the sun, and that's spinning around, kind of know it's more like being strapped into a ride. Like when you get on a roller coaster, and it's like you can't get off. You're strapped in, and once the ride starts, you can't get. It's like being on a ride, I guess. Rather than a prison.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, being on a ride was terrible. I didn't like being stuck on rides. It was terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, that would suck. That would suck to be stuck on a ride.
Exactly. I'd kind of rather be in jail, just sitting still. Yeah, it's.
No, but sure,
yeah, there are some people who come in there and you can tell they're genuine. There's not many of them, but you can tell they're genuine how they ask the questions. They go, oh, and when you give them an answer, they go, oh, okay, oh, right, that's interesting. And they ask another question. They're just really curious. But yeah, there's other people now, and they go, no, they argue. They want to argue everything. Yeah, and exactly, their hair catches fire.
Yeah, he gets super mad. And here's the thing, though, I get angry because I'm defending a truth, not a falsehood. They're getting angry because they're defending a falsehood, not the truth. And it's just funny because they will use, like, they get mad because their proof is they take reality and they say that has to be on a ball, that has to be on a globe. But the reality is, no, that's not true at all. And that's why I get angry. Like, stop saying because we have airplanes, the world's a globe. Stop saying because we have telecommunications, the world's a globe. Those things have nothing to do with the shape of the earth, and they can exist on any shape of the earth. And that's what they don't get. But they're fighting, tooth and nail that it's a globe using this premise that has nothing to do with that shape at all. Even like the guy, I remember Tony, Professor Tony, or his name. He was like, well, he worked for this company that has they search for gravity pockets or whatever the fuck, and we get paid big money to be, so it has to be a globe because they have machines that are measuring elements in the ground. Like that's what it comes down to. They have really expensive machines that can tell the difference between a fucking rock, and the fucking and mud. And then all the differences, they're like, oh, well, these elements have a stronger gravitational pull so they're more dense. And then we know that's a gravity here. And they pay us big money to learn where all the gravity pockets are in the ground. And I'm like, dude, do you even hear yourself? You're fully convinced of that. Has nothing to do with the Earth being a ball. You're just measuring things that are below you. That there's no shape to that, and it's amazing, bro, how lost they are. Just makes me baffled. Go, Crit, what are you gonna say?
Tony, I talked to him, I think once or twice. One of them, maybe a few times, but one time it went off the rails like so spectacularly. It was like he just asking me questions, one after another, machine gun questions, and I'm just casually going through and answering them. And if it got circular, I'd be like, yeah, same answer for that question. And at some point, he decided that I had called him a liar, and I'm like, when did I do this? Everything you said. I go, haven't talked about you at all. You've asked me about 30, 40 questions about flat Earth, and I answered them. He said, yeah, and that means you're calling me a liar. I'm like, dude, I don't know who the fuck you are, right? Like, how is this working out? How am I calling you a liar? Then he went on to like talk about the whole thing, GPS and underwater penetration and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, I'm not talking about any of that at all. Okay, zero. If you added yourself to what I said, that is your fault, not mine. I did not. You're nothing in what I was talking. Nothing of you was in any of the thing I was talking about. Completely unrelated. And then at some point, it got like the conversation got to like, it was so heated where like I was like, how are you doing this? How are you adding yourself to that conversation? And then like Demon Stride said, hey, let's change the topic. Let's talk about something else. This is like, I think you blah blah blah. And then they're like, let's talk about role playing games. And all of a sudden Tony was like functionally normal again. Like just completely back to like talking about Call of Cthulhu and the limitations of Dungeons and Dragons and just have this normal conversation again. And then I was like, okay, then finally I thought like maybe I shouldn't push it, but I decided like I'm insulted. They're like, why? Everything you just said about Dungeons and Dragons was really about me. Like I tried to make it lighthearted, and he went off again, and he just like hung up from the call and just started yelling. And Demon's like, dude, that wasn't cool, man. That wasn't cool.
That's funny.
And I'm like, yeah, I guess I tried to be lighthearted and kind of show an example that it's okay to talk about topics and not insert your ego into it. But I guess it didn't land right. It didn't work out. And then after that, like he left the server like a couple.
Yeah, that guy explodes, dude. That guy is known for exploding, bro. Like there's several videos of it on debates. Him like losing his shit, bro. It's funny.
Yeah, just out of nowhere. I mean, the part that stopped me is like it wasn't like I was giving him like sometimes if I know someone's just being an idiot, I'll just have fun with them. I wasn't doing that at all. Like 0%. It was like him just kind of asking me questions. Like I don't remember, like really mundane sort of like beginner shit. It's like, so why do you think the Earth is flat? Measures flat, observably flat, practically uses flat. Suez Canal, but just really just very low level, just mundane stuff. And it wasn't like I started talking about, something that I don't. It's like I could not place where somehow he went from just normal sort of like using epistemology, like street epistemology. Why does this person say what they're thinking? Where are they coming from? Let me understand. To everything I said was somehow insulting to him. Like, why? Why did you do that? Why did you add yourself to the conversation? And what did you change from what I said to make it into an insult to you? And that even made it worse. Like somehow if I don't get it, then like he knows that I was purposely being, like I stabbed the dagger in his back and I'm twisting it. And I'm like, dude.
Yeah, he gets super mad. Yeah. He gets super mad, bro, when you point out things like that he's saying that it has to be a globe for XYZ. Then you point out, and then he's like, "You don't have the credentials."
If you've got the credentials and you've got the answers, why the fuck are you asking me about you already know? I mean, with the he's a PhD Tony. I mean, he identifies as a doctor in like seismography or something. I mean, like earthquake shadows and whatnot. Thermography or something like that. I can't remember what it's called, but
yeah, I forgot what it's called too. But it's his career. Yeah, he has he gets super offended, and he discredits you right out the gate. Usually he's kind of cool about it, but then when you start getting into like telling him like, dude, your profession, like that has nothing to do with the shape, and then he'll get really mad, like you don't have credentials to be telling me that. It's comical, bro. It's like it's just super comical.
Who's got their logic license then?
Exactly. Right? Like imagine that. Like you have a PhD in believing that the earth is a shape because of what you're doing that has nothing to do with the shape, but you're believing that it has everything to do with the shape. It's like, what's that called? Circular reasoning, right? I think that's the way you say it. I think so.
Sounds like debating Joe Biden, like, I wrote the damn bill.
It's like starting with the premise and then ending with, or kind of going right back to it. You want to hear some weird shit? Weird internet shit?
Go. Yes.
So when
Love to.
So this stuff happens every so often where
Yeah, sorry, Crit. I'm on mute because I'm in the kitchen right now, but I'm listening. I was like, yeah, I want to hear it, and then like you stood quiet. I was like, oh shit, I forgot I'm on mute right now. So yeah.
So it's like when you're talking about something, like you're over at a friend's house. Like the first time this happened is like I was helping my uncle move out. Not the first time, but one of the really interesting ones. I was helping my uncle move, and he had all these ships in the bottle. You had to pack it up. He's going to move into kind of like an assisted living type thing. And I'm packing up all the stuff. And the first day I was there, all we ended up talking about were these ships in the bottle. He had made like 2 dozen or so over his lifetime, and we just talked about how you make them, and like all the different techniques, and which ships were representative, and how he started with one type of ship and went to the new one. And I'm like, wow, I never even knew you did this. It's like something it's so cool. So I didn't get a lot of packing done. Like we barely didn't do anything at all. I get home, fire up my computer. This is like, a couple, like over 10 years ago now. I mean, so I still had like Facebook and stuff. Fire up Facebook, and the first ad on the screen is like, do you want to buy ships in the bottle? I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And then another one that happened was I had gone the first time I went to Gem Panda server, and we had talked about a few different things, and like Rubik's cubes and flat Earth and whatnot. Because at the time I was doing a joke where if a globalist was just kind of yapping along, I would stream a 3D Rubik's cube and like solve it as they're talking, and they'd ask me, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm farming dark energy." It's like dark matter and dark energy. So then I went, and they said, "Hey, you gotta get Netflix to watch these few shows." And sure enough, it's like as soon as I fire up Netflix, the very first time, it's like all the same shit I had talked about on Gem Panda server. I'm like, this is fucked up.
Well, one of those advertisement services they use, his name is Pocket.
Yeah, they got something on. I know, like it. So then, another one too was like I was talking to Bandsaw. I don't know if you remember Bandsaw Bandit, and he was talking about how one of these really cool things he was going to get was these ice cube makers that make little skulls of ice cube, like skull shaped ice cubes. And I'm like, that's really cool because I have a friend of mine who's really into Halloween, and she does this Halloween party every year, and I'm never quite sure what to bring or what like. And that would be like the perfect gift for like this ice cube maker that makes little skulls for your drink. And sure as shit, pop open Google. I'm gonna Google something, big ad, buy ice cube maker, skull ice cube maker. So okay, anyway, so now the contemporary one, just today, okay? I've been talking about getting a parrot, and I used to have parrots a while back. I do dog rescue stuff where we don't have a humane society.
That's awesome, bro.
Yeah, so I keep dogs here until they can find their forever home, and some other people do birds and do cats and whatnot. So there's like a whole community of us. So I had said I used to have parrots when I was like younger. My dad had a bird that was like his little dude that kind of flew around the house and would land on him and whatnot. So I've always wanted to have one. So I've been really talking about it with a lot of people. I've been interested about getting a parrot. And sure as shit, I like go to YouTube to watch like this stupid star shit, like spacewalk, whatever. And on the recommended videos is this: watch Apollo the parrot say all these words and pick a bell, and I'm like, why is all of a sudden like a bunch of parrot shit all in my recommended like feed here? just out of nowhere, just randomly. Like, you want to see how cool it is to have a parrot for a pet?
My first time experiencing that happened to me in real time, though. I was talking to a buddy on my phone, and we're just talking back and forth, and he's like, yeah, like talking about a situation. I'm like, dude, why don't you just get like a $10,000 loan? And then we start talking about that. And while I'm talking to him, I get an email, and it's like, oh, apply now for a 10,000. I was like, what the heck? That was the first time I've ever experienced their, listening in for product placement experience. Like, that was like, what the heck? Real time.
Yeah, it's so. I know they try to say it's not happening, but I mean, how many of these like random type shit has to, man, they gotta be. Their course are listening. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like. There was just this thing I saw earlier this week too about how Google had wanted like their OnStar thing, or whatever, for a car, that they want to be able to detect voices, so when there's a pause in a conversation, they can play ads.
Oh my god!
Let me find that again.
I mean, if they're really doing this, they could probably be doing it to, like, stop murders. People that spend like a month Googling how to get away with killing somebody.
That's like Minority Report, pre-crime.
Yep. When he's walking through the subway and all the billboards are talking to him.
Oh yeah, they could just see, like, because they read his retina.
Mm.
Here it is, right here. It wasn't Google. It was Ford.
Yeah, there's no escaping, man. You can't run away from them, because if you try, they're gonna recommend some running shoes from Nike.
Yeah, like your car will shut off, like your shoes would just.
And I was trying to play on the idea that they're listening anyways. It doesn't matter if you say you're gonna go out to the woods and be away from them. They're gonna probably recommend a nice little cabin out in the boonies.
Or how about this? Subscribe to AdBlocker Pro. Premium subscription guarantees ad-free experience.
Ad free, but it's not suggestive ads. Suggestive ads are the ones that you get because you said some keywords. The companies pay billions of dollars for this type of like technology to enforce their product placement. Obviously. Because you're not going to be saying random things in your house with your phone off, and all of a sudden you're cruising the internet and you get like ads for the thing you were talking about. Like, wow, that's a coincidence. I was looking for this. It's not a coincidence.
What if you tried to use reverse psychology, just walking around your house? Gee, I hope nobody offers me cheap dental insurance.
Let's see if it works. Try it out. that the phone picks up on, I don't know if it's like stress factors on like how people speak, like how you emphasize words, you know? Speech pattern recognition. Big money on that stuff. It's like when you're on hold and they get the elevator music to calm you down when you're trying to attempt to get a hold of somebody, and you've been to like 4 or 5 different automated people, and you're frustrated, and you start spouting off obscenities. All of a sudden you get connected more or less to somebody that you can speak to. They do that kind of stuff too. The unassuming public doesn't really know half of the shit that companies do to extrapolate information.
Would you stand on one leg for a clock bar? Sure. Would you jump up and down? Oh yeah. Would you kill a man? Clock bars.
Yeah, there was a Klondike, like an ice cream bar where they had I can't remember, Mad Magazine or something like that, where they had like some really silly things like, what would you do? Would you be a patsy? Like,
Did you say a patsy? Damn.
Yeah, would you be a patsy for a Klondike bar?
How about a scapegoat?
How about one escape velocity goat with some stream edge with its lips peeling back over its goat jaw?
You sound like the lawnmower man when you talk.
APOC, your age is showing.
Right? Great movie, by the way.
Dude, after we hung up yesterday, I watched Back to the Future all the way through. I don't know why. I just had a urge to see it.
A nostalgic urge. That's what I call those.
Do you ever have one of those? Like, you just
Yeah.
want to see like an old movie? Yeah.
Yeah, you know what movie I watched was what's it called? The Last, what is it? Enter the Dragon? No. What's it called? Remember, it's all show enough. Yeah, I think, what's it called? Where he glows?
You're talking about Bruce Leroy?
Yeah. His name's Bruce Leroy. I think it's called, isn't it called The Last Dragon or Enter the Dragon or something like that? I forgot
No,
what it's called.
the Last Dragon, I think.
Enter the Dragon was the Bruce Lee one.
Okay. So then it would have been I watched that. It was like a little nostalgic moment when Show Enough, when he walks in and he's like, they're all Show Enough.
That's a hell of a name though, man, for that guy. Like, I thought it was a great character name.
Right.
I'm struggling with this continuity, Doc. What year is it?
The continuity doesn't matter, Marty. Just go with it.
Old movies have great lines. Like nowadays, they don't get great lines anymore. Not like they used to have.
I mean, we got Cobra Kai, and then also like, what's another good one?
Yeah, but Cobra Kai came from Karate Kid. If you ever seen it?
Nah, but what about like the Lego movie? The Lego movie like ending. You.
Sorry, I don't watch movies with Japanese porn stars in them.
The fuck are you talking about? Are you?
Yeah, Mr. Miyagi. He did a little bit of adult work.
No way. Bullshit.
Wait.
Bullshit.
Mr. Miyagi? No way, dude. That's weird.
Yo, if he
Pretty sure he
did,
did. That's what he was doing before he cracked Hollywood. He was cracking boners.
It's the Miyagi way. It's the Miyagi way. It's the Miyagi
You're right,
way.
though. I might be talking out of my ass.
Yeah, you maybe are. Like,
yeah, probably.
Fucking, I don't believe that shit.
But
I
I
don't
have
believe
read
that shit.
I think.
Like,
Not trying to kill your childhood or anything, but he wasn't exactly a kung fu master either. You know that, right?
Yeah, that
he
just,
wasn't.
that puts a whole new spin on, wax off, bro. I'm just saying.
Seriously, bro. That's the original wax on, wax off.
Oh,
hey, the another good one too is Big Trouble in Little China. I watch that every now and then again too. That's the original Mortal Kombat right there, bro.
Yeah, Kurt Russell.
Dude, I swear that you could have grown up as my cousin, because that's all we would watch is those kind of movies. Dude, are you all right?
I know.
Yeah, I was smoking weed.
One of your lungs is gonna come out, man. What the hell?
Smoking weed. Don't worry. I got the prescriptions.
Big Pharma's getting their money's worth out of you, huh?
I'm getting my experience worth out of life. That's all I really care about. If I don't smoke weed every day, it's just a lot more painful to live.
Oh.
All right.
Smoke it up then, bro. You know? Eat healthy.
I'm vegan, so I don't really get sick. It's just weird shit going on with my nervous system.
What kind of meat is vegan?
Sorry? Lab-grown meat.
What kind of meat is vegan?
Lab-grown meat. Roadkill, subjectively.
Right. So you got ducks in your backyard, man.
The crows, actually. Town's full of them.
So, okay. Don't eat the crows.
Nope. Stone them if you must. Stone the crows, the irascible.
Do you have a farm and they're all like, they all gather around?
No, bro, I live in the outback.
Oh, okay. You don't have scarecrows?
I live in the Australia you see on the postcards, not the one that you see when you come here.
Do you ever do you guys ever set up scarecrows to scare the crows?
Not much corn growing around here, so yeah, it's mining country. There's not much agriculture. Crows are just
got you.
Oh, like it's all fields for hundreds of kilometers. So there's lots of birds, shitloads of raptors, owls, corvids,
raptors.
Everything.
Kind of you got dinosaurs over there and raptors.
I'm talking like wedge-tailed eagles down to like kestrels and things. We got the whole gamut of raptors in the sky.
Got you. I get you.
It's really peaceful. Like I walk around and there's just eagles doing slow circles overhead. You just feel like, man, there's nothing going on here, but there's no reason to leave either.
They're probably hovering over your vegan body, dude. They're gonna have a feast over it. They're gonna be like, yeah, he doesn't eat meat, but we do. I'm just fucking with you, man. Kidding. He got that people's eyebrow on me right now.
Yeah.
But they are licking their chops, though.
They are looking for something, though. When they circle, they're looking for lunch.
Yeah, vegan. They're like, vegans, what's that? Like QE.
Fucking Discord. No, but you can throw meat to these wild birds and they'll fly down and grab it.
Yeah, because you can't throw carrots at them. They're not gonna fly down and grab that shit.
I was watching this video, bro. This big ass like adult fucking eagle, like picked up like a baby deer, bro. And I was like, God damn, like that's a big ass bird, bro. Watch your children.
Fuck up a deer like that, yeah, that's pretty big.
Yeah, dude, it's a baby deer just fucking swooped it up, bro, like fucking Bambi, bro. Picked it up. That was it. He was high up in the sky too. That guy's gone. That's a wrap.
He's like, I'm gonna keep this one for a late night snack.
Probably take it back to its babies.
Nature's wild though.
Yeah, I like looking at those type of accounts online, on like Instagram or on TikTok. Like they have so many cool captured like crazy shit, bro. Like what the hell? A lot of good videos though.
I got lots of kangaroos around.
You ever box one?
Hey,
never needed to.
I don't know why I didn't never ask this question to like Timbo and them, but are kangaroos vegan or do they eat meat?
Yeah. No, kangaroos are vegan, dude.
Okay. Well, what is their main source of food, those guys?
Seeds.
Well, which seeds?
Seeds and berries, just native grasses.
All of them? Like all kinds of seeds?
Yeah, pretty much anything that's like a grass or a small plant with little seeds in it, they'll go for that. Berries, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, gorillas are vegan, bro. Like pound for pound, they'll outdo anything except an ant.
They eat a shit ton of whatever except for meat. They probably eat bugs too, huh?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's a few omnivores out there that supplement their mostly vegan diet with cheap source of protein or whatever.
Like
but
locusts?
It's generally like if you think about the way that nature works, it's like something that's more difficult to do, you'll do less. So if you have the ability to just forage, then that's what you're going to default to.
Or just eat a bunch of locusts.
Like nature's all about energy output. Like we think about that in terms of economy, which is why vegan agriculture is really important. But it's like the amount of energy you put out to get the energy source, and then how much energy it takes your body to break it down. That's why only obligate carnivores generally eat a lot of meat.
It's why people look at gorillas like, wow, they're so strong. Yeah, but it's like really easy for a gorilla to fucking die because they need a shit ton of calories to make that body mass work. If they're low on, like, it is much, much, much more easier for a squirrel to survive if there's like a drought or something than a gorilla.
That's interesting that you know that factoid.
I just made it up, but you believed me, so that's cool.
Well, I mean, if it's true, it could be substantiated, man. You could see something in nature where, if that happens, where a gorilla falls on hard times, they would perish a lot quicker than a squirrel would. Well, squirrels, they're very different, anyway.
Squirrels are kind of dumbasses.
Elephants kind of need the most energy out of any animal daily. So if you destroy the massive amount of trees in Africa and grasses, then yeah, they'll go first.
Oh yeah.
So eating bugs that's not considered vegan, right? Is it?
Not to me, not to most vegans.
Like locusts, because that would be a great source of protein for someone that doesn't want to eat animals.
Well, look, where do you think the locust is getting its protein? Is a locust a carnivore?
Well,
some animals can synthesize protein. They don't necessarily need to consume it.
Well, we can do that too. And yeah, there's like the cholesterol argument, right? We're meant to make our own cholesterol in our livers. So if you go vegan, your dietary cholesterol intake goes to 0%. So why vegans get heart disease much less.
Really?
Yeah, that's a pseudoscience. The cholesterol correlation or whatever to a heart disease. That's pseudoscience. It's actually caused by crop oils. Oils are what causes it. Plaque in your arteries caused by crop oils. That's what causes that. Do you know what crop oils are? Do you know what that term even means? Do you know what a crop oil is?
Look up dietary cholesterol, okay?
Yeah, don't tell me to look it up, dude. Do you know what a crop oil? Tell me. Do you know what a crop oil is? What that term, crop oil? Do you know what that even means?
Let's have a fucking fight. Let's do this.
No, seriously. Do you even know what it's a reference to any kind of oil that's derived from a crop, whether it be corn, soybean, or olive, crop oils. Now the thing about crop oils is that when you let them sit at room temperature for 2 weeks, once they get to that 2-week mark at room temperature, they oxidize. And once they oxidize, they turn into a material that you don't want to necessarily eat necessarily. Like you can eat it and it won't like poison you per se, but it will put plaque in your arteries. It will put things in your bloodstream that actually cause that heart failure you're referring to. But it has to sit at room temperature for 2 weeks. Now the question you got to ask yourself is all the olive oil that you've ever eaten through your life, is all that olive oil you've eaten throughout your life, is that less than 2 weeks old? No, probably not a single drop of it ever was.
But what if you use preservatives like salt and stuff? Does that change the dynamic at all, or no?
Well, that's just a whole separate subject. That's just preservatives. Those aren't macronutrients. That's something else.
Okay, got it. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I have so here's an interesting anecdote. I had a blood test recently, and my cholesterol came up a bit high, and I told my doctor, "Hey, I have like 4 eggs in the morning and also some ice cream, but I exercise regularly. Is there anything I should do to change it?" And the doctor said, "The 4 eggs actually a minimal change. You can keep having those 4 eggs in the morning, but just cut back on the ice cream a little bit, and your cholesterol should be fine." And I never thought about that. So that's good. I'm going to keep having the eggs because the protein is good for you.
Yeah, and to add on top of what the other guy was saying, I didn't mean to like harp on you or anything, but you should know that your body does have the ability to produce cholesterol, but at only about 10% the capacity in which it requires it. Meaning that if you don't eat any cholesterol, you will end up with a cholesterol deficiency, which will lead to other kinds of nutritional deficiencies, like even vitamin D deficiency, because you need cholesterol in your skin. When the sunlight hits your skin, it transforms the cholesterol in your skin into vitamin D. That's how you get 80% of your body's capacity to absorb and utilize vitamin D. The other 20% comes from your diet. So, you know.
Oh, so you actually need cholesterol. I didn't know that. I thought it was like always bad.
Oh, there's good cholesterol and bad cholesterol, but the point is,
there's no such thing as good cholesterol and bad cholesterol. That's another pseudoscience term.
Yeah. So here's what's funny, right? Here's what's funny, right? People that talk all about like medical stuff. You know what's funny is that many years ago, okay, they used to say, "Oh, you have high cholesterol," and they give you a list, like a food list. Okay, these are the things you can't eat because they have high cholesterol. Okay, decade goes by, they change that list. Oh wait, new science, we have new studies. Okay, this is now you can do this. And like kind of like what he's saying, they're saying eat 4 eggs in the morning. Yeah, no problem. That's not going to hurt you. But once upon a time, that was the first thing they said to cut out was eggs because of the cholesterol. That's what they used to say. But when people speak in like for factual, this is what is, and this is how this process is, and this vitamin D is created for all that, it just reminds me of it's no different than a glober saying that star is this distance and that planet is this and that, because all you're doing is you're repeating what the lab coats, quote unquote, have told you. This is what we found and concluded. But hey, 30 years from now, it might be a whole nother story and they're going to find out a whole nother thing. And you're like, oh yeah, cholesterol, pseudoscience. Only because somebody told you, oh, that's pseudoscience. But then remember, once upon a time, it was the science. So it just makes me like laugh. Like, dude, the way we talk sometimes is like you're just believing what they told you. It's kind of funny. That's all.
Well, not really, because you can cross-reference and you can also test certain things.
Studies and there's studies. Yeah, I know. And then years later, the studies there's more studies.
No, I'm not talking about just studies. Like you can take a food diary. You can write down the things you eat, and then write down how you feel in 24 hours, 40 hours afterwards.
For 13 years of veganism, I haven't been sick enough to visit a doctor once. What do you say to that?
Why wasn't
Good for
Nathan
you.
Oakley in
Some
here
people
this
can pull
morning?
it off. I just wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, that's pseudoscience. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Where was Nathan Oakley this morning?
I don't know. Was he not here?
He was supposed to be here at 9, I thought.
He usually
I mean,
starts at 6.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's lots of cool, healthy things about veganism, but there are some meats that are absolutely healthy for you, like chicken is good.
So there's
Not
healthy
fried, obviously, not
carcinogens.
fried,
That's
but
cool.
Chicken is actually one of the least nutritional meats. Actually, one of the least nutritional meats.
There's a way to render something that has over 250 causative agents for the whole range of deadly diseases that only occur in those products. But there's a way to make it healthy with fire, just like we can sterilize bacteria. Great. Well, eat something that it's not common to fermenting these causative agents that can kill you, and you might see why your health claims don't stand up to scrutiny.
Hey, I want to tell you something about chicken. You should know this about chicken. So there's a lot less fat on a chicken than there is a cow, but it's not really just about the concentration of fat and how much fat is on the animal. It's something about the fat. The fat in a chicken has a much, much naturally lower mineral content than the fat of a cow. So if you eat chicken a lot and you avoid red meat, you run the risk of being more likely to run into one or another kind of mineral deficiencies, because even though there's a lot of protein in a chicken and it's a great source of protein, it's not a great source of minerals.
There's only one thing in nature that extracts minerals from the ground and makes them bioavailable. They're called plants. And you feed plants
and
to
those
animals,
plants
and
take
then
a lot of space in your stomach. The
make all
cows
these
eat more
subjective
plants.
claims. You make all these subjective claims about pumping all these plants into animals and somehow improving the quality of the animals by putting plants into them. Just eat plants. It's a trophic level problem. But you don't get this basic precept of science, so I'm not going to debate you here. We can debate in a vegan server if you want, but can we actually turn the conversation towards something that's not going to upset me personally, so I'm the only vegan here?
Okay,
Talking about the mineral content of animals upsets you?
Yeah, I've learned that.
Guys, it's probably time to change the subject here. This is, kind of getting on the edge of things that we can talk about and stuff.
Yeah, I don't need to finish my point. It's fine. Well, it doesn't matter. How you guys doing today?
Yeah, doing good. And I'm just gonna end with this. You know what it comes down to is everything is you whenever you eat. Some people can, some people can't. Some people eat a lot of it. Some people eat not enough of it. But honestly, there's things that I have. There's people that are anomalies, and they're like, dude, how can you eat that every day for the rest, like for years and years and years, and not be sick? And you're like, well, that's just they could do it. And then there's people that do the total opposite, and and they're just fine as well. So I don't know. I think that whole argument should be somewhere else, though. But yeah, back to the Earth not being a globe. Anybody have globe evidence? Nobody has. Makes sense because there isn't none, so it makes sense. No one's answering.
I got globe evidence. Sunsets.
Right.
Oh,
Checks
wait.
out.
And sunrises. There you go,
Yeah.
Flat Earther.
Yeah. Yeah, the sun wouldn't set on a flat Earth, people. Yeah. But people walking away from you would disappear eventually in the line. But yeah, we're not gonna pay attention to that.
How many people in here? How many people in here know about the celestial sphere? And the reason why the argument for sunsets and sunrises has been misrepresented for the globe. I don't think we've talked about it too much. I always bring it up usually in the conversation of like perspective. But how many people have looked and really just type it in Google and you'll see the results that comes up for a celestial sphere. And it's the answer for the basis of astronomy and celestial navigation. So It's a prerequisite for anybody talking about celestial navigation. If they bring it up, then in order for them to understand that it can be used, then you have to have a supporting information for the premise of it being used from the celestial sphere.
Wasn't
Because
Peter
everything is
talking about that all morning?
not really sure. I wasn't here, but
Alpha,
if
does
he,
your azimuth point towards the ground position?
if he was, then they would all understand that this is important. It's almost like not mentioning it is detrimental to their case for celestial navigation. If they don't talk about it, that's because they're only talking about what the celestial sphere is supporting, and not celestial navigation as why it's being viewed in that way that it's viewed. Because Globers always do that. They don't tell you the whole story. They just tell you what they want to tell you from their derivative arguments.
Alpha, does the azimuth point towards the position?
The azimuth points towards position. What does that have to do with my conversation of what I just said?
A lot.
Isn't it
I
funny
understand that
Like
you
what?
can't really understand it, but it's a fine.
Not really understand it. Now, do you realize, you as somebody who always argues for celestial navigation, that in order to support it, you have to use the celestial sphere as the conceptual tool for it?
Yeah.
All right. So you would say that yes, you have to use for astronomy and celestial navigation the celestial sphere.
Sure.
So if everybody can look into it, they'll see the reason why you're getting it wrong for saying that the Earth is a globe because of celestial navigation. Now you'll realize for yourself. Yeah, really. So how do you come up with a terrestrial sphere from the celestial sphere? I wonder. Go ahead. How did you make that connection?
I'm getting there.
I don't think you ever got there.
Yeah, this is where the azimuths come into play, Alpha. But I know you don't want to answer this question.
I want to hear it. Please explain. I like learning.
Yeah. So you know what an azimuth is, Alpha? Can you explain to the class what you think an azimuth is? Crickets. Just what I thought.
Can you teach me? I want to learn.
It's a single mass, isn't it?
Hey, he knows what the azimuth question leads to. That's why he shuts up for the first time ever.
I'm driving right now. I'll do it in a minute.
That's okay.
So what's an azimuth?
An azimuth is essentially your angle away from north that points towards the ground position of your star point that you're looking at. Described in celestial navigation as your heading, right? Because if you look in that direction of the star, you will be heading towards the ground position of that celestial body. That's kind of one of the key tenets of celestial navigation. So essentially, if
fly from the star to the ground in the shortest possible distance.
Yeah.
Aligned to north.
Okay, so that makes sense so far. So
yeah, so the issue lies with contradictory azimuths upon multiple viewing angles to different celestial bodies. Here's one example I'll post here in a minute. Or just a second, I got it in a folder. Upon taking recorded and mapped measurements of stars in the sky, we can clearly see Vela, which is a constellation, is above whatchamacallit, not Sydney, what is that? Tasmania at the given time in the little picture there. In order for a viewer in Chile to see that constellation where it was, they'd have to have that heading. Their azimuth would be pointing in that direction, south-southwest, meaning that Australia would have to be south-southwest of South America. And when you take multiple of these observations and you try and compile them on each other while using one of the key tenets of celestial navigation, you'll notice that on a flat plane these can never align properly. So they would have to say one of two things. Either celestial navigation really doesn't work, or that the Earth is round, because these can perfectly be demonstrated on a round Earth.
Or the things you're looking at are apparent positions because we don't know the medium of which they are in, which is why they're off by a little bit, by a degree here.
Oh no, they're way off.
Way off by a degree. Okay.
Try 50 degrees.
Same thing as if you're
120 degrees sometimes.
Same thing as if you're sitting across from me looking at a straw in the water. It will definitely be way off if you try to put a pinpoint position on that straw, because again, it's an apparent position that we're seeing it at. And if you're on an opposite side looking from a different angle or perspective, you're right. And the problem that you're saying that you're leaving out, by the way, is even to come up with that azimuth, you are going to assume a planar foundation, a baseline in all directions. So when I'm setting up a satellite dish and I'm looking for my azimuth and elevation with my declimeter here, and I'm pinpointing to the bird in the sky, I'm assuming that if I go a little bit, like let's say they're like, okay, you have a 30, azimuth. Then when I turn to 30, I'm assuming that I'm looking over a checkerboard to my right of my true north, right, which would be the 0, because the 90 would be the east, right? So I have my degrees based upon, and thank you, Riley Criterion, for posting it. That's exactly what it is. You're creating a plane, like from the center of this ball that you believe you're on, because there's no horizontals on a surface of a ball. So you have to go into the middle of the ball, and then you're going to get the correct angle in your paradigm. Or we can just be on a huge checkerboard, right? And then you're going to have that all, it's going to work fine because you're already, you say no, but you have to. But it's okay.
No,
go ahead.
Here's where you already contradict yourself, because you're saying assumed position, right? Whenever you take a look, and again, the assumed position means fuck all, because when you're dealing with azimuth, you have to concede.
It's just a left to right, bro. It's just
one of two things. Yeah,
that's all it is.
So does the azimuth point towards the ground position? Hey, shut up, Crit. Does the azimuth point towards or not point towards the ground position?
You're taking turns, especially if you're asking questions. You ask the question, then you shut the fuck up and you listen to the answer.
I was trying to ask the question so you could answer.
Okay. So the question you asked: are you looking at the GP on the ground? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Yes. Here's the point. When you have an azimuth and you're saying this is the bird, that's its position in the sky from the ground. Mind you, that angle is based upon you assuming that its GP is in this particular direction, so that's why you're going to turn the dish to the bird at that angle. But again, an angle, 2 straight lines. That's how you're getting. That's why you have.
You're not answering my question.
I already said yes. It's to the.
So it is pointing towards the ground position.
You're where it would have been in the GP, but you're actually putting it on its position in the sky as a zenith. No. Yes.
That's the zenith. Your azimuth points towards the ground.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, so stop bringing up the zenith.
Did you not hear me? I said yes. You're pointing it towards. Maybe you're so busy wanting to reply, you didn't hear me say it. That's exactly what I said. I said you're going to point it in that direction because you're assuming it's GP. Remember the baseline. You're making a straight line to its GP, and you're going to come up as an angle to its zenith, which means it's when you fixate the dish on the actual bird in the sky, that would be the zenith of it, right? Because that's where it's at in its position above the ground. But the azimuth is the degree that you're having to turn to be facing towards GP, which would be on the floor. Again, if you're having a 35 degree to the bird in the sky, that means its GP has a 9 degree from your position, and then that line is going straight out across. Obviously, if there's like mountains and stuff, it's even still you're creating a baseline to that GP. That's the reason. That's how you get the azimuth. Go ahead.
I'm glad I got you to say that whenever you take a look at your azimuth, it points towards the ground position. Therefore, you must accept. 360 you must accept that this should be the layout of the continent.
You must accept it's a planar direction in all degrees or in all angles, because think about it. You are creating a 360 degree. The azimuth is just a 360 degree, right? 1 degree, 2 degree, 3 degree, 4 degree, all the way to 90.
How azimuths work?
And 180 is south, right? And then as you go all the way around and you're creating an angle to that, Well, two straight lines. The baseline to the GP is that, and then because that's going to create a 90 for its zenith, that's above its GP, right?
I'm
And
aware.
then you looking up to it is the angle, the adjacent from the right angle, right? So if you look at it in all directions, you've created a flat planar circle around you, and now you're able to look at everything from your position.
You spent a lot of time saying nothing that has to do
Dude,
with which direction
fuck
I should
off,
be
dude.
facing. So
Fuck
again,
off,
when
dude.
you take a look at that continent, and you just conceded, right? Like 3 times now, that whenever you take a look at the azimuth, it points to the direction of the ground position. Therefore, you must accept that this must be the layout of these 2 continents with relationship to one another.
Okay, again, you're assuming...
No, address my thing.
Okay, again, you're assuming that the GP you're looking at... I'm just trying to clear it up. You're assuming that the GP you're looking at is what exactly?
Is the
Where
ground
is it?
position of the star. The assuming... There is no assuming. Like, these are... Like, we know that during this exact date and time, Vela was directly overhead of Tasmania. And so you looking at, or was it this constellation Vela, you would be looking in the direction of Tasmania, which you already conceded yourself 4 times.
Okay, hold on.
Hey, hold on, I'm not done yet. I didn't interrupt when you rambled.
Is this a star? Your
it's a
Tasmania, or
constellation.
whatever you called it? Oh, it's a constellation. Okay.
Yeah.
So once again, you're looking at something in the sky that it could be an apparent position in that moment, in that time, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's where it's at. It could be off.
Except
So
it's not, because you already conceded that you're. Except it's not.
Are you saying it's on the other side of the Earth? Is that why? Is this what you're trying to get at? You're trying to say that celestial objects in the sky are on the other side of the ball that were above Australia? That's why you're seeing it that way? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, Bacon, I'm aware. Looking in the side chat. No, what I am saying is, if you've already conceded that your azimuth points towards the ground position of a celestial body, meaning that if I am setting my azimuth towards Vela, if I'm in South America, right there in Chile, that would be the heading I'd have to take to get to Australia.
Okay.
So you must accept the layout.
Wait,
why do you constantly interrupt me and you just ramble?
Well,
say nothing.
Well, I said okay, and then I was going to jump into something, but then go ahead, and you started saying you must accept. But go ahead. I'll let you finish.
You must accept, using your own logic and what you have already conceded to, that these 2 continents, they must be lined up just like this with one another. Because the reason I used a constellation instead of a star is because it shows.
You keep going on.
Yeah, I know. This is exactly what you sound like. Okay. And
so hurry the fuck up, you idiot.
All right. So whenever you take Vela, and the reason why I use a constellation in this exact regards is because it allows you to see the alignment, like which direction the rest of Australia would be looking at that constellation. So now we know exactly which direction, like which way Australia is facing, and in which direction it is from South America.
Okay, so is that upside down though? Because shouldn't the continent be on the other side of the ball, but opposite of that photo?
Yeah, in fact, I'm really glad you brought that up, because that's exactly what it shows here on the globe. I'm really glad you brought that up.
No, it's funny. And is the constellations above South America the same from Australia? Or does that apply in the opposite? So are you in Australia also witnessing this phenomenon where you have to turn your azimuth to make up for
just
South
like
America? Is that what you're saying? I would like to see that proof, that's for sure.
Yeah, so take a look at the picture I already posted. It has both those constellations.
Okay, what constellation? You're just showing it's just the continents. I don't see the constellation.
Okay, please, I'll direct you towards the upper in chat. Right there at 842. So both of these have corresponding constellations above them that are in view of one another, that point in the direction of one another.
Okay, so you're looking at stars in the sky, and you're saying if I'm going to find the GP for that star, it's going to be over Australia. That's what you're saying. Yes. And if I'm in South America, I'm looking at that
that constellation. I'm trying to think where South America is, even in your paradigm, according to where the Australia is. That's quite a ways. No, you can see the
There's
see
a
that
3D
constellation.
model. I posted a 3D model that shows the line of sight from an observer South American and the line of sight from an observer below a star that is above Tasmania.
Okay, so they're looking in two different directions then.
No, those are.
Oh no! Wait,
lines.
no, wait! I'm sorry. I saw the green line. I see the two two orange
Ignore
lines.
the green one.
What's the green one?
Those one.
What is the green
The
one?
green is just the vertical of the. It's the vertical of the observer at South America.
Okay, so you're saying
That's relevant.
So you're saying that? Well, hold on though. If you're setting up the azimuth and the GP is over there, what's the degree? What's the angle on that then?
Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look back at my data I posted. Oh, I may have trimmed it too hard. It's okay. We can see that it is clearly south-south, a very south-southwest.
Okay. So again, well, that doesn't make sense for as far as what you're trying to say. No, well, not
Maybe
really.
not to you.
Now that I'm looking at it, no, because if you're looking at it and it's, I don't know how you're saying that lines up. How are these two lining up, Bacon? Maybe you could explain it because it looks like they're diverging from each other, and then how are you coming to a point though?
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you in a 3D model. I'll show you the 3D model.
Is it because it's just so far away? Is that what it is?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that what you're trying to get at? You're trying to say it's so far away you can see it.
Look at the live stream.
They're essentially parallel to each other.
If you look from the side, you see they're parallel.
Hold on, I'm going to your live stream. Hold on.
It's like a railroad track.
Okay, here we go.
How you look at it.
Okay. So again, it's the straw.
That's the star.
It's the straw in the glass thing here now. I mean, see, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense, but again,
what do you mean? The star is right there in deep space in that direction. Those two lines converge at where the star is. That's exactly above Tasmania, and it's observable from the bottom of South America.
And how about from the bottom of Africa? How do they see it?
The bottom of Africa, those two constellations would not be visible. At the same time.
This star would.
The star that I the star that I referenced would not be able to see it because
why not?
Because it would be during the day. If you let me fucking finish instead of barking.
So at nighttime?
Well, just wait 6 months.
At nighttime.
Those three continents do not have during the course when I was looking at these stars the same daytime or the nighttime cycle as all three of each other. They would two of them would be at nighttime. The third one, no.
Okay, but when it comes to nighttime, because you believe your Earth is spinning, is it not going to see that same star?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Eventually.
That's what I asked you. Then what's the angle for that?
Okay, I'll have to look at what
you can't do it.
Oh my god! I would say I have to go back in there
because it's daytime. Because it's daytime.
Why are we not focusing on the two continents presented? Can you address those first?
Just because it's daytime doesn't mean that star wouldn't be there. It still should be there. It's just you just can't see it because the sun's brighter.
So you just wouldn't be able to confirm it in your paradigm, right?
Yeah. Well, why can't you use a telescope? Oh, no, that doesn't help.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Of course not, because of the piece of shit bullshit.
The Hubble telescope isn't pointing at the sun.
Oh, look at stars. Who said to the sun? It's to the star, bro. We're talking about celestial stars trillions of miles away, right? How far is that star, by the way?
It needs to point away from
Bacon.
the star.
Bacon, how far is that star?
Constellation Vela?
All I know is the stars are at least 280 million miles away.
Punta Arenas, right? That is the exact coordinates I provided.
How far is it? How far is the star? How far is the star?
I said at least 280 million miles away from Earth. All the stars are at least 280 million miles away from Earth because there's no measurable parallax.
Hold on.
Well, I said at least.
Are they a light year away?
They could be. They are at least 280 million miles away. That's
How
all I can
far
tell.
is this one star that we're talking about?
We're talking
The
about
one that's in the water.
No.
Yeah,
It says in the solar, 84.7 light years.
Oh, so let's say 84.7 times 5.8, roughly around 400 trillion miles away, roughly? Is that what we're going to do? Or is that more than that?
How's it relevant?
Okay.
I mean, anything above 200 million. Just a second. Any distance greater than 280 million miles away, the math is going to be the same. The results are all going to be the same. Doesn't matter how far you pick.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can fucking say it's 1 trillion. You can say it's 100 trillion. Doesn't matter. It's all fucking bullshit.
Just try it out.
So here's the funny part of it.
Just try it yourself.
Here's the funny
thing.
The
same.
Here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing. You guys think that you're looking at a light that's 400 trillion, not 1 trillion, which is fucking absurd already. 400 trillion miles away. And you're just chalking it up like, yep, that's what it is. You wipe your hands and you move on with your day. Total bullshit, bro.
Okay,
just complete
can you
bullshit.
address the continent placement, please? I know how you love to avoid it.
No, I already told you that there's things in the
glass
sky.
and water, right?
Yes. Yeah. So then, what don't you get then? So then,
because then you would have to concede that celestial navigation doesn't exist or doesn't work, I should say.
Wait, hold on.
Because the key tenant
hey, Bacon.
of celestial navigation says that as you point away, that your azimuth points towards the ground position. But if you're going to say that the warpy bendy light in the glass of water actually has your azimuth point away from the ground position,
that's probably why they're off all the time.
That goes off. No, they're not very off at all.
Hey, Bacon. Let me ask you a question, and be honest about it. When it comes to celestial navigation, do they find it more difficult sometimes because there's these weird anomalies in the south compared to the north? Yes or no?
Weird anomalies in the south. I don't know about any weird anomalies.
Where things, when they use celestial navigation in the south, that it's not the same as the north. Would you agree to that? Yes or no? Or is it identical?
No, it's identical. The math is identical.
It's 100% identical. The stars and everything are just
mirrored.
Makes perfect sense.
Of course, not the same stars. The relationships are exactly the same.
Not the same stars, but the way that they're viewing them. So you're telling me that like a mariner who takes the boats to the south, that you're going to say that they wouldn't acknowledge or should I say share stories that when they are in the south, that it's a little bit more difficult to do the celestial navigation because there's some things where when they do the calculations don't always add up the same way when they're in the north for whatever reasons, whether it's the distance or the way they travel because the currents are there in the south and they're not in the north, or I don't know, whatever there is. But there have been tales and stories that they say
stories.
Yeah, meaning from the horse's mouth, meaning from the mariner, not the fucking dumb shit that comes to Discord and he likes to fucking bring up dumb shit like you do.
So
I'm saying from actual mariners.
You're gonna take his word, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you take whoever's word you need to make yourself feel better. But I'm saying that there are mariners. There are mariners that have claimed and said when they're in the north, it's different than when they're in the south. And when they do the measurements, they have found like anomalies, if you will, or like where things are off. But I get why Bacon says no, they're perfect because technically you would think they would have to be, because if it's a sphere, it's a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
But
so what happens when we interview mariners that say that everything's fine?
Well, they're probably using equipment that's already just adjusting it for them, and they don't have to worry about it because they don't.
Or could it be
like airplanes do with Coriolis?
Or could it be that the mariners that you're referencing are just incompetent?
Oh, okay. So now you want to say, because these people over here, just like when you fucking dumb shit say that surveyors account for curvature of the earth, just because you have a dumb fuck surveyor that says, oh yeah, we always account for curvature of the earth. We have to because it's curved. Yet you'll find plenty of surveyors. No, it's the same fucking thing. What do you mean irrelevant? You'll find guys that are like, no, we never have to account for it, and that's total bullshit.
So okay, so like whenever we're talking to a celestial navigator and they say, "Oh yeah, it's perfectly the same," we just use different constellations, different stars,
and then you could ask them, did you do it by hand?
versus a few that are like, "Oh yeah, that's even worse." Like, "Oh yeah, let me do it by hand," where there's like much more wobbly and like room for error, and he wonders why his shit gets messed up. Like, come on, you're clowning yourself.
Nah, bro, you're clowning yourself because
and
this,
also remember,
Bacon,
and
how
also
far are they off?
remember, we might
hold on,
be
wait. If it's perfect, hey, check this out, Bacon. If it's perfect, why are they off then?
Who said anything's perfect?
Okay, you said it's perfect in the left,
Yeah,
in
so
the
we
south,
can take
in the south to the north. They're perfect. You guys said that.
I said
and then,
I didn't
and
say
then numbnuts over here
that's
agreed with
not
you.
what I said.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
What would you say then?
I said they're perfectly symmetrical. So they're what you do.
Oh, you didn't
one,
say
you do
that,
exactly.
but now you're changing that. But go ahead.
No, he said they were.
No, I said they were mirrored. I said they're symmetrical. So they were mirrored. So
Well,
I
he
wasn't
only
saying
hears what he wants to hear.
You said mirrored,
Yeah,
but you didn't.
I was.
Okay. You're right.
Yeah,
you did say
I'm
it's
saying
mirrored.
what you do on. I'm saying what you do on the south is an exact copy of what you do in the north. It's just a mirrored version of it. That doesn't mean there's no error.
Okay. So is there error in celestial navigation? Yes, right? Why do you think
there's
so?
errors in your measurements?
Why do you think so?
Because you're taking measurements and your measurements have errors too.
Okay, so
there are variables you can't account for.
But is it math though? Like for instance, let me give you an instance. Okay, let me say. Let's say I place myself 10 feet away from a car, okay? And then I put another car that's 20 feet away from that, okay? If I was to measure it and I didn't come up with 30 feet away from that second car, why would there be an error? I mean, it's math. It's just very, very simple, right? It's cut and dry, right?
Because here's the thing. Hold on.
Math doesn't say you're.
Yeah. So here's the thing. There's always going to be errors.
Why?
Hey, okay, can you shut the fuck up for like 3 seconds?
Why? You're not answering the question.
I'm trying to answer. You're barking over me.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Because of the lack of exact precision of the tool, even with expensive sextants, you're not going to get down to the absolute very second that some of these observations are made out, because there's only so much precision that can be made with human hands.
No, we're using instruments, remember? Even instruments are off.
Yeah.
Why?
Your instrument's like your sextant.
Why is that?
You like your sextant. The instrument you're using. That? Right? Because the human hand.
But it's math though. No. You don't have to use your hand. You don't have to use your hand. You have to use the math. Okay, look at a formula.
Yeah, the formula will work if the correct numbers are put into it.
Okay, so Bacon.
Oh my God.
You get numbers. So you get numbers, right, from your celestial objects, yes or no?
Obviously.
Okay, so when you start plotting it out and doing the math, why is it always off? See, it's like you guys. It's like you guys don't want to say it. I'm trying to get
answer
you there.
to your question.
No, I'm trying to answer your question, but you keep going to Bacon.
No.
For some odd reason.
No, you're not answering it though.
Is the math will work out if you put in the right numbers, right? But if your measurements are ever so slightly off, because let's say you didn't get down to the very millisecond, right? You didn't get down. You didn't get down to the second of a degree. I'm literally getting there, dipshit. If you just shut up.
No, you don't want to say it.
I'm getting there. So again, it could be the person. He didn't measure it right with his eye. He didn't bring down the sun exactly where he needed to, or the star exactly to the very fucking particle where he needed to.
Can a computer do it?
A computer? Possibly.
Yeah. Because if we took out the human element, right, and we actually just had AI or computer do it, it's still just math. Why can't they get it right using a computer?
Because there are always errors in measurement tools.
You're still not saying it. It's like you're right there, but you don't want to say it. Here, let me say it for the crowd. Hold on. For the listening, for those who are listening, let me just get to the fucking meat and potatoes here. Here's what he wants to avoid because he has to, because he knows where it's going. The reason why they're off is because that beautiful word that they love to use when it's convenient and throw under the bus when it's not. It's because the way light is hitting our eyes from as it's bouncing off of things away from us, which we probably want to call refraction maybe. And because things are not in their actual position that we think they're in, so then when we do a calculation to something, that's why I said straw in the water. But you don't fucking you don't get it. You're an idiot.
No,
so
I'm trying to
when
get
you
there.
have things, when you have no, I know, but you're dancing around it because you don't like to fucking hit the shit head on like we do. We're trying to bring you to realize. We're trying
And
to
I'm
bring
trying
you
to
to
get
realize.
you again back to
We're
realize.
trying to bring you to realize that the reason why they will never be truly accurate, and they're always off, whether it be 1 mile or 20 miles or 50 miles. The reason
So
why
less
they're
than a degree off?
is because you're looking at something that may not be in that position. Then that gets back to, well, then why are they in a different position? Okay, so for instance, what if they are behind water, which is what the scriptures say, but you guys
Wrap it
fucking
up.
hate the scriptures.
You're holding the microphone forever.
Exactly. Look at the demons. Go ahead, demons. Get mad that we're talking about something that has to be about God's creation.
I'm not mad. You're just taking forever.
You're saying wrap it up. You're saying wrap it up. You're saying speed it up because it irks you. Because it irks you, bro. God's creation irks you guys. You guys think you're smart.
I can invoke a spaghetti monster.
You guys think you're smart and you think you figured it out, but you guys can't even fucking get to the point where you're supposed to be getting mathematically. You're idiots, bro. Idiots.
So the thing is,
we get closer than any of you can.
Well, no. So the thing is, Beacon,
using the same system that was created by a planar Earth. So congrats.
So hold on.
You're welcome, by the way.
Can you use the system for a planar Earth to like map out where the continents should be? Because I found you 2 of them, and you conceded that this must be where Australia is in relation to South America.
Yeah.
So can you put the rest of the 5 up there for me, please?
So first of all.
So can you please put the rest of the 5 up there for me, please?
Okay. So first of all,
can you please put the rest of the 5 up there for me? Yes or no?
First of all, I haven't.
Can you put the rest of the 5 up there for me?
You need to get muted so I can finish. I mean, that'll be easier, probably. I don't know, but the problem is that the problem is that I can't even verify your own thing because I haven't done that. So I can't just take your word for it. You're saying that, Bacon's saying that, everyone can say that, but have you verified it? Did you go down to South America and make sure that was the position of that star? You piece of shit.
I don't have to.
I didn't think so. Yeah, of course. You just believe it. I get it.
Because I take a look at because hold on, because I use that magical thing because I assume that celestial navigation works. And the beautiful thing about assuming that celestial navigation works, which I gave you an out. I said you can either
how far
on the
are
shade because I gave you the assumption, or I
far
gave
are
you the choice. Hey, anyways, I'm gonna do this real quick. I gave you the choice.
Don't mute people, or else you're gonna get muted. As you did. You can't mute people. Hey, I get it. You gave me the choice, blah, blah, blah. But Bacon, let me ask you something. When you, would you say that that there's an error, though, when they look at that star and use it for positioning? How great is the error?
It depends on the tool you're using.
Okay. So, but there is an error, right?
Every measurement has an error.
Okay. Once again, because it's not in an... Okay. Bacon, if it was truly
unmute the guy, Amy.
Hey,
yeah, if it was unmuted, he unmutes. It's a 2-way street, not a 1-way street.
Look, Bacon. If you had a GP, okay, of an object in the sky, and you formulated its position, why would it be off, Bacon? If it's all math, bro. Like, how does 2 + 2 become 7?
It's not all math. Part of it is measurement. Measurements have error that adds to the math.
Okay, so when I'm out on the job site, right, and then I come back and I tell my boss, "Hey, so I measured it, but you said it's supposed to be 10 feet, but I mean every measurement has, we're off. I got 13 feet. You know I'd get fired, right? You know that, right?
Sure. There are different levels of acceptable error. Like if you're doing such navigation and you're 100 miles off, that's unacceptable. But if you're 1 mile off, that's actually one of the best results you can get.
But see what I'm saying though? Like if you're off, then that means that wasn't the GP. That means that's not the position it was in the sky. Yes, it has to be because it's math. You can't be wrong with math, Bacon. It's you can't
be wrong with math. You can be wrong with the measurements.
Okay. So listen, though. Listen, you're not hearing it, Bacon. If you're a mile off, okay?
I am hearing. You're just wrong.
Okay. If you're a mile off, okay, that means you put that GP was a mile off
That's
from
not what it
where
means.
you're. Okay, well, actually, you're right. It would be way off because that would decrease as it gets lower and lower. But the point though, Bacon, is that if you have something in the sky, okay, and it has an apparent position, and you're like, okay, boom, I'm gonna mark the angle to it, and then you do your math, and then you get there, and you're like, oh shit, I was fucking 3 miles off. That's pretty good. That's decent. Okay, but that means that if you actually place the GP in a position to where you pinpointed it, like, oh shit, this is actual GP. That just goes to show, Bacon, clearly they gotta be in something. I know it's not Speculation Sunday, but you would have to speculate that it's not in its true position, because if I was looking at a beam 50 yards from me, okay, and then I go back and I tell my boss, yeah, I took the measurements. That beam, here it is. It's at this position. And then we go measure it, and then it's oh shit, it was actually 60. Oh shit, what
I
happened?
think I'm missing the point.
I think you're missing the point too, and I think those who get it, and people that don't, they won't. So it is what it is, bro. Hey, Alpha, you ready to go to X?
Okay, can you guys listen mute the dude, because he won't be talking to you anymore since you're gonna leave.
Yeah, what, Bacon? Yeah, no.
Yeah, I said if you.
Yeah, we're gonna mute
Sorry.
some people, but we're gonna be going to X. So if anybody wants to join us, I'm gonna drop a link in just like 2 seconds. I just gotta pick a title real quick, and then I'm gonna drop a link for everybody to go. If you want to go
Sounds
head out
good.
over there.
And just for those that were listening, in case you missed it, look, the things that are in the sky, the reason why they're saying the measurements are off by a mile, 5 miles, 50 miles sometimes, right, Bacon? 30 miles, 20 miles. That's because we're looking at these things, and you know what? I know
That's not the source of the error.
maybe go read Genesis. I don't know. Maybe go check it out.
That's not the source of the error.
Maybe go read Genesis. You'll learn what the stars are in, and then I implore you to go put a straw in water, and then sit on the other side of the table, and then the other side of the table, and then even another side, and then all 4 sides, and look at it and realize how the way your perspective's looking at this, it's off. And then that's probably why they are off, because they're calculating it to a apparent position that they're saying that's the GP of it, but technically it wouldn't be. And they figure that out when they get to the GP and realize, oh shit, we were off. Just want to leave it at that. Anyone with the brain, you'll fucking understand it. People that don't or brainwashed, well, you won't. Thanks a lot.
When you say they were off,
I think he's about to leave.
How much they
Jesse.
were off?
They're going
Yeah, he's about to leave. Like,
you can, if you have an X account, you can continue there.
oh, I can't.
Yeah,
But
X
yeah,
spaces.
you know it.
For anybody that cares about logic, like how
okay,
much off matters, right? Like when you just say you're off, it's kind of vague. Okay, he's not like thousands of miles off. He's accurate. There's a margin of error for every measurement. It's accurate.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah,
That was
here's
exactly the
the
point.
link. For those who can join, the link will be in the text channel.
Doesn't matter.
For those of you who are not Brazilians, there will be a text link on the text channel on the side chat. Anyway, now that Apocrypha won't be here
What happens
debating
if
us
you
anymore,
click it?
can-
Was it that says like this is blocked or something, or what does it say?
let me see. Well, so far it's just loading forever. Yeah, I think it just loads forever.
Are there people staying here and not going to X?
I can go to X. Yeah, can we get the other guy muted? Like before you guys leave.
On mine, it says something went wrong.
Yeah, that's
Hello?
what mine says.
Maybe he hasn't started it yet or opened it public.
In the interim, if I may, just come in quickly. But that last thing with celestial navigation and measurement taking and all that, Bacon, I give it to you. You do have a point when it comes to measurement and error margins. Okay, you do on that. But APOC in his last point, when it comes to all the rest, he's also got a point. Because there is something to say what you're addressing about measurement error, right? If you're taking an angle, right, to a star, and you read whatever, 20, let's say you read 70 degrees, right? I mean, you know this, and I think maybe the audience knows it too, but let's just summarize, right? Because there's a lot of heat there. If you take a measurement of an angle of, let's say, 70 degrees, okay, and it brings you about, let's say, 50 miles off, 20 miles off, whatever, that could mean that, in fact, when you took the measurement, that the angle was to actually be spot on down to the, I don't know, 20 feet to the city or the position or whatever. It might mean that your angle was actually 69.995. But your measurement tool was not precise enough because you have tickers, right, on the thing, like as you demonstrated earlier, where you actually have a physical piece of hardware with little lines on them that are a millimeter, 2 millimeters, whatever they are. And you couldn't go down to the degree of precision that would actually lead you to 20 feet away from where you took it.
Yeah,
right? This is
to get
error.
to get a fix within 20 feet, you'll need sub arc second echoes. You don't have that with the Sexton. That's just insane.
Exactly. And that might translate to fractions of a millimeter or fractions, tenths or even 16ths or 30 seconds of an inch of precision, right? So on these devices, they don't actually provide that. That is more often than not, in my understanding, what these things can translate to off of distances that far, right? So I do think you're correct on that. Okay. Now I don't know how much that translates into you being right about everything else. I didn't hear everything. I actually fell asleep. But when I woke up, this is what I heard you guys talking about. So I do hear your point on that, but I don't know what the rest of the point was, so I can't speak to that. But I do want to commend you on that.
Right. If you're 10 miles off, for example, that's definitely instrument error. Like that's your poor reading of the elevation angles. If you have accurate elevation angles, you can boil down to less than like 100 or 200 meters. That's kind of the maximum you can reach, regardless on what tools you're using. Using celestial navigation, it has kind of that limitation. Sometimes you get better than that, but that's more like out of luck because you have noise in your results, and eventually noise is going to move it to the right location. But like the largest, there are two main factors that throw you off in celestial navigation. One of them is atmospheric refraction. So when you're doing celestial navigation, you can account for the effect of the atmosphere. However, that's a bit limited. You can only either use standard corrections for atmospheric refraction, which assumes 10 degrees Celsius and 1,010 millibars of pressure. Or you can try to get a pressure and temperature reading to improve your estimate, but that's still just a reading where you are. You don't have the whole profile of the atmosphere, so you still have variables missing. So that's the largest source of error. That's atmospheric refraction. The second one is the vertical deflection. So whenever you are on the surface of the Earth, there's oscillations in plumb lines due to the uneven distribution of mass on Earth, and that's the second source of error that's going to give you a discrepancy between, for example, celestial navigation and GPS. That's going to be a couple 100 meters, maybe less.
Oh, can I bring up something, Bacon? So when you look at errors, if it's random, right? If it's, you said noise, right? And it's not systematic, right? So what'll happen is you have a standard error of measurement, which is the standard distribution of all measurements. And what that does, it centers around a central point, right? So repeated measurements will tend to converge on the correct value, right? So saying that any individual measurement is an indication that celestial navigation is inaccurate is only part of the picture, right? So it's the repeated measurements that make them reliable, right? So all in there.
Right. Well, now you got me thinking. Because I have more than 50 observations from the same location using theodolites. And I usually use a subset of those, and I get within 1 or 200 meters, sometimes 3. Maybe if I try like randomly picking some of those sets and then averaging all the results, I might reduce it to less than that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, if your measurement is strictly human error, right? In other words, you measure a little high, a little low each time, it'll converge on the right factor, and then you can statistically figure out what it should be. You could curve fit it even if you wanted to.
Right.
Now, that doesn't mean that if you took all the measurements in a particular place with gravity, having an issue, that's a systemic error, right? But globally, the use of celestial navigation being accurate, that's what I mean.
Right.
Sorry, I said systemic, I mean systematic. Sorry.
Yeah, well, it's hard to know exactly what the error is when it comes to CellNav, because there's a lot of variables involved.
Right, but any error that's caused like noise, right? Whether it's apocryphons measuring on the job site, you'll never, if you want to measure a foot, you'll never actually measure exactly a foot, right? Even if you use the standards of weights and measurement of a foot, you'll never get to exactly a foot. So it's just the reality of the fact that we have to use physical things to measure other physical.
They have one thing in the world that's considered to be as close as approximatable to a perfect sphere. The current science that we possess, it's made of like tungsten or something. It's kept in like one of the highest security situations on Earth, in like Indiana Jones under a glass box kind of thing. And it's really just an interesting oddity of science for us to assert that his as close to a perfect sphere as can be made physical.
I think you're referring to that silicon sphere, right?
Maybe, or maybe it's a thing that's deriving a standard unit of measurement of weight. It's one of those things that I'm referencing.
Yeah. That's here. There's a Veritasium video on it.
But see, here's what I think would be funny if I had the superpower to like stop time or whatever. I'd just keep messing with that standard measurement. Like every day it's just off by a couple of grams and people are scratching their heads going, what happened to our perfect weight?
Well, actually, that's one of the reasons that they changed the measurement of a second, believe it or not.
It's a bit frustrating to hear Apocryphon complaining about the errors we get in celestial navigation, because given the extent of the Earth, how big the Earth is, even if we don't even know what the shape it has, it's still ginormous Earth. And we're getting within 1 or 2 miles. That's a very impressive achievement, mainly for something that is like 200 years old.
I just don't think there's any way that azimuthal argument denotes a sphere over a flat plane. Like, you just move the positions around and there you go, because we have to rely on these maps and assert that they're not bogus.
Well, but continents are not changing their position relative to each other, right?
No, but I mean, that's not what I was saying.
No, I know. But if they are not changing the position relative to each other, so we can establish the direction that they are using these observations, but you start getting contradictions if you assume a flat Earth.
Maybe, but I'm not starting the conversation again. I just didn't see how it was like a qualifier for the, overall
Yo,
nature.
percentage, you there? Let me throw an argument at you, if you want. Are you up for it?
Yeah, go quick though.
Oh, no, never mind. That was gonna take some time.
Maybe when you get back.
All right. Yo, Mark G, are you into math?
I try to be. Not as good as you though.
Oh, who says I'm good at math?
Yeah. I don't know.
Didn't you say
Well-
you have a degree, like a master's degree, in like?
Me? No.
No, Mark.
I just have a bachelor's
No.
in computer science.
I do have an advanced degree. It's not in math. But no, I'm just a hack with math.
Right. Remember that formula we used earlier?
I know statistics a little bit better than general math. But okay, what
Oh.
formula? Oh, you're
The one we
deriving
used
the
earlier.
radians. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you familiar with trigonometry and linear algebra?
I was a long time ago,
Uh,
back in college, but that was unfortunately a number of years ago.
all right. Because that formula, I know how to derive that, and it's
Yeah.
a very, very, very nice derivation. I derived it by accident.
Okay, I was looking at it. It looked like a version of things I'd seen before, but I hadn't seen it like that.
Right. So when I was first doing CellNav, I was using a formula that I developed to basically do the same thing that one was doing, but it was more complicated because I was working from first principles, and I just did a big mess. So for example, I have two pairs of lat long. I would first turn that into XYZ coordinates. Then I'll get a Pythagorean distance between those two. I'll apply Pythagorean theorem to those two.
Yeah.
Like a straight line distance. That would be a chord line. So I would the chord line would form a triangle with the center of the earth. I would cut that triangle in two. So I have two right angle triangles. Then I would solve for the angle inside of the right angle triangle. Then I would double the angle because it was cut in half. And then I'll get the distance over the surface. So that was how the first formula I used to apply worked. And it was a very
Okay.
long formula. And then I noticed I could use linear algebra. So when you have two vectors and you take a dot product between them, you can turn that into an angle, because if those two vectors are unit vectors, if they have length 1, then the dot product between them is going to be exactly the cosine of the angle between them. And when I noticed that, I said, okay, I will use that instead. But when you do that instead, you notice that like when you take the dot product, one of the values is 0, so they cancel out. So you're just left with an x and a z. You don't have a y. And then that formula that you get with the x and z is exactly the one we used earlier. So that's how you derive it. You simply find two vectors for the 2 points. You take the dot product, two terms disappear, and that's the formula. You take the arc cosine of that, and that's the angle. The one for azimuth is a little more tricky, but I eventually managed to derive that one too.
That's interesting. I'm gonna give that some thought. How that works. That's cool.
So if you make a pyramidal shape from the star to the Earth, is the only difference here the base of the pyramid? Well, the other tangents don't change, right?
The difference between what you mean?
I'll say it again. If you drew like a pyramid or a cone, right, from the start to 2 points of the Earth to denote the like extremity of your pyramid of any shape base you want, but on the sphere Earth, the base of that pyramid defaults to being a one arc face of a sphere. Yeah.
You mean like a cone?
Yeah, like a cone with a ball sitting in the top.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've
Well, on a flat Earth, the lines of incidence from the star to the ground, they don't change. It's just the base changes. Goes from being concave or convex, depending on how you look at it, to flat, right?
Right.
So that's why I'm confused about how azimuth can like accurately depict anything.
Well, if you have 3 points over a sphere and you have 3 points over a plane, and you take the azimuths between all 3 of them, you can actually add up those 3 azimuths. And on a plane, all verticals would be parallel to each other. So all the azimuths would actually add up to 180 degrees. On a sphere, if you would add up those 3 azimuths, because the verticals are not parallel, they would be converging in the center of the Earth, that would actually add up to the angle, so they would not give you 180, they would give you more. And the larger the area of that triangle, the larger the excess of 180 degrees you would get. So you can actually take azimuths between, like for example, you can pick 3 points on Earth where stars go overhead, and you can pick the azimuths from those points to the other 2 stars. And you can do that for the 3 points and add that up, and it gives you a lot more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you how you're playing that out. I just feel like there's a step in the middle that's inconsistent with the conclusion. But you'd have to give me some time to think about it. My brain doesn't work very quickly when it comes to geometry and math.
Sure, yeah, those things are hard to visualize. You gotta work on your own time.
No, I think.
I mean, it's like creating 2 equative points, right? The actual ground position and then the positions on the plane where you're measuring like the same incidence at a different point, right?
Just imagine.
I'm sure I understood that.
Or is it like a measurement you're taking off true vertical as compared to the incidence which forms the relative angle you're seeing the star? I mean, it's hard to even get a sentence like that out, so yeah, maybe I'm just going to think about it for a while instead.
Can I try just a quick description, Bacon? So imagine you're sitting at the ground point. The star would be directly overhead, right? And the assumption is that is your point of observation. There would be an azimuth directly overhead, right? And those 2 lines, your azimuth of your ground point and your azimuth at the point of observation, those lines on a flat Earth would be parallel, right?
Yeah.
On a globe Earth, those points are obtuse, right? They diverge from each other, right? And that would mean that any triangle you formed would have to be a non-Euclidean triangle, would be a spherical triangle, right? So
yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah, so it's a triangle whose angles add up to more than 180 degrees. Now, somebody said the base of the triangle is the source of the contention, and that's one way of looking at it. Like so
Right.
You've got a straight line to the azimuth. Straight line to the star that you're observing. Straight line from the star down to the ground point. But you're right. There's a curve between the ground point and the observer, which would be the source of that spherical part of the triangle, which would make the angles add up to more than 180 degrees.
Well, I would say the adding up the excess of 180 degrees is strictly from the diverging verticals.
You're right. Technically, you're right. I was just trying to make it more intuitive.
Okay.
But maybe not. Maybe
Yeah.
I just confused it.
No, no, no. I think that the way you explain is usually how it's explained because it's easier to understand. However, that gets into more trouble, so I try to avoid that and go with the more the least assumptions. You know.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Wishing it was Sunday. It's tomorrow away. So, do you know how many volcanoes erupt every day?
How volcanoes work?
No, how many eruptions there are on any given day?
I have no idea.
It's around 6.
Oh, that sounds like a lot.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would never guessed it.
So, how many? Like, what would we say if we compared that, right, with the incidence of meteors?
Oh,
Would we say
meteors are
that'd be like
probably very common.
6 meteors a day hitting the Earth?
There's probably much more, many more. I mean.
More, you say? Okay, well, I
think
mean,
so.
I don't know if you can see the thread I'm trying to connect here, but rock goes up, rock comes down on a parabolic arc. It's a lot of energy that it'd take to do that, but we know eruptions send particulate into apparent orbit. What do you think about that, anyway?
I think meteors could be coming from volcano ejections or eruptions.
Yeah.
Never considered that.
Do you think that we'd notice if it was true?
Probably, yeah. Like it's
I
not,
mean,
it's not my area, but I guess
It
it's some
supports,
people's area.
like, it could support Hyperborea, you know what I mean? Like, if we draw arcs from the trajectory of any of these meteors, we'd have a very large parabola that would end somewhere out in Hyperborea. Well, I'm not saying that has to be possible. The arc could be more relative, but I think, you could determine things that way.
Right. I think meteors are too fast. I'm not sure that could be coming from. Well, I see a lot of. Oh, if that was the case, I think you'd have way more meteors or shooting stars where near volcanoes and less where you're far from volcanoes. I guess.
Sure. It might be the inverse is true.
But we have meteor showers that are on a predictable schedule. I don't think we have volcanic eruptions that are on a predictable schedule.
Right, but I'm not talking about meteor. I'm talking about meteor impacts, not like comets. I don't know if they're analogous to meteor showers, but I think you're talking about comets.
Usually the meteor showers are small, or, dust, medium-sized, or small, medium-sized stuff, right? Yeah.
Right. Well, I
Meteor-sized,
mean,
you mean.
maybe there is a cycle. Maybe that's just a different type of ejection. Like we know that volcanic ejections fall into all these
meteors-
different distinct categories.
Meteor
They generally
showers
deal with
are-
the amount of pressure that releases. I'm sorry, dude. I'm not cutting you off, am I?
I cut you off, actually. Forgive me.
Sorry, I'm going on both of them.
So meteor showers, comets, those are different phenomena. The meteor showers are they work in cycles and are in connection with the moon cycles, with the full moon. There is the what we call the sporadic meteors that come from the six radiants, the helion, which is that circle that is around the sun. That's the helion radiance. That's one of the sources of some of the daily meteor showers. And then there is the anti-helion, which is the opposite side of the sky where the sun is at. So the other side of the sky, that's one of the sources, the radiant sources of the meteor showers. There is the north toroidal, which is the area of the sky where the celestial north is. There's a circle, or it's not a point. It's called a radiant that is almost like a circle from where all meteors come from that area of the sky. And that's the north toroidal. Then there is the south toroidal, which is what people call celestial south. There is a circle source or a radiant from where all meteors come from on that point. And then there is the north apex and the south apex, which are the north apex of the celestial equator and the south apex of the celestial equator, which those are two radiants from where meteor showers are sourced from. And these events are in a timely manner, just like the sunrise, the sunset, the moon cycles, the planet cycles. These radiant sources of the meteor showers are happening in a timely manner, like clockwork, just like the sun, the moon, and the movement of the stars. The meteor showers are cycles within cycles, like gears within gears, just like the movement of, like I said, the sun and the moon and the other luminaries. So just like you can predict or post-dict that the sun is gonna rise from the east at 5:56 in the morning, the daily showers, the nightly showers, and the meteor showers that come from the other radiants are also post-dicted like clockwork.
What if you don't shower?
That will be a different phenomena that will happen if you don't shower. You might develop some body odors, and it might be related to, I don't know, whatever cycles of your body. But ultimately, your body is also related to the cycles of the luminaries somehow. But
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like everything you just said would apply equally on either model. Is that right?
not really, because the heliocentric model, like the sun, the Earth is going around the sun, and all the planets going around the sun. That will be the globe model, right? Heliocentric. The Earth moving across it, but then the solar system is the sun is part of a system that is not just the sun. The sun, the moon, the radiance, because the sun and the moon move in cycles within the radiance that I'm telling you, the helium.
Can you answer my question much more simply? Because I had a follow up.
So no, there is no this. when you're talking about the radiance and the movement of the luminaries, you can remove the Earth. You can remove the Earth, and that wouldn't be the globe model.
Okay.
Because you're
That's fair enough. So what I'm saying, right, is because you talked a long time about the meteor shower phenomena. I'm saying the qualifier would be the meteor impact, and that could be trackable through volcanic eruptions that we're either are aware of or not aware of.
the meteor impact. So, like I was trying. Oh yeah, that was the renal thing that you mentioned. Because remember, there is multiple phenomena that happen in the sky or from the sky. So when you
So I'm not equating all of them together. I'm saying one of them is used to subjectively tie all of them together by saying, well, look, one of these rocks hits the ground, yeah? So it clearly came from outer space. But if it came from a volcano, then it doesn't have to come from outer space, and all the other things are, phenomena in the sky.
That could be the case that volcanoes can throw rocks really high up and then they fall down. That could be a phenomena that happens, but also a phenomena that can happen is that iron oxide is falling from the sky from the layers above, and that doesn't mean outer space either. That means that there is material and there is phenomena that is happening in the layers above, and pieces of
So it's similar
rock.
to precipitation, right? It's just precipitating minerals instead of water.
Exactly, concentration of minerals, and there is
I
some.
actually quite like that idea. I think nobody has carried that out much that I've ever encountered. But if you had the mass of a huge volcanic eruption, then yeah, there's enough material up there to precipitate rockfall, sure.
Or there might be volcanoes up in the sky.
And it's like if someone said that, well, that couldn't happen because you could only get tiny pebbles of precipitation. No, it'd just mean like the way a cloud forms to a massive size before the actual particles join together to make raindrops, right? So you'd have that huge cloud of dust, and very quickly it hardens together. Once it's actually in the same space, then it goes through like a phase shift or something, you know, like vapor becoming water.
Yeah, just like you have, I think it's called cryometeors, that are pieces of ice, like huge pieces of ice that fall from the sky. It's just like, ice falling from the sky, or iron oxide falling from the sky, or whatever.
I mean, I liked my sort of postulate because it does account for the like irregular metals. I was going to use a different adjective, but you know the metals that are in meteorite impacts that aren't found anywhere else on Earth. Well, it's like we can't really study what's going on inside of volcanoes, and they're probably creating all kinds of weird compounds with pressure gradients and heat forces. So there you go, it's like capable of making alloys that we're not capable of making in a factory where we think we've explored the periodic table fully.
Well, the
same way that we find new species of crystals all the time, especially within the garnet family. That's a super family of crystals. You can just add and minus like compounds off of the garnet structure because it's like base 60. So it's just like we're probably never going to find all the species of garnets.
But the thing is, the source of this material, I think you and I might be having a different idea of it, because I think the actual rocks that are falling from the sky are coming from way higher layers than where the smoke of the volcano you think might be concentrating at. You know what I'm saying? Because the volcano
I mean, I'm not really relying. I'm not relying on connecting it to what you were saying. I'm saying that within the Earth, they can be reforged into metals that we aren't capable of doing because we can't exert that amount of pressure or those exact conditions. Same way that, like, we can't manufacture all of the crystals. We can grow some of them, but not all of them.
From that, yeah, I agree with that. That's happening on the volcano. No, yes, but from that to that going up into the sky, going above the cloud layers, and then going so high and causing this phenomena that someone is saying that a rock is falling from outer space or falling from the layers above or whatever. There is something there that is missing, because obviously, I don't know if you.
Yeah, it seems incomplete. I do admit that. It seems like we're missing a criteria to fully say that's what's going on.
I think that well, both phenomena you could be correct that concentration of gases and that stuff is somehow at some point causing a rock to fall from that
Well,
equation.
I mean, here's what I can assert about it, right? In the
actual the one that you're talking about is not the meteor phenomena or the meteor falling to the ground. Something else. So those are different phenomena, those different events.
Right. But if you think about how important meteors are to heliocentrism, then if you break it down into these components, then all the rest of the things become something else. So,
be correct, bro, because meteors are not heliocentric, because helio is one out of 6 sources. Helion is one of the sources of the meteors. So the helion is actually going around a center where all of the luminaries are revolving around. So so meteor showers being heliocentric, I will say it's actually incorrect.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure you understand the point I'm driving at here. So when they look at the impacts that they say change the nature of the Earth, right? Like the one that they say wiped away the dinosaurs. It is possible that a volcanic emission could send up a rock that big to create that kind of impact. But yeah, this would be in the geological record when the volcanoes were much more active, right? So we could account for these bigger impacts by having more volcanically active periods. But today, and in all of our observable, to my knowledge, sort of records, we have smaller sized ones, except for outliers like the one that nearly took out Chelyabinsk. But yeah, I mean, that's a really interesting one to look at. Like if we map the trajectory, because there's videos of it blowing up about 100 foot above Chelyabinsk. And it was quite large. It was the largest one in modern history, I think, that we're aware of. At least it's been on video. Most of them are the amount of size, like under you know, a meter or so. And those kinds of ejections could be going on all the time, you know? It's like it doesn't need to be an eruption that's noticeable on the Richter scale to have ejected something the size of a tennis ball. It's just a slight pressure pocket that bursts or something.
It could be like a pimple, you know, the pimple can just your pressure is
Yeah, right. So it's not going to be a tectonic force because it won't require the actual movements of a cohesive mass under the ground. It's just slight pressure divergence.
Pressure buildup and then boom.
Yeah, it's not equal in a volcano. It's diverging, and if a lot of stuff enters that volcano from the atmosphere, it'll change rapidly. You know, this is why they're really hard to track. I used to I've looked into volcanology since I was a little kid. It's always been one of my favorite fields. So I was very excited to be able to pass this idea out, and you know, it's rare that I get a chance to explore it with any new kind of medium. But you seem to know a lot more about the non-impact phenomena, which I find is like something I used to stay up until the moon is set. You'll see all that kind of phenomena a lot clearer because it's the least amount of light in the sky.
Yeah, there is how do you say the activity of what we call meteor events or sporadic meteors go up and down with the moon cycles. So there is more activity or less activity depending on the cycles of the moon.
Well, if you go to a beach which has bioluminescent plankton in the water, and you put your hand in the water and drag it along, you'll see it leave a trail. It's like an optical phenomena.
Yeah.
And that's really what shooting stars have looked like to me for a very long time. And I think there's something about the way that we notice them. Like we turn at exactly the right moment and look in the exact right place, and it's like the universe is going, oh, you dragged your finger through the bioluminescent ocean. For a second, you were actually moving it. You know, this is some like wave particle duality interaction based subjectivity.
I've been many times like yeah, I've been in occasions like people, we see the shooting star, other people don't see it. It might be optical, you know, their eyes or my eyes couldn't see them well.
Right.
Or yeah, I saw it. Did you see it? No. But one thing about the sky phenomena is that it moves. It's almost like all of the luminaries are revolving around a specific center of the sky. Like basically, very complicated clock. You're looking at the hands of the clock, the sun, the moon.
Yeah, it's got a center spindle called the North Star.
Actually, the North Star is at the top of the center, not the center.
But you look at those time lapses, and they go, they make a circle.
It's almost like it's a layer that is between. It's multiple. They look like multiple layers that are between we, the observer, the ground below us, the medium that we're in, and the mediums above, and whatever that veil that we're looking at, it's showing something, but we cannot see the actual mechanism that are causing the effects of the phenomena that we observe. Because there are mechanisms in place, but we observe the phenomena or the effects, not the cause.
I'm gonna look something up for a second and try and make an assertion. Media's path in relation to the ground. Okay. How the wiki starts. Good. Yes. So entered the atmosphere at a shallow 18.3 plus 0.4 degree angle, which you can see in the video on the wiki. I suppose I can just drop this. It's like a GIF in the wiki, which is pretty cool. So if it was like military, right? And you had to work out where the enemy was attacking from, like exactly, you just trace the trajectory back, right? So that's the end of the parabolic arc. And if the distance that it's crossing in that GIF is, let's say, 10, 20, probably about 20% of its total path, maybe? What do you think? $18-meter meteor. Could you map its parabolic origin point? Can anyone hear me?
Yep. Yeah, you're coming through loud and clear. I hear you.
No answers to these questions yet, I suppose.
While you guys were talking, I started looking up the Tunguska event, which I find fascinating. I'm trying to look at if there were actually eyewitnesses to an actual something in the sky
I don't
before
think
it.
there was, because it was like way out in Siberia.
Yep. Actually, they're saying there was eyewitnesses, and there's a statement
Oh
that
yeah.
I'm reading. But yeah,
I think there was witnesses at Oh wait, no, I'm conflating things. Sorry. So, I mean, if it's something that is being caused by a repeating trajectory, right? Can we find the most approximate location, see if it's volcanically active, see if it's within the current dimensions of the world map we have, or if we have to extend into subjective Hyperborea? Hey, bro. Oh, a second.
they're saying they saw the glow of Tunguska a few minutes after the blast in Greenwich, England, and they actually took a photograph of the sky glowing, which there's a picture in this website. The link I just posted has a picture. I'll post a picture too. That's a trip because it says an astronomer noticed that the sky lit up so bright they couldn't even see the moon. That's how bright, and you could read a newspaper in London from the glow.
Just talking to my neighbor a second ago. So, if anybody could help me determine the comet's trajectory from its impact point backwards along the ground, that'd be awesome. How could I do that?
Wait a minute, say that again?
So you see the GIF in the side chat showing the impact path?
Of the Chelyabinsk meteor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see
So
the motion.
from the, like, it didn't impact, right? But from the point it's closest to the ground, if we drew a line along the ground and its backwards trajectory, what cardinal direction would I be facing? I don't know how to determine that. It seems like that'd be sunrise at the that we're facing, so we're facing something like east.
Like somewhat northeast or something?
Northeast.
It's hard to tell.
Well, I mean, if it's north from Russia in any like cardinal leaning towards north, then it gives us pretty much the rest of the surface, like the largest pie chart section of a flat Earth map. Yeah, I mean, it would have a direct like end to the parabolic arc, which is I'm trying to determine, but I'm saying in my head that puts it well within the Ring of Fire.
Yeah, I don't know how you could tell. This was basically at sunrise. Is that pretty much?
Yeah, I think it is because it says 9:20.
Yeah, you see the glow over there. So that looks like it would be like kind of eastward. It's pretty hard to tell though, unless, maybe you could find something online that
I
would
think it's
tell
erring
you.
away from east, so we're oriented more towards either north or south. Camera.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe you could find online like what its actual trajectory was. There might be something. Let me
Yeah,
Google real
I
quick
just,
too.
yeah, like I'll do the work. I just don't know what work to do to determine it.
Here, I found something, a little statement about it, and let me post it. Text. It says it came from the sun, direction of the sun. So it was
So
no
east.
one saw it. Yeah, let's see.
Sorry.
Yeah, like no one could see it. It says, well, I put it in the text, but it says the most unsettling thing about Chelyabinsk is that nobody saw it coming. The asteroid wasn't detected until it was already hurtling
Yeah,
through Earth's atmo.
either that or they were still reading their Richter scales before they realized they were dealing with a meteor.
So part of what it's saying here, it's saying based on its entry direction, which they didn't say what it was, and speed, the Chelyabinsk meteor apparently originated in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. That's all they said. Let me see what the wiki says. 1 second. Let me mute while I do that.
Well, I mean, here's the funny thing. On the azimuthal map, Russia's pretty much in the middle. So it could have come from anywhere, even like an underwater volcano. I'm saying it could have come from anywhere volcanically active. It's enough land and water. But it would be interesting to track the trajectory, because it seems like at most it would emanate somewhere in the North Pacific or North Indian. I mean, possibly around Italy. Quite volcanically active there. South America is a good, well, maybe not the best candidate, actually. It's a bit far away, but possibly that makes it a better candidate. I don't know. I mean, if we use the speed in the equation to plot the trajectory, we should get a pretty reliable parabola.
Here's an image of the trajectory. 1 second. Right here. Posting it now.
Oh, thanks.
It's not really giving directions though, but I mean,
It appears that a map would be oriented north.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking, you know. Let me see. Yeah, I can't blow that picture up. Let me see if I can look at this bigger. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's much better. I wish I could copy it that large. Hold on. Copy message link.
So it's going east-north at about 4 degrees, which is pretty much what they say about its entry path in the wiki above that I shared. It gives you the gradient entry axis, and it sounds relative to the actual deviation from north. I mean, from true east. So I mean, out in Siberia, there's a lot of shit out there, you know, that nobody's really,
Yeah, really.
I'd say,
Who's out
tracking
there?
properly.
Yeah. Still not much out there. It's like barren land. Well, how would I know? I'm just guessing.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to have come from smack dab in the middle of Eurasia. So that puts it at like anywhere beyond like an essential data wall that we're dealing with, because it's Mongolia, China kind of territory, or Siberia. But how about do you remember seeing, like, this is going back a long time, but there was these unaccounted for giant holes appearing in Siberia, and people were saying there's like methane explosions going on.
Oh, like sinkholes or something appearing?
Yeah, something like that. But kind of weirder because they were like circular. Seem more like explosion holes.
I've heard of them in the U.S., but they don't. I don't think they're like.
Well, I think this kind of preceded the sinkhole phenomena accelerating rapidly around the world. It was this stuff in Siberia, and they were saying like this trapped methane is really dangerous to everything.
Yep. There's theories about the Bermuda Triangle that's methane causing ships to sink, but who knows? Like, I don't know if anybody's witnessed that happening.
Can you see how fast the meteor was recorded at?
Let me take a look in this article. 1 second.
You know what I can do, right, in my backyard is make a scale model of the shit that I'm saying.
Okay, I'm just in the Wikipedia about the Chelyabinsk, and it's saying this. It says early analysis of CCTV and dashcam video posted online indicate that the meteor approached from the southeast and exploded about 40 kilometers or 25 miles south of central Chelyabinsk, above Korkino, at a height of 23.3 kilometers or 76,000 feet, with fragments continuing in the direction of Lake Charbakul. On 1 March 2013, NASA published a detailed synopsis of the event, stating that at the peak brightness, the meteor was 76,000 feet high, located at 54.8 north, 61.1 east. It was traveling at, here it is, 18.6 kilometers per second. That would be 67,000 kilometers per hour, or 42,000 miles per hour. At almost 60 times the speed of sound. That's
Hold on.
Mach.
You had
That's Mach 60. Mach
67 and
60.
42.
Wow. What's that?
67 and 42,000 kilometers, was it? Sound like two figures.
Yeah, I gave both. So 67,000 kilometers per hour. That equals to 42,000 miles per hour. Yeah, and nearly 60 times the speed of sound, which would be Mach 60. Wow.
All right. Now, could we compare that to scales of mass trajectory from things like St. Helens eruption, maybe one of the big ones that we've recorded? But there was a big one recently, like Cinnabung. That was big enough to shift the ecosphere a bit.
So fastest measured ejecta of a volcano. Let's see what I come up with. 45 Mount St. Helens, Lahar. That's just the Lahar. 45 meters per second, but that's just water and mud moving, so that's not. I'm looking at Mount St. Helens. Let's see. Even on the famed Autobahn, most drivers don't go that fast. Let me see. Hold on. Wait a minute. There were chunks of volcano the size of buildings. 50 meters per second is 111 miles per hour. They're just talking about the flows, though, like the Lahar. So that's 50 meters per second. That's pretty darn fast. That's 111 miles an hour for the Lahar. Let's see.
I'm pretty sure, like, escape velocity is a common phenomenon with eruptions, right?
It says, well, it's talking about Mount St. Helens produced. Let me see. What else did Mount St. Helens produce that we can discuss in the terms of speed?
I mean, they generally equate them to like 200 atomic blasts or something. So I think we could be within like the ballparks that we're setting for the recordings of this thing in the videos. Chelyabinsk.
They're saying 90 meters per second was how fast the rock and ash and gases were expelled from the newly formed crater. 90 meters per second. And let me see. The plume of ash and debris rocketed straight up out of the crater after the pressure release caused a landslide. The landslide estimated to travel at 111 meters per second. Wow.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. The top speed of the eruption throwing rock upward in the atmosphere at speeds up to 111 meters per second is the top speed. Is the top speed of a helicopter. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I haven't looked into this in a long time. So how does that compare with what I said on the
Well, I'm not
Chelly?
sure the speeds that we're comparing with that you gave for Chelyabinsk. They might be like subjective readings of its like speed in space. They might not
Yeah,
be saying how fast it was once it was slowing down as it approached the pressure vectors to break it up above the
yeah, I'm
ground.
not sure. Not sure about that. There are probably different ways of measuring the speed the like this meteor speed versus the volcanic speed of the ejecta of a volcano.
I mean, look, we could do it with the video with the right like breakdown tool of just like high speed cameras and whatever. I mean, there's no exact scale, but we could probably find the exact position of the camera that's produced the GIF in the wiki.
It's talking about another eruption called the Strombolian eruption in December 1969. It says from the USGS archives, these flying bits of rock can go as fast as 100 meters per second. So you're not claiming, but you're saying possibly this was something blasted out of a volcano or something, maybe.
Sure. I'm just trying to see if we can account for the speed of the trajectory path
Yeah.
with the what we know about the kinetic release.
Yeah, it sounds like the Chelyabinsk is like much faster than anything they've measured coming out of a volcano.
Can you see the GIF that's repeating in the chat?
What? The one you posted?
Yeah, at 101.
At 101? Oh, let me look at that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 01. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So
I was watching that. Yeah.
based on that, is that quicker than anything we could produce? Is it quicker than a bullet train?
Well, they're saying it is 42,000 miles an hour.
But
And
how could we determine, like, based on this video, right? We can see the scale, the amount of sky that we can see, and the amount of like time it takes to cross that sky. Yeah.
yeah,
On
they're
the
saying
exact angle.
yeah, they're saying it was at like 76,000 feet altitude. So I don't know how you could verify that, but I don't know what you're talking about is above my pay grade. I don't know if I have the means.
Well, I know that like its max velocity would be before it started breaking up on entry, right?
Right, that's what they say, pretty much.
But if I'm asserting that its max velocity is from ejection point with the volcano, then it's going to lose velocity at something like the same rate, let's say. I mean, it also has to be quite an oblique trajectory if we're extending that parabola to its smallest possible point. I mean, really, I think whether or not we want to talk about black swans, knowing what exactly we're looking at there should tell us everything, right? It
Yeah,
either
I'm not.
came from space. It either came from space or it didn't, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I think there's definitely something happening in the sky. Who knows what though? I mean, like I've literally I don't know what like your location might show, but like I've literally seen like things that looked like a green sparkler in the sky. Like it didn't look anything like a shooting star. Like sometimes you see the shooting stars and they
Yeah,
definitely
but I'm literally talking about one event being Chelyabinsk, and like when that broke up, as you can see at that distance, in videos they're a lot closer. There's a sonic boom that went out across the entire city. Like that's the energy it exploded with. And there's cooler things like videos of UFOs like shooting lasers into it before it blows up. I don't know what you want to say about any of that, but what I'm saying is
yeah.
like talking about how we could account for other things in the sky. I think I've got like velocity and trajectory, you know, which should give me origin point, and I can't get there right now because I just don't have a protractor and a map and a calculator in front of me. But I mean, I do, but I'm just not doing the work. But yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
You would think if there was one big piece like that flying off of a volcano that there would be more than just one, though. You know.
Well, maybe. That's what I'm saying. Like, you have to account for the trajectory specifically. So why is it
Right.
shot out at that angle instead of like a parabola, which with a much higher, like highest point?
So it said it came in the direction of the southern Ural Mountains, if that gives you any indication. So it was coming from that direction, from the southern Urals.
Right. Well, I mean, it seems like using the video to determine its true speed along a flatter trajectory than coming on a straighter trajectory from space might be slightly more difficult. I'm going to think about this and try to plot it out mathematically.
Well, it's probably a good thing we don't have Tunguska events very much. Whatever that was. I've even heard claims that it was like a nuclear blast. Or that it was, like you said, like it was a UFO that exploded, a nuclear powered UFO.
Well, yeah, one blew it up with lasers.
Yeah, I don't think it was that latter, though. I don't think it was a UFO. like, I watch a lot of UFO stuff because I just find it interesting. But because even with shows where they're like supposedly debunking UFOs as something else, they're still claiming Earth to be a globe, which is so hilarious. I'm like, you guys are just on the same paradigm. But I think if there is anything strange in the skies above us, whatever they are, they're from here. That's for sure. That's what I've come to the conclusion, because they definitely aren't coming from outside. And I don't think they're from a different dimension, like bending, warping space time and using, like, what do they call that? Tunneling or something. What do they call that? Like a portal. Yeah, like a portal. I don't think they're doing that.
So, how far is the Southern Urals from Chelyabinsk? I'm looking at a map that goes Chelyabinsk, Kazakhstan. I think the red square just underneath on that map, the Urals, which puts its trajectory more southern. So I wonder, like, who made first visibility of the meteor? Size of a 6-story building. So, are you listening, bro?
Who, me?
Yes, I'm looking at an image of one of the samples of the meteorite. It says it shows a network of thin impact melt veins and impact melt pockets. That's on space.com. Isn't that interesting that it's melted rock?
Yeah, I was looking at the size. They're saying it was from 56 to 66 feet in diameter and weighed, hold on, what do they estimate it weighed? They have an estimate of from 9,800 long tons or 11,000 short tons, whatever. I don't know what the difference between long tons and short tons are.
I've got a really interesting link from the Meteorological Society. It's got heaps of info in it. Hold on. Might tell me everything I want to know. Oh yeah, sorry, you can keep talking. I was just dropping a link.
Just an announcement: Matt Nuclear is getting his ass handed to him by QE on X right now. And go back to listen just in case anybody wanted to interested.
Wait a minute, where is that happening?
On at X, follow Alpha. You can actually, I think, if you don't even have an account, you can go to the space. But don't quote me on
Spaces.
that. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
okay. They're on X right now. Okay, cool.
Yeah, Matt's in there in the disguise as a silent voice, just yelling and screaming into the void at QE. It's hilarious. But carry on.
Doesn't give me much actual numbers on trajectory stuff, but it's interesting about the composition. Search goes on. I also didn't tell me who spotted it first either. I mean, I get that it was, you know, basically unnoticed until it was about to impact, I guess. Here's another one where they've got a very large part of the rock, and man, it looks like lava rock. It's pocketed the same way.
Oh, I just realized I posted the same thing you did.
It entered the atmosphere at a speed of more than 40,000 miles per hour, so that tracks with data we've already got. The explosion was equal to about 500,000 tons of dynamite.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. So it makes me wonder, like, that these things are only happening every now and then is pretty interesting. So we have no idea, like, if they're coming from the container itself or somewhere in between us and the containment. What the hell is going on up there? It's like there's so little we know about out there.
Well, I've been trying to flesh out how they could be volcanic ejections. That's what I've been doing for the past like nearly an hour.
Right.
Getting somewhere with it, but trying to determine like going off that velocity, right, and going off the GIF which shows part of its trajectory, we should be able to map a full parabola to its origin point if it was ground based.
Something to think about, definitely. But I fear I need to take my leave. It's been nice talking with you, though.
No worries.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Have a good one. Take care.
Yeah. Here we go. This might be interesting. So this says there's an image captured about a minute after it entered the atmosphere. It's giving it a bit more of its parabolic trajectory. I'll just paste this. Oh wait, where's that image? That doesn't work like that, does it? So that part of its trajectory, it's the earliest part that I can find. Maybe that's the same path, I don't know. But it says that second photo is 125 miles, 200 kilometers away. Watch out for that white bar. Yep, you got it. Back in a second, sorry.
What's up? What's up?
Hey.
Is anybody live in this room?
Yeah. I'm doing some work for somebody though, so I'm just in and out.
Cool. So, I guess I'm just trying to get like the opinion and perspective of people. Are you a flat Earth believer?
I'd describe myself as a geoscientist of the ontological epistemology. If you want to say that's a flat earther, then go right ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I don't know what the first part meant at all. So, okay, interesting. And can you just explain, like,
I said a geoscientist, right? So it's different to
right,
a geologist. A geologist studies minerals and stuff. I'm
right?
studying the earth and the nature of the earth. So I'm a
Got it. Okay.
geoscientist, and the ontological epistemology, I'm assuming you know what that.
Okay. So yeah, I appreciate you kind of like dumbing it down for me.
It means that observational things dictate empirical things. That's all.
Oh, okay. Got it. So you're an observationalist.
I guess.
Can you explain, like, I guess your favorite points or like your strongest beliefs in why you believe that the Earth is flat?
Well, it's more that there's not enough points to dictate belief that the Earth is not flat.
Right. So because there's not
So
enough scientific evidence.
one of observations. One of these, because it's got to comport to my idea. Otherwise, we're going to default to talking about how much I understand theoretical
Got it.
physics or something. Right. So
Mhm.
curvature. We can't find curvature anywhere that we observe it, and things that seem to be theoretically obscured because they're beyond the curvature can be brought back into focus with deep zooms, and they're referred to in these contexts as black swans because they throw the entire subjectivity of a ball out the window. Because it's no longer subjective, it's objectively flat. That's why it's always been objectively measured flat, which is the other half of the general thing that people lean towards when they ask why.
So let me just like completely unrelated, but I guess you're an anti-government kind of person.
Not really. I just don't think that the government's going to do anything good for us.
So you don't
Doesn't mean
believe
I'm anti the concept of government. I just don't like the people we keep putting in.
Right. So the relation I'm trying to draw there is that because like you might not believe what has been told to you, right? Like you're an observationalist, so you believe what you can see and what you can kind of justify with your own eyes. That might make you anti-government because they're telling you things and you might not believe it. But I guess I'm wrong on that.
Well, see, the government is meant to be, there's meant to be this division of church and state, right? And it's meant to carry for pretty much most of the institutions, but there's also meant to be government oversight. So if there are people doing this nasty, we trust that the government is smarter than all these people and can determine who's doing that. But what if this group of people you're talking to are the only group of people who know what's going on? Then your blame can't really lie with the government, can it? Is there another group of usable rubes to the people that this is truly serving, which is not NASA, not the government?
Do you think that there's ever going to be a day where there could be an argument to convince you strongly otherwise of your point? Like, are you still open to the idea that you could be wrong, or are you just so set in your ideology?
Waiting for curvature, dude. Waiting for a vacuum being next to gas, which is somehow defying the law of thermodynamics. Waiting for gravity to be, you know, like in any way, like accounted for as a force, the way that we also can't account for time as a force, but all of these things are subjectively necessary for Einsteinian universal conception.
Okay. Okay. What's your opinion on NASA then?
What do you mean by opinion?
Well, a lot of flat earthers tend to have the idea that a lot of the photos that have been taken and a lot of the transportation that has happened from the benefit of NASA is all fictional and false. I think that's just kind of an underlining perspective from flat earthers. I don't know if that's why I'm asking you. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Well, let me ask you a question. Are there small mammals on Mars?
Not that I know of.
It's impossible for there to be small mammals on Mars, right? Because there's no oxygen to sustain mammalian life. So why would there be a small mammal in a picture that they're telling you is the surface of Mars, and it's a mammal that's endemic to the location that they do the Mars training at?
Is that something that's been released by NASA? That they said that?
Yeah, I can drop you the photo in a few minutes, but I'm doing work for somebody, like I said.
No worries. I'd be interested to see that. I don't disbelieve you, but that's interesting. I never even heard about that. Yeah, I guess that is a little weird for sure, eh? But do you think that because you heard of this one instance of something that could be fictional, that it completely disavows the entirety and the integrity of the NASA organization? Do you think that's fair?
So what I think,
Absolutely.
right, is that the first question you asked me is analogous to this question, but for different reasons. When we have every single thing that NASA presents, not all of it's going to be falsifiable, but things that they're claiming are reliant upon heliocentrism being endemic to the universe, right? In all of those things, then we should be able to say, if what we're saying is true, there will be one thing, one part of that which makes it falsifiable, say an error in the photo, a way that it's collated from data that's not a photo, or any of these other concepts, right? And the difference is like when you have, like I said, measuring the distance from something that should be obscured, even beyond the ability of light to refract it through some subjective medium that we can assert on whatever day that we do this repeatable thing, right? It's the nature of that repeatable thing, destroying the thing in the way you're asking me to disqualify things that either are or aren't subjectively true or objectively true from this organization that's multi-leveled and multi-tiered. So a mathematician is not going to understand what you're asking me the same way that somebody who's translating radio static into images. Is that fair?
I picked up on some of that. Sorry, I might just not be as well equipped. But like, do you believe in heliocentrism or no?
No.
You don't believe in it at all?
I believe in very few things because I'm a highly critical person. So I
That's
lean
fair.
toward a lot of things that I think are the most likely thing. But a belief entails that I might, blow myself up over it. Don't really lean that heavily towards anything. A few things maybe. But none of them are like scientific concepts.
Sorry, I was just drinking my water. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. So if heliocentrism isn't the default way that I guess we can explain a lot of the atmospheric temperature decline and change and stuff, do you have an answer for what you believe to be true and like to switch out for heliocentrism?
You're asking me why it's hot at some times and cool at other times?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Okay, so
Switch over, don't you mean switch back?
It's got to do with the sun's orbit. Oh, sorry, rotation, I guess.
Right.
So, have you seen an azimuthal equidistant map before?
Can't say I have.
Well, have you seen the UN logo?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is.
Right. Got it.
So if you can draw, like, in your mind, a tiny circle in the middle of that, like around the middle of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then instead of completing the circle in your mind, continue out till it's a spiral that goes all the way around about an inch to the edge. And then it completes the path back to that initial circle that it rejoins, but, doesn't fully form. So it continues this repeatable pattern. That's the reason that based on the distance that you are from wherever it is at any point on those paths is how hot or cool it'll generally be.
Got it. Okay, interesting. Where are you from, by the way? Like, what area? If I can ask.
I live in Australia.
Oh, right on. Cool, man. I'm Canadian. No, I mean, me personally, my opinion is that the Earth is spherical. But like, I like to come in here and like hear other people's opinions, and I'm not like the most well-equipped person on the matter. I'm not here to like fact check and shit. So it is interesting to hear that opinion. You're definitely more well-equipped in the matter.
If it is truly an opinion, it'll be easier to contend against than a belief. So I hope that's right.
It'll be easier to contend against than a belief. Yeah, I think that it's important to get like data from verifiable sources. I think in the matter, especially when it comes to such like a quantifiably huge matter. And so I guess that's kind of just what I go on.
Know of any for the globe?
I honestly can't name any, but like I think that like most people in terms of the scientific field, right? Like they probably agree that it is spherical. No, I could be wrong on that, but people in like the
Well, it wouldn't matter anyway. I mean, like, what's somebody who's like mixing chemicals together and trying to find cures to cancer?
Yeah,
What does that
it
matter?
wouldn't matter if one person or a million people are wrong. Yeah, it only matters that one person is wrong.
I'm specifically talking about the terms scientific. So
Right. So I would say that my opinion from where I am, somebody who has no knowledge on the matter, is probably a lot less important than somebody who's been studying planets and gravity and all that stuff for like 8, 12, 14, 16 years, and they study this the entire. So like I look to some of them as like where I guide my answer, and I think that's why I have my opinion that I have, if that makes sense. Like we could be talking about this all day and stuff, but I think
I mean, what it sounds like is you've drawn a mean line through other people's opinions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I look to
But
people
see,
who have.
It's good that you're here exploring alternatives to that, because then your main line will have to deviate somewhere. You can err to us, or you can err to them.
Well, yeah, of course,
Is
and
it
like I'm not here to argue. Like I don't know enough about the subject, but it is definitely interesting to hear other people's points who are a little bit more well researched on the matter, right? Like, you know what I mean?
but you get that impression, right? That's the impression that's given to like our modern day Western society, is that there's this impression that they studied, they must know, right? They've done something to be able to forward this information, right? These claims, right? Must have done something to have validated ideas and things, right?
You don't think that's true?
You can't just take it off face value. That's the thing. There's this impression given, this stigma, this like atmosphere to it that you just sort of get caught up in. You're like, you just sort of take for granted.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. And I think that like I might like classify myself as a sheep and just like being the kind of person who just listens to other people. But like I think it's also important that when it comes to like data and like opinions, that we look to people who are a little bit more researched on the matter. And that's like just a point that I'm trying to talk about. And like clearly you guys are more researched than me, but my opinion comes from the data and support of scientists and people who have been researching this for the majority of their lives. And I guess like the quantitative data that they've put out. Although I do agree that you can't believe everything you hear and you should have your own contrary opinions. But yeah, that's just my opinion.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of prima facie at hand to begin with, if you know what that means.
I don't.
It means on the face of it, a lot of things that people take at face value.
Mm-hmm.
So if we get rid of our assumptions and we get rid of our, projections or simulations, if you like, we can be told what it's like at the start of the universe, and in our heads we picture this Big Bang expansion event, simulating the whole thing from top to bottom.
Mm-hmm.
There's other ways that we can deal with the acquisition of knowledge, and the standard of evidence that we're using to say, all right, this is true, this is verifiable, this is repeatable, or this is a subjective claim.
Yeah, and like I think that we would all probably agree that looking to specific sources in terms of somebody who comes from a more knowledgeable background is helpful, right? Like when we're talking about like history and stuff, like obviously there's like very like skewed things about history, but like we can look to historians, right? Like professors, people who have like done research, like read books about.
Right, but in this area, if you find the big couple of figures that we're supposed to derive our advancement of these schools of thought from, figures like Eratosthenes and guys like what was his name with the two balls? We've been talking about him all day. The Cavendish experiment, right? Like
What's
there's
it
a lot
called?
of guys
Sorry,
who set out.
What's the experiment?
There's a lot
Sorry.
of guys who've the Cavendish experiment.
Okay, I'll look at that later. But yeah, continue. Sorry.
There's a lot of guys who've set out on a rosy old path to determine the nature of everything. Einstein was one of them, and they were all forced to admit that they had incomplete theories, incomplete frameworks, or that their tests didn't prove what they were setting out to prove. And to stay valid as a scientist, they just assert a bunch of other things that they proved, I guess. Cavendish is one of them. It's a good one because he was looking for the gravitational constant and he didn't find it. What he thinks he found is mass being attracted to other mass, but we're not sure that's what happened.
and we still to this day we don't know the answer.
Well, it was not that long
They claim
ago,
to.
but someone like
Oh.
Eratosthenes was much longer ago, and we don't know if he ever existed. Like, to people who doubt the credibility of Jesus Christ existed, it's a given that Eratosthenes existed, but there's far fewer accounts than there are of Jesus. And what he
Even
did
within
was carry
academia.
out this shadow and stick experiment, and then assumed the nature of the distance between them, indicating the size of the overall Earth. But it's kind of hard to say that if you frame in your head what's going on there.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
again, it would
interesting.
default to this idea of universal curvature for a theorem like that. And like, you'd have to add a cosine into the trigonometry, right? And when we go and try to do that, we find that it doesn't work, because then all our architectural models would fall the fuck apart. And so would our ground to ground navigational flight systems. They have to
Even
account
within
constantly.
academia, in academia, you'll find opposing views to those sort of those figures, those experiments, if you want to call them that. They're not really experiments, scientific ones. That you'll find, experts poo-pooing them or downplaying them, being critical of them, being skeptical of them, etc. Like with, because theoretical physics, right? Like with Cavendish, right? Theoretical physics now leans towards Einsteinian, right? Fourth dimensional bending of space-time. They've pretty much wiped Newton off the map, right? As far as him being of any significance, right, in their studies, and he was wrong, right? So that you'll find articles from theoretical physicists poo-pooing Cavendish experiment, and pointing out the faults in it. One guy even called it, what do you call it? Classic confirmation bias experiment, basically.
Okay. Interesting. Okay,
Yeah.
so oh, sorry. You continue.
You're right, go on.
So I don't fucking okay. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, because a lot of these physicists have not come up with a conclusive answer, you guys err on the side of believing that because of that there's no proof of this coming to a conclusion. There's no equals. There's no etc. You guys believe that the Earth is flat because there was no scientific evidence. Does that have any kind of relevance to this at all?
It's all going to start with, like, if we're going to be, empiricists, then you've got to start with observation. So you've got to start with what you go out into reality and observe and experience to begin with, build from there. I'd say, and if you're not observing anything that leads you immediately to, like, realize that, hey, there's something going on here. I might be on a ball and it's spinning and it's going around the sun and doing all this other stuff, Where did that even start? Like, you investigate, where did that idea even come from? And was it based in anything? May have some basis in observation, but it's an interpretation of the observation, right? So they're looking reasons. Like,
okay.
So, like, because like Eratosthenes already assumed he was on a ball for some reason. I don't know, right? So then he went looking for something to confirm that. There you go, confirmation bias again. Like.
Anyways, I have literally, like, you guys have clearly more knowledge on the matter than I do, and I think it's very impressive, and I'm, like, proud of you guys for having this research and, like, coming in and having these conversations. I think they're important. Have you guys ever considered the fact that you could be wrong? Not to, like, come off in, like, a snobby way that I think you're wrong, but, like, have you guys ever considered the fact that you could be wrong?
Yeah, that's why I'm a flat earther, because I had to consider maybe I'm wrong about what I was taught all my life.
No, but about the flat Earth, about your current opinion.
No, definitely not.
Isn't that important though for you guys, like, to be able to consider the opposite?
Hold on. What you're doing things slightly out of order here. What sounds more likely to you? Working out you've been fooled, or working out you've been fooled about being fooled?
Okay, so I guess I'll answer it in my. I think that I already said this, but I think that it's important to look to people who have the highest credibility in the matter. So that's what I like to do.
Okay, but let's just for a second make it really basic and assume this person is in Scooby-Doo, and he's the villain. So we pull the mask off, right, and we see the evil scientist. There's no point in my life that I'm putting the mask back on the scientist. There's no way back from an empirical observation.
Why would he be an evil scientist to begin with?
I'm just saying this so you get there's no like 3-step order to the deduction process of working out that you're being lied to.
Yeah, but I get that. But like, what I'm saying, like, what have you been lied to about previously that you know has come out to be false that has made you have a false equivalency to this matter specifically?
We've been going on about that since you joined.
Oh fuck! Sorry, I missed that entire conversation. Okay, yeah, interesting. I'm not trying to fucking be an asshole. I'm trying to like engage with you guys in conversation. I'm trying to learn more about this matter, and I appreciate the conversation. Hell yeah, thank you guys. Have a good night, boys. Take it easy. Thank you for teaching me a lot about this shit because I
Just
don't know.
come back, mate. Come back another time.
I absolutely will. Absolutely. If you guys are in here in like 20 minutes, I'll come back. I'm just going from room to room right now. Thank you, though.
Maybe the big pot of curry was too spicy for that guy. Needs to start with a 2-alarm chili. You can't such a doofus. Aren't you? Doofus head.
In a weird, it's like just always that's just one thing that seems to be on the back burner. Like it was for me anyway. I mean, like I don't know what else is left. Like few things, but like that was the last major thing. I mean, like questioning things, you know, being skeptical, going, could I be lied to about, you know, such and such, you know, that I've been told all my life, you know, and just never ever contemplating that one huge humongous thing, you know.
I mean, guys, like we're asking that question, doesn't really have the right mental framework for it. It's not about working out who knows their line.
You know, it's not even necessarily about lying. It's like that they're wrong. You know, it's about, you know, whatever this topic is, whatever the subject, you know, you grow up, you get told these things, you get taught certain conventions, they work.
I mean, even that is not critical, right? What's critical is determining where their assumptions come into play. Because all of these things that we have an issue with are relying on an assumption somewhere. That's why I equate it to like, we can carry out mathematical things that determine a value to the nature of 0, instances where it's appearing as a ball. But when we divide by infinity, there's infinite reasons we can explore why it's a ball. See what I mean? Like, what's the functional difference between 0 and infinity?
Fuck if I know.
I mean, what I'm saying is it's so absolute that it's functionally indifferent in the math.
Yo, Denmark, dude, you're a pussy, bro. Word on the streets, you're a pussy, dude.
What's up, Denmark?
What the people are saying.
Hey,
dude.
Denmark.
Word on the streets.
Oh,
Come out of your trailer in Ohio so we can butt rape you.
What happened? What are you fucking cats down there?
They eating cats. They're eating.
The only way to get your cat eaten is to move next to those boys in Springfield, Ohio.
Listen, I'm just being paid to be here and harass you. I don't have anything personally against you, sir.
You're getting paid to be here and do what?
Harass you, sir.
How would you do that?
I'm not gonna say.
I don't think you have the
They
ability.
just told me to come here and run interference. That's all I was
Denmark,
told.
I bet you're a liberal.
I bet you're ugly.
Oh, 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 oh.
I bet your mama, she couldn't lie down for 10 men. She blew me away.
Oh, okay. Hello. Do you guys want to talk about flat Earth or no?
Hello, Jello Man.
If the
Hello.
Denmark fans are finished,
Okay, thank you. I would love to speak about flat Earth. I would like to explain to you why flat Earth is wrong.
Hey, you sound super autistic, man.
Okay, that doesn't matter. You cannot implicate that with the question you just said. Do you understand semantics?
Samantha.
Okay, so he doesn't understand semantics, right? So he jokes because he doesn't understand what I just implicated there. Does everybody else understand semantics?
to a degree, the meaning of words.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, to a degree. That is a correct answer. Okay? I'm not trying to teach you. I'm not trying to proselytize, whatever the fuck. The word is not important. It's the conceptual understanding of what English is trying to do. Do you understand what English is trying to do? Oh my God. They don't, either you don't understand or you don't want to talk to me about it.
Yeah, we get it. Just talk about it.
The basic concept of language for conveying
Yeah.
information between
Yes. Okay.
recipients.
So
And
this is why,
right.
when we convey it, and the scientists around the earth, okay, have come to an agreement that the earth is round. Okay. Through Christ, we can see that listening to your fellow scientists is a good idea. Do you understand where I draw my implications from?
From Christ?
Sure,
Yeah,
man in
sure.
white coat, smart. Man in white coat, say me, believe man in white coat. Yep, got it.
Yes, yes, okay, yes, but the guy in here joking about the implications of those statements doesn't understand the semantics of it, so he wants to meme about it to people, and he
Which
doesn't
guy?
understand the
There's
Earth
two
is
guys.
round. Okay, I'm talking in generalities. That these people do not understand the semantics you are trying to get across when you're using English. So you need to speak in bigger words to lose the meaning to them so they can doze off into fucking
I don't
nighttime.
understand the blood, sweat, and tears they're giving for that ball. To give me that ball. For me to hold in my hand and plan all my hopes and dreams on.
Was that it? Was that it from Jelly?
Juggle it around with some gravity-defying physics.
What was that, man?
That was the most unhinged rant yet, and you say that flat earthers are insane.
Came in, preached his religion, and took off. Man. It's like dropped a flyer through the car window. Kept going.
It felt like he was trying to super soak me with some holy water.
Right? Yeah. He's performing exorcism. I compel the flat Earth out of you in the name of the globe.
His argument was, go to church, fall in line, defer to authority in the name of a guy who lived his life according to his own means, challenged authority, and was killed for it by the church. Sounds like global logic to me.
Was you referring to Jesus? Because I thought Jews killed Jesus. It wasn't his church.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The church of the time killed Jesus for living life on his own terms and speaking against authority, doing the opposite of what he told me to invoke his name to do.
Yeah, but the church at the time wasn't Jesus' teachings, was it? Isn't there a difference there from what you're saying?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Jesus was the church of the time that he was killed in.
No, I said the Jews killed Jesus, and then you said, yeah, the church killed him, the church at the time. So I'm saying, well, the church at the
Well,
time, the
that's not
Jews, was not
the
his
order.
teachings, meaning
No,
Jesus' teachings. So isn't there a
no,
difference
no,
there?
no, 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 dude. The order of the Pharisees, right? That was the Jewish authority. That was the church. It was just like a fucking what do you call fucking oligarchy. And they have all these scrolls, right? And these scrolls are integrated in the Bible as like the first 10 books. But Jesus's thing was like, you've interpreted all of this wrong. You know, you've done everything wrong. It's like pray to the Father this way. That's where it begins.
That's all right. Sorry, I didn't want to derail it and make this whole like derail into religion or anything.
No, this guy was total whack job.
I know. Well, I mean, I'm just, he said something. I didn't quite hear what he said.
The other guy might be back though. He said he was just dipping for 10. Canadian fella. Cookies Canoodle.
So where did you stir up those other guys from, Denmark? From in here or somewhere else?
He's just got a server fan club. I've got the same shit going on other servers.
It was a little mini Demok raid.
Bizarre Adventure. Just for fun, I clicked on your what do you call it, your profile or whatever, and I've seen this before. A bunch of people have things listed that contradict each other. Like, for instance, you have pro-gun rights and then pro-gun control. Is it a joke, or I've seen that a lot?
It just means that I think I should have a gun. Doesn't mean I think you should have a gun.
Oh shit!
I just mean, like, I've seen people with like a lot of contradicting things like that. So,
Well, feel free to quiz me on them.
no, I'm not shitting on you. I was just curious because I've seen it a lot, so I just figured I'd ask. So I get it. So
I
you
feel
should have a
people are
gun.
entitled to idiosyncrasies, but it's because life isn't. It's like absolute. As people want it to be presented. Like you can't just say it's an absolute. Everyone's entitled to a gun. You know how many fucking psychos there are in society?
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, I'm not going to grill you. It's just like, for instance, here in the U.S., it's like there's laws. I can't get a gun. I can't buy one unless, if I'm a felon or.
Are you a felon? That's what
Well,
I'm
I'm in
gonna.
the only state. I'm in the only state in my country where I might be able to own a gun, but I haven't even bothered applying because I'm pretty sure they're not going to give me one.
Huh.
How's the Aussie rules when it comes down to a gun and
Well,
shit?
like I said, I'm in the only state where you have to do this long-winded process with police, and you have to have
So
a
you can have like a
pre-existing
rifle
reason,
on your
which usually
property and
amounts
shit.
to either But that
all
amounts
locked up,
to
all accounted
hunting or
for,
sport shooting.
everything accounted for, all safe
Yeah,
locked.
you got to have like 2 fucking safes, one for the ammo, one for the gun.
Wait,
2 keys.
wait, what? Wait,
I'm not
you can't
kidding.
have them in the
Everything
same
accounted for.
safe.
Well, that's
They
what
want to
the
know
New South Wales
which
law
bullets,
was anyway.
who's got what bullets, right? Yeah, absolutely.
Like the idea is they don't even
That's
want
a
you to
bit
defend your property
redundant. So
with
you
them,
guys
right?
have
If
like
someone
ammo
breaks
safes
in,
now.
if someone
Right.
breaks into your house, they don't want you to have the time to open 2 safes and load a gun and kill them. They just don't
Right.
want it as an option.
Oh, so wait, hold up. So I understand on storing guns, you can have like your guns proper in one safe, ammo in the other, but you're allowed to have like one loaded weapon though, right?
No. I'm
No?
saying you can't
No.
use your gun for defense, and they've created laws that prevent you from functionally being able to use a gun for defense because its components are locked in 2 safes with 2 keys.
So what's the even purpose of that at that point in time?
I don't know, man. Australia's fucked in the head.
Hey guys, I got to break in
That's
here
the
for a
purpose.
sec. Blaze, I got to ask you to turn your video off. When you have your video on, it limits the number of people that can join the room. So can you please turn your video off?
Is that true?
That's
Yeah,
absolutely
that's
true.
true.
Does it take up a spot for my video?
Looks like you're heading for a YouTube plug, man.
No, it limits
Yeah,
more than
Crafty
just
Beers
one
does.
person. You know, it's like changes the nature of the VC.
It's okay. I turned your video off. It's all good. Back to the conversation. Sorry, guys.
All right, so it's just you then.
Shit, I still see it.
Wait, well, honestly, was that an actual thing?
Yeah,
It
you're
does
supposed to
not
turn it
limit
off.
the number of the amount of people that come inside the VC.
You know,
It does here, yeah.
Does it?
even
I
if
will actually turn it off
I
if
get
it
told
does.
this I get told this in another server I'm in. That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna look it up on Google
Yeah.
after this,
I'll
though.
just turn my video
Okay.
off all the time because we're
If
trying
it
to
is
run
true,
like
I will
an
follow
event.
it. But if that's bullshit, that is absolute bullshit, though.
Well, fair enough, but yeah, you'll
Appreciate
probably be able to
it.
tell us all
I will turn it
exactly
off.
what's happening.
mod rules.
Yeah, I was gonna say out of respect. Damn, they were ready for me.
So curious, Ozzy. So who enforces? Like, is there some sort of like inspection? Like, you got to have 2 safes, and if they
No, you
do,
just
Knock on
can't
your
buy them.
door anytime, any day, anytime, day or night.
Look, you can't buy
Want to
them,
inspect it.
and there's still people. There's still people who are going to jail for having held on to rifles for like nearly 20 years at this point, or probably more. You know, so
I
you
get
just
it.
can't buy them. That's all.
They went to jail for 20 years, or they're holding on to them for 20 years.
Like, so some people have held onto their guns, and if they find out, you'll go to jail.
I get it. Yeah, I would totally be with you, man. I would not own one. I just wouldn't be interested at that point if I were
Well,
in
I
your
would
place.
own one, just I don't think they'll give me one, so I don't see the point in applying. I've got a compound bow anyway, which is much more quiet and efficient. And that's legal for me to own like a 30-pound compound bow. Over penetrate one person and kill another one before you work out where I am.
The number one reason in Canada for not owning a firearm is the laws are too confusing and they don't understand, so they don't do it.
Wait, you can own one in Canada?
Yeah, try to navigate the nuances and
So, yeah, only if it's like a rifle or something, right?
who knows. That's like I said, the number one reason for not owning one is because they don't understand the laws. They're that fucked up.
It's like if it's a hunting rifle, like single action, something like that, then you can use it.
I don't know. I'm American.
Yeah, it sucks to be Canadian.
Here in my state,
Well, I mean, gun control is only slightly less impossible in Canada, being that close to the US anyway.
in my state we have constitutional carry. There's just like literally no, like you could just do it, and a cop can ask you questions and ask for ID and stuff, and you don't have to give it to him.
Is that
You just
Texas?
say kick rocks. No, in Indiana, Constitution. Oh, and actually, like I think if I recall, like 30. God, I forget how many states have adopted constitutional carry. So it's great.
Better than constitutional Jim Carrey.
Meaning you can open carry or concealed carry. You can just carry it. There's no like it's your right. In other words,
I got a fine for having a Stanley knife in my basically a box cutter thing in some luggage on a train.
You're
A fine
Australian.
for having a box cutter on a train.
I got
I
randomly
believe
searched
it
by
in
cops that
Australia.
drove me off the train, searched my luggage and that, and fined me.
that's crazy, man.
I didn't even know it
I
was in there. I just grabbed the bag out of the cupboard and just started throwing clothes in there, and then went and caught my train and didn't even know it was in there.
I went on a cruise with my family, and we went to the Bahamas. On a cruise, leaving from South Florida, and one of my daughters had like a 9mm round and a 22 round in the bottom of her purse, and they put us inside security, and they grilled us and all that bullshit, and in the end, they just took the bullets and just let us fucking go because they had no choice.
Thieves, man. They took the bullet.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like
Good luck
shit.
bullets, man.
It's like, yeah, we have bullets. I mean, shit, we live in Indiana. It's like, yeah, kids have bullets. It's like, who gives a shit? But to them, it was like, oh, we got to make a big deal about it for a little while, and then they'll let us go. Oh, it's crazy. Some places are just insane.
I mean, technically, the bullet has gunpowder in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they're like,
Oh, I
maybe they have
get it.
room for no bullets because someone could open it up, take it, and blow up something,
What they actually did
start a
was
fire.
they made a big deal about it for a while so that they could search our cabin and see if there's like a weapon for the bullet, and all that bullshit. They inevitably they let us go. It was no big deal. It was just kid had a couple bullets, no big deal. But some people could be like, "Oh, that's crazy. How could a child have bullets?" It's like there's no law against it.
There's no globe, no curve, no movement.
No curve, no movement, and there's 29 states in the U.S. with constitutional carry, which is awesome. So, any evidence of Coriolis? Anything?
Only when I flush or pull the plug.
Since it's quiet, it was hilarious last night. I was on a different channel, Flat Earth channel, and there was some newbie in there going, and they're like, "Okay, what's your proofs of flat Earth?" And one of them was like, "Well, we got the ISS live stream," and I was like, "Dude." One time a noob came in and was like, "Yeah, the ISS live stream. Here's a link." I clicked the link months ago, and immediately I saw this stitch line diagonally across the screen. And obviously, it was fake. I screenshotted it, posted it, and just me bringing it up.
Are we still
What?
worried
The Earth
about?
is round.
Are we still worried about fucking like the live stream? Like right now, like we have bigger fish to fucking fry. Like
Oh no shit!
America is fucking doomed. Like if this shit
In
happens,
what way is America doomed?
Kamala Harris, holy shit! Like
Why
have you
does
not
that make America doomed?
everything that you fucking know and love will come to an end if Kamala Harris takes office.
What way? In what way? In what way?
Well, there is a literal invasion in this country right now. You do know
Yeah,
that, right?
like you do know
That's
that.
the wrong channel for this,
when Trump tried
guys.
to
If
take
you
over the
want to
government.
talk that
Yeah, I
kind of
agree.
stuff, move on to another channel, okay?
That's a good point. That's a good
what
point.
this
So I
channel's
wasn't.
for.
Well, can
Yeah.
I Flat Earth or
Nah.
Plumbob? Can
No,
I
we
just
went
say
off.
that guy was really fucking stupid and he had no point, right?
Like,
No, he did.
if
Yeah,
I can
just,
establish,
just move on, change the subject, move on, talk about something else.
if
So
I
anyway,
can
last
establish
night-
a nexus between Kamala Harris and Flat Earth,
Dude.
like can we
Nope.
remain?
Nope, you can't. You're ruining the channel, bro.
Yeah. So
Come on,
anyway,
man.
so I last night
quiet
that
channel,
newbie with the ISS stream. I went to the ISS stream and I found another stitch line immediately, and I thought it was hilarious. I screenshotted it, and pasted it. Anyway, that was my point because it was quiet. Decided to share that.
So I can't find a nexus between Kamala Harris and Flat Earth. Like I'm
I think-
barred.
Sorry, dude. I didn't meet you, but Ahmad did because we were supposed to keep on track, on topic. Shit, that sucks.
So, do you want to keep on topic, or do you want to stay muted?
I'll keep on topic. I apologize.
Cool. Enjoy the room.
Yeah. My bad. Sorry about that.
There was a guy that did a YouTube video about the live stream, and he was trying to make a point that something crazy was going on. Well, it was just a stitch in the live stream. Like, it was so obvious what they had done, but he was pretty sure that it was a glitch in the matrix. It was pretty funny watching that.
Well, more.
He thought it was a glitch in the Matrix. It just couldn't be faked at all. It just had to be a glitch in the Matrix.
Yeah. He's a guy. He does YouTube videos almost every day, and I'm not sure what he was on that day, but that was too much for me. Yeah, glitch in the matrix. He was pretty adamant about it. Gotta love a broken reality.
Um, are there any flat Earth champions that want to discuss any of that and talk about flat Earth? I got muted a minute ago. Like I think for the right reasons. Is there a nexus between flat Earth and like politics right now that anyone wants to discuss?
I can't think of one.
Flat Earth has nothing to do with politics. Like, which is the political party that more aligns with fucking?
No idea and don't care.
I mean, your political party has to be relevant to your views, and also flat Earth has to be relevant to your views. Like, there has to be a nexus. Like these things have to interject.
So you want there to be a connection. It
I
has
do.
to be there.
I do.
There is no. I have no idea if there's a connection. I don't care about American politics because I'm not an American.
You're a Canadian? I just think like no political view exists in a vacuum, right? Like it's all like a tree with the roots. Like all political views, they sink their tentacles in. So any political view you have has to bleed over into these other political views. And I think that the election is a hot topic. Like it's so we're in this channel for entertainment, right?
You're going to have to try and put this down into a few words or less or something and try to tell us how flat Earth has anything to do with politics. Because I'm telling you that there isn't. And if you say that there is, then spit it out there and we'll have a look at it. But I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
No, I actually, you're right. I don't think that it directly flat Earth is related to politics. I was trying to find a nexus. I was looking for a nexus between flat Earth and politics. Yeah, so politics are a hot topic right now, and you guys are the ones in the know. So if there were a nexus, you would be the ones that I would look to find kind of like the temporal nexus. But if it's not current, then
Yeah, we're here in the politics server, but we're here as a guest doing our own thing. So we have nothing to do with the politics server other than offering a room for some of the patrons of the politics server to come and maybe experience something else that has nothing to do with politics. How's that for you?
no, that's good. It's just like you are not like the end all be all of this channel. Like there might be someone who heard Donald Trump or Kamala Harris say something that
We don't discuss politics in this room, okay? We don't discuss politics in this room. That's one thing we don't do.
is that a rule or is that just something you're saying?
Here's a room topic, and the room topic is the cosmology of Earth and the surface of the earth and flat earth and people that believe in the globe that might have an argument to put forward. And that's what we're interested in. We're not interested in the other crap. And that's why we come here mostly, is to stay away from that other crap because it's nice and peaceful here.
Yeah, you say we like you represent the zone. Like,
Well,
are you
I am a mod there, and there's a group of people here, so I am looking out for the well-being of the channel and what the channel's about, right? Okay.
I think that's all fine, but like I've been coming to this channel for about a year now, and I think it is an expansive channel. We cover a wide variety of topics. I would go as far as saying that no topic is off limit, right? Would you not
Mhm.
agree?
That's why I love this channel, by the way.
We're willing to approach any topic, and
Yes.
American politics. I don't think that we are so afraid that we cannot approach American politics and confront them. I think that we are brave enough to do that. Do you not agree, or do you disagree?
The thing is,
Okay, I'm just
when
about
you
done with you,
Yeah,
Cortico.
you're
Okay?
pushing it,
I've had
bro.
enough. I've told you that we don't want to discuss politics. You keep pushing it on me. You got another guy that's come back into the room that I've told him not to put his video on. I've muted him, and now he's giving me the finger because he's just such a nice guy. So I'm not sure. Now he's giving me a thumbs up because I'm calling you out. I have no idea what's going on anymore, but the whole place has gone for absolute fucker. So
I
screw you,
apologize.
Portugal.
I
Take
apologize.
it to another channel, please.
I
Or drop it.
apologize. I apologize.
Drop it now. Drop
I'll
it.
drop. I drop it. I drop it.
What happened?
Okay, Blaze, I'll unmute you, but you got to turn your video off because the room does get busy at night. It does limit the amount of people that can join the room. There's not that many people here
No, it
right
does.
now, but it does change later.
There's no limit right now.
That's what I've been told by the higher ups, the people that put me here into this position. So I have to follow my rules. I'm sorry. Those are the rules.
You can see it where the channel name is. If there's a limit, it'll say.
Ablaze. Think about it like this. Where are we streaming? YouTube. All right, there's rules. Some dude turns on a camera, whips out his. You know what? Guess what happens to this place? Turn off freaking camera, dude. It's a rule. Plum Bob, you are really.
Bro, we don't know what you're saying. You're muted.
You got a lot more. What do you call it?
Okay, I can see what you're saying. I know. Yeah. No, I couldn't make that up. Let's play a game where we try to read his lips.
We're not supposed to see his lips.
One word. Two words.
I have a lot less restraint. If I were a mod, I'd have like, dude.
Circle jerk.
Okay, I've already reported
one
him
word.
and put him for the ban request anyway, so he'll be shut down shortly.
Yeah, technically speaking, like if you look at the channel below us, there's actually a limit. You can see it beside the channel.
It's who cares? Technically, who cares? It's just a rule. Turn the goddamn camera off. That's it.
How does he have permission to do that?
I don't know.
And you can't like.
I think anyone can do it. It's just a faux pas.
Oh.
No, not anyone. I can do it. My button is great.
Oh, I don't know. I would really like to think that he doesn't have special permission. To the gentleman I was discussing with earlier, I do apologize. As an individual, I do apologize. I respect the channel. I do apologize if I overstepped my bounds.
Yeah, now I'm just pissed off. I'm just going to mute anybody that just doesn't do as I say. I don't know why you can't be here and then have a nice conversation. We've had some nice conversations here all night. And now you're all just acting like a bunch of idiots. Don't need you here doing that kind of crap. We don't want you here doing that kind of crap. Go somewhere else and do it.
Hooray.
Guys, the Earth is round.
Give us your proof.
I saw it, dude. I saw the curve.
You might be the first person ever. Interesting.
Yeah, man.
It's called the lemon illusion. It's where you're seeing curves where there is no curve. It's almost like one of these religious experiences where you go to Jerusalem and then you think that you have some connection to Jesus, right? Or you think you are Jesus. You should have some kind of connection to the historicity that is of a place like Jerusalem. But that's a different topic, isn't it?
Damn. I don't know, man.
Yeah, so you're seeing globes in places where there is no globe. That's called the lemon illusion. It's pretty interesting.
Damn. Do you think that you might be seeing like flat planes where there are no flat planes? What do you think about that?
You think I'm seeing flat plains?
That didn't make any sense.
Oh. You know, like, how about this?
Like
It's
a
called
prairie? You mean like a plain? The Great Plains? There's a lot of grass.
There's a lot of grass. No,
Do
no,
you
like,
mean the horizon appearing like it's
PLA.
horizontal and it's not curving in the middle? Do you mean how the horizon doesn't make a protractor anywhere?
Protractor.
Like there's no hump when you look and you see the horizon. There's no hump.
Yeah. No, yeah, exactly. You can't see it? What's wrong with you?
See what?
I'm good, bro. What's wrong with
the
you?
curve.
I see a horizontal line. I'm good.
No, but like there's a curve to it. You know, it's like almost.
Where?
I see
Circle
why
it.
you say that, but you can't see the
Circle it.
curve. Though.
Circle it on a flat map, the longitude and latitude of where it's at, where those straight lines cross each other. Circle that
Yeah,
spot.
do you comprehend that you can draw a circle on a piece of paper? It doesn't make that piece of paper a basketball shape.
Incredible.
Yeah, right?
Well, it's just
incredible, right? A planar
to it.
figure is not a planar figure. It's amazing.
Do you comprehend that if you zoom in on a curve, it looks straight?
Well, let's just hold Baltimore up to his claim. He saw curvature. So awesome. Where? How? Exactly. Please.
Well, he was just about to say that if you zoom into the curve, it's straight. So,
But he said he saw it.
Did you see it or didn't you see it? He kind of tried to backtrack right
No.
there.
I was a concept there. No, I'm saying that like you can just see it. You can just see. No, you asked me. He asked me. Do you comprehend if you draw a circle on a piece of paper that the piece of paper does not become a sphere? Yeah, I understand that. Of course, I was asking him another conceptual question. Where do you comprehend that if you zoom in on a curve, it looks straight? Did you comprehend that fact?
There is no straight on a circle. What are you talking about?
It's
Other
called
than the planar,
linear. It's called linear
other than
approximation.
it's a planar figure, one
Do you
dimension.
understand the concept of linear approximation? I'm just wondering.
Okay. Yes. We take an average of flatness. So you would say, oh, this falls within this average. So you would have flat.
Average?
Yeah. Mean.
What do you mean by average?
Calibrated flat.
What?
You know, like you're trying to measure the undulations. Like, let's say you have a table and it has pock marks in it, and you're filling in those pock marks with an epoxy, and then you're machine planing it down flat, right? Was the table flat before you applied the epoxy and filled the holes? Before you evened it out? Or was it a ball?
A ball? Doesn't sound like it would have been a ball. But no, my point was, like, imagine you have like a curve, right? Like a parabola, like x
Yes,
squared.
a curve and it's flat. Okay.
Yeah, and imagine, so we can agree that the parabola isn't flat.
It looks flat. So you agree it looks flat.
If you zoom in anywhere really close, it looks flat.
It looks
That's awesome. We're talking about ifs. You keep saying if.
No.
How about back to hold on? How about back to your original claim? You saw curvature. Awesome. Where? How? Exactly. Please.
Oh, I was at the beach and I was looking out at the water.
Awesome.
And I saw the curve.
Wait, but it looks flat. If you zoom in, it looks flat. Like you an ant on a big earth.
Yeah.
Looks flat.
Yeah. Oh, you understand? Yes. Woo! Amazing.
So you understand you didn't see curvature. That's called the lemon
You
illusion.
can't see curvature. No, you can't. For me, my eyes are pretty good, so I can see it. But like maybe you can't.
Wow. You can't see it. Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, I can see it, so I don't. It's not.
No,
to
you
me,
just
like,
experienced the lemon illusion. It's easy.
in the realm of everyday life, right? Like it's just the default for me. Like the Earth is curved. I don't have to. I think that you have to kind of bring me the proof that the Earth is flat for
It's
me
the
to
default for you.
deviate from the
You
default.
didn't see the curvature because you just used a logical concept to explain that if you zoom into a circle,
No, that was a separate
the
claim.
curve looks
You asked
straight.
me.
And then
You
now
asked
you just told me that actually you zoomed in and
Nope.
And you did see curvature. So which is it?
No,
Did you
I
see the
didn't
curvature?
zoom in.
If you zoomed in, or didn't you see the curvature if you zoomed in? You're zoomed
I
in.
didn't zoom in. No, you asked
You're
me if
zoomed
I
in.
understood a
You are
concept,
zoomed in.
and then you
Relate
asked
to
me
the
if I understood a
juxtaposed
concept, and I
your
asked you if
concept,
you understood a
zoomed
concept.
in
But
to the
my
circle.
claim that I saw the curvature is completely separate and independent of the conceptual discussion we had. So I just saw the curvature, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Like the Earth is curved. I saw it with my own two eyes. It makes sense. It's logically consistent, but the observation is independent of the logic. So I don't know. What do you have to say?
You self-contradict yourself.
What did I contradict? What's the contradiction?
You spoke about how it looks plain because you can zoom in at a curve.
No.
Yeah,
I
you
said
did. Oh, that's a
no.
principle, right? You talk.
Not that, I
You
wasn't
based it
talking
on
about the Earth.
principle why it's flat.
I didn't
Why it
say I
looks
was
flat.
zooming in on the Earth. I never zoomed in. I was just at the beach. I looked out. The Earth was curved. I'm talking about zooming in on a. I talked to him separately, completely independently, about zooming in on a parabola.
You made a claim. You made a claim that you can, if you zoom in on a curve, it looks flat, right? And then you made another
That was
claim
a
that you saw
separate. Yeah, separate claims.
the curvature of the Earth.
Separate claims. Yeah, I didn't zoom in though to see the curvature of the Earth. I just saw it. Yeah.
Did you see drop over distance? Is that what you saw?
Like horizontally, yeah, the horizon curved. That's what I'm saying.
Horizontally, it's curving horizontal.
Yeah, the horizon is curved. You can see the curve.
So a horizontal line going across the way, curve towards you at either side of either end.
Curve down, yeah, on both ends.
Kind of like perspective would happen, like you feel the view, you feel the vision.
I don't know, man. All I know is that the horizon is curved.
So the horizon isn't horizontal. You did
Correct.
measure drop over distance.
Well, I'm not away from me. I mean, like I'm not. I'm just saying how it looked. I'm just saying I observed it to be curved.
So where you were standing, the horizon dipped, right? So the horizon
Yeah.
was dropping over the distance.
Yeah.
Was this in Maryland?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. What do you mean, sure?
Yeah. Well, I was down in Virginia, but yeah.
Okay, because I'm from Maryland. Where did you see
All
this?
right. Where did I see this? Where did I see
Yeah,
the curved
Virginia Beach.
horizon?
You saw it in Virginia Beach.
Virginia Beach, exactly.
So you saw curving water.
Yes.
You know what Cape May Point is?
Caveman Point.
Cape May Point.
Oh, Cape May. Yes, I know Cape May.
Okay, you know we can see Cape May from Delaware, right?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so yeah, from Delaware, the shore of Delaware, you can look across and see New Jersey. You know that,
Okay.
right? You can see the beaches.
Okay.
So it isn't curving
From
away
where?
from you.
From where?
From Delaware.
Okay. Do you have a photo?
You know the Harper's Ferry? Well, not. I think it's not Harper's Ferry.
Yeah, I know
But you
Harper's
can take. You
Ferry
know, you can
too.
take a ferry. You know, you can take a ferry going across, right?
From Delaware to Cape May.
Yeah. You can see.
I
You
don't
can
know,
see
man. I
New
have never
Jersey.
personally seen Cape May from Delaware.
Okay, so I'm trying to say that you in the same area you don't see this drop over distance that you're talking about.
I have never personally seen Cape May from Delaware. And also, when I said you're saying drop over distance going further and further away, as in you're going kind of you're along like with your line of sight, right? That's why I said horizontal is the other direction. So all I'm saying is I observed a curved horizon, not some drop over. I can't observe that looking forward. I'm just saying across my visual field, not into my visual field, but across my visual field, the horizon curved. That's my claim.
Yo,
I
can we
saw
get a
it with
mod
my
on
own two
mute
eyes.
for Cord? Got mute.
You're
My own
breaking
two
up.
eyes.
I was trying to talk.
My own two eyes.
No, I'm saying you didn't see the actual horizon drop, right? Is that for you? The
Is he
horizon
saying
is
left
your
to
curve, right?
right? Is he saying left
Yeah,
to right? Like
yeah.
peripherally, you saw it curved?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's your eyesight.
Yeah.
Some bug
No, I
eyes,
saw it.
boy.
No, I saw it, man.
That's your eyes. Yeah, that's how your eyes work.
Yeah. You see things.
No, see that horizon horizontal? It's straight. The water was flat.
Well,
The
no, it's
curve that
actually
you
not straight. I understand why you would think it's straight, but like
You spun
because it's
around
I
360 degrees,
but
and you saw a flat horizon.
I was very sure I saw it. You know, it curves. It's slight. It's slight. Most people don't have as good eyes as me, but like I saw it curve.
no,
No,
you
you
can
spun
zoom in with a
360.
camera.
Zoom in with a camera.
No, I'm saying you don't have good eyes as like a P900 camera. What I'm
Oh,
talking, what
okay.
I'm trying to tell you is that what I'm trying to get at is that you're saying that it's curving left to right, but it's not dropping in front of you.
No, but no, it literally curves though. You're saying it's
No, it
not dropping
literally
in front of me.
doesn't.
Yeah,
It
you're saying
only
as I look
appears.
into deeper and deeper my visual field. But
No, see,
I've never personally seen Cape May from Delaware. So I
well,
don't know what
I'm
you're talking
giving you I'm giving you places where you can go see this right now that you can potentially go to. That's why
about.
I'm
Okay.
trying to explain it to you.
Okay, I'll
You
drive
can
then.
literally see distances. So when you say that you saw the horizon, you don't know how far that horizon was, correct?
I guess I don't know exactly how far now.
Okay, so you know that there is a geometrical claim that the horizon is a physical Earth curve blocking things in distance, right?
Yes, I have. I think I've heard that claim before.
Okay, well, in 2022, it was that physical geometric horizon was debunked by the Black Swan.
The Black Swan?
Yes, I can post it for you.
Alrighty. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just like when I look outside, like I like it's like I can see the curve, and I'm just like wondering like why anyone would ever believe like that it's flat. Like I know it's like, you know, I guess
You
like
can't see
some
the curve
people
from your house, bro.
their eyes just suck, but like, you know, it's like
Well,
pretty
he's going to
obvious
show you.
that
He's
it's
going to show
curved.
you the black swan, but the irony is there is no white swan. See, your claim, right, is that there is a physical geometry of Earth, right?
Yeah. I'm not really
That
making
is
that
the
claim.
end
I'm
of
just
your
saying that
vision.
I saw the
You're
Earth
not
curve.
making that claim.
I'm just saying
So
that
you
Baltimore, are
didn't
you
see
saying
the
you can
Earth
see the
curve.
Earth curve is like Sarah Palin saying she can see Russia from her house? You can't see it.
Calm down, percent. So
Oh
are
yeah, so you're
you
saying that
saying that you
Sarah
see
Palin can
the
or
Earth as a
cannot see
physical
Russia
hump?
from her house?
Flesh out your claim a little bit more.
Well, I'm curious though. Like, can Sarah
Is it a
Palin see
physical
Russia from her
geometry
house or
of
not?
Earth? Is it a physical geometry of Earth that is obstructing something? Is that what you're talking about? Or is it not that?
I'm saying from left to right, right? Like the horizon, right? This horizon
From
line is a
left to
curved
right.
arc. It's a curved arc. The horizon. That's what I'm
So
saying.
then when you turn around, then you see more, you see it humped again. So you got a series of humps as
Yeah, no
you
matter what direction. I
do a
mean,
spin
no matter what
360.
direction you look, it's like
Yeah, you
curved. Yeah.
said
It's
you'll
like
see
a
a
curved
curve
dick
and
in
then
your
you
mouth before it blows a fat white load. You know what I mean?
something
Incredible.
wrong with that one. It's always
Incredible.
depravity. These people, they can't really use their minds for anything productive.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah. So
depravity.
no, but what you're talking about is like, so you're looking out at the ocean. All you see is ocean. You see a curve, left to right. In your peripheral, you see a hump. Now, if you turn 90 degrees, and now you see a hump again, right?
Okay.
So there's a valley in between all these positions of you saying that so it's all these little humps. It's like pimples.
A valley.
It's not a globe. Yeah, you get a series of humps because you're looking forward. You're saying it's bending. It's bending in your peripheral. You're seeing a curve. Now you turn 90 degrees. Now you're just looking at ocean again, and now you're seeing the curve again, right, in your peripheral. Then you turn 180. You're looking behind where you were looking, and you're seeing also another hump bending from your peripheral, and so forth. So you're seeing a series of humps.
Yeah, I mean these humps.
That's what you're describing.
I'm not really. I mean, I don't. I'm not sure. I would agree with your conclusions there. I'm
You
just
said
saying
it.
that the
What do you
horizon
mean
line
my
is curved. Yeah,
conclusions?
I'm definitely saying the horizon line is
You're
curved.
saying yes. You look out, you see the horizon. That's what I'm saying. Now you have
Yeah.
a series of humps. Every way you look, you're seeing a hump.
Yeah, but it's kind of like even if I turn like 1 degree or half a degree or 2 degrees or 1.5 degrees, I could turn 90 degrees, but I could also turn 45. You know, I could
It's
turn
another hump.
50, 40. Yeah, but you know, as I slowly pan across, it doesn't seem like there are many humps. It seems like there's one big hump that I'm kind of on top of, if I had to
Oh,
guess.
so you mean you just spin in a circle?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Then you just see to the end of how far you can see in that each
Yeah, it just
whatever
seems that
direction.
like for some reason, no matter what
Yeah.
direction I look in, there's a curve. You know, if I'm
But
out,
there is no
go out on a
there is
boat
no
in the
curve.
middle of the
You
water.
spinning in a 360. This is why I said, you draw a circle on a piece of paper. It doesn't make that piece of paper. You drew a circle on a ball, right? So you're not seeing a curvature. You're just seeing You are just spinning in a circle. See?
It is the limit of your vision.
I see it's already. I'm saying that
There's no
the
series of
horizon
humps.
line is curved.
It is the limit of your vision.
It's the limit of my vision.
Correct. It's going to be 360 degrees around you,
No, I'm
the
saying
observer.
even if I don't rotate, okay, if I stand in one direction and I look, the horizon very obviously curves.
No, it really
Actually,
doesn't.
the horizon is horizontal. It's horizontal. It's
No,
horizontal.
it's literally curved.
It's your eyesight.
It's my eyesight.
Where? Go stand on that spot where it's curved. Take
Well,
your
I can't
selfie
because it's
stick
the
past
horizon.
it.
I literally can't do that. It's
Well,
literally the horizon.
what do you mean you can't? So you can see physically where it's curved and you can see the horizon, but you can't go stand on that physical spot. Are you okay?
It's the. I'm
Does that
saying
make
I'm
sense
looking
to
over
you?
the water. I'm
So
saying
if
I'm
you
looking
see a
over the
mountain and
water.
you can't stand on it,
I'm saying I'm looking
brother,
over.
listen.
Want me to go and
Yeah,
walk on water, bro?
get about 10 miles away from Niagara Falls, and then what are you saying? How far away is the
Yeah,
Earth from you?
go to the top of the hump of the water hump. Go to the
Top
have your
of the
friend go to the
hump.
top of the water hump. Yeah.
So
Have him go do that.
I'm not saying that the water goes up in any way, like before me or anything. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the horizon line is curved. That's all I'm
How
saying.
far away, brother? How far away is that line? What does that line mean to you?
I don't
Is
know. I
that
haven't
the
looked.
edge of your
I
ball or
haven't
not?
looked into how far away the line is, but all I know is that it's curved when I
So
look at
you
it.
see it, and you know where you see it, and you think you know you see it, and you think you know where that's at, but you don't know where. You don't know how far away.
No, I haven't looked
That's
into it.
me.
I'm just saying I observed the curved horizon, and yeah, it's interesting. I think that the horizon is curved. You know, it doesn't
Do you know
seem to
that your
make
eyes
sense.
have lenses?
So if you're
You said what?
Sorry. Do you know that your eyes have lenses?
Do your
Because
eyes have
the iris.
lenses?
No, your iris. It's like a lens, right?
So our eyes both have lenses. Is that what you're saying?
Do you know that those are curved
They're curved. The lenses are curved.
in your eyeball?
Oh, so you're telling me you observe a curved horizon as well, right? You have lenses on your eyes, don't you?
No, I'm telling you that's how vision works. I'm trying to explain to you that you're describing perspective.
I'm describing perspective. So you also see a curved horizon.
I don't see a curved horizon. That's what I'm trying to say. What I'm looking at is something that doesn't drop over distance. When I'm standing on it and I'm looking at the horizon, it appears to meet my eye level. The horizon appears to rise to my eye level. It doesn't drop over the distance.
He's right. If you're saying it's a product of your curving lenses in your eyes, then everyone would be.
Yeah. So you know,
You have to
I don't know.
choose
No,
what
but
your
if he's
So you guys don't see it
no,
when
if
you
he's,
look at the horizon. Is the horizon straight or curved for you guys?
do you understand that when we're talking about a curved earth, it is the surface we're talking about, right? So you're having some type of drop over distance. So where you're standing at is the highest point on Earth, because everything else, sans any topology. Let's say you're
I mean,
standing on sea
that
level.
seems to make
Sea
more
level
sense.
should be
Yeah.
curving down away from you.
Yeah, that
Right?
makes more sense to me. I think I can kind of visualize that. That makes more sense to me than the multiple dimples of
Yeah, I'm not sure. Right, but right. So just imagine you're standing on a sea level, and so you're saying that everything is curving down away from you. So the horizon will be below your eye level. So you'll see drop over distance.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I can't tell you about like the reality of that. I'm just saying that the horizon itself is a curved line. It's like an arc.
No, well, what I'm telling
No,
you,
I'm just saying. I'm
that's what
just
I'm trying to
giving you my
describe to you.
observation.
No, what I'm trying to describe to you is that drop should be right in front of you. You should be seeing a drop going downwards all over the sea.
I don't know.
The horizon should not be appearing to rise to your eye level, especially if you keep going up higher.
Okay. Yeah,
So
I don't know.
you're
Maybe that's true.
so you're
Yeah, I'll go to the beach again. I'll let you know if I'll try to like pay
I put a few
attention.
diagrams for you. When we're talking about peripheral vision, so this is how your eyeball works.
Okay.
This would be perspective when we were just talking about your peripheral vision. So I give you the sight line and your far peripheral 100 degrees on both sides, and then I gave you your view. You say you look out, you see a curvature left to right from your peripheral vision. So this is what happens on the airplane. When you go to different windows, you see the curve out of each window, right? So this is what you're claiming. So when you are facing forward, you'd see the curve left to right, a hump in front of you. Then you turn, you face 90 degrees, right? Let's say first you're facing north, then you're facing east, and west.
Okay.
So you'd get a series of humps. This is what you said. You said you see a hump left to right like this. So are
Well,
you
it's not
talking about
series.
like what I put in this series here? This is demonstrating you have a series of humps. So you just don't like that. Just take it as a vacuous single one of these airplane window cartoons, right? You see the hump. That's the green.
Yeah, I would say the issue
That's
here
what
is
you're
that
trying to
I don't know.
describe.
Like I said, the curve was more gradual than I think. And obviously, like
Well,
this is a
yes, this
small
is
window.
not to scale.
I
This
have
is
the
not to
impression
scale.
that if I were looking through such a small opening, such a small aperture, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to perceive that it was curved. Like I said, it was a slight curve, and I would understand why some people don't pay enough attention to
But
just
you're seeing a
curve.
slight curve from
But no,
your
because I don't
peripheral
see, I
vision
can't
left to
see.
right. Now you
What
turn
is the
around.
angular? What is
So you
you know?
see
This is
another
an
hump.
interesting
Yo,
representation, huh?
Baltimore, stop it.
Or do you just see it
Okay,
flat
if
and
no
then
one's gonna
stuff
go,
falls off the
I'd like to
edge?
say Baltimore, if you see a curve left to right in front of you, and then you turn 180 degrees, and you see a curve left to right in the distance behind you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, does that mean you're in between two humps? Are you like, is the Earth a camel now? And you're in between the two humps? How do you see two humps in the distance?
No, that's no,
You know what I'm
no. I
saying?
would,
Like, how could it be in the distance and then in every direction? That doesn't make sense.
yeah. Well, I mean, if I turn completely around, it's like there's another curve, but I'm facing the opposite way. So, like at the ends, like the curves, I feel like they would meet up seamlessly.
How do
Right. So if I'm
two humps in opposite directions meet up? You're
so
in
if I'm
between. You're
looking
you're
in
in the
one, if
valley of the
I'm looking
camel
forward,
humps.
if I'm looking forward and I see a very gradual curve, right through my what is the range here? 100. What was it in this image here? I have 100 and I have about 100 degrees of visual field, and then I turn around again and I turn completely around, right, directly opposite, and I see another very slight kind of
Yeah, and wherever
curve
you look, there's a
rise.
hump. Maybe for wherever you look, there's a hump, and all these humps are connected. Maybe there's no hump to begin with at all. Maybe it's just just how you see.
Yeah, I don't know. When I turn entirely, that's why I was saying when I turn entirely around, the hump it all seems to be connected into kind of one continuously curving, if I were to kind of do a little whirl, right?
Yeah, but you realize if it was continuously curving, there'd be no hump in a specific place.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying I'm not describing it as a hump. It didn't look particularly hump-like. I'm just saying it was curved.
So yeah, he was talking about the
Well, that's
top of it.
curved.
So you're looking directly in front of you. It's the highest point of that curve, right?
Yeah, so is that what you're calling the hump, the highest point there?
Well,
Just
when
because
I hump,
apparently you're looking at
it's
that.
definitely the hump.
This is
Sorry,
you're trying to convey to us what you believe, what you think you're seeing.
What I
So
saw,
we're
yeah.
just trying to be specific. So I drew it there. It is just a curve. Like I called it a hump. It's a hump left to right. Like it's a curve. What is the problem?
Yeah, yeah. I think that in your little the only argument I'd have is that in the kind of panel that you provided here, it just seems that the arc here. I mean, it looks like I wouldn't have seen. It looks like it's exaggerated, right? That's all I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, it's not to scale.
Yeah, it's not to scale.
You know scale, right?
Yes.
That
But
is what you're
the
describing.
point resides. It is still these little humps.
Yeah, well, of course, it depends on your how many times you were turning around, like all this angle stuff. Yeah, I mean, all I'm saying is again, no matter what direction I look, the Earth's horizon seems to be curved. That's my observation every single
Except
time.
right in front of you. Except directly in front of you, right? It's not really
Well, if
curving.
there are a bunch of buildings, if there aren't a bunch of buildings, right? If I'm at the beach or something, it always right in front of me. It seems to be curved. Yeah.
No, but right in front of you, you don't see the curve. In front of you, the horizon is at your eye level, right?
In front of me, well, the horizon isn't right in front of me, so I don't know how to answer that.
You're not seeing. I'm saying right directly in front of you is the highest point of this curve of the horizon, and it's curving away from you in your peripheral vision.
Curving. It seems to bend downwards. Yes.
So it's always the highest point right in front of you.
Yeah, sure. No matter what direction I look, yeah.
Okay, so you don't see a drop over distance. You don't see the horizon dropping in front of you.
I don't know how. I don't feel like like I said, next time I go, I'll try to pay attention to the middle of my visual field. All I'm saying is, though, from left to right, the horizon seems to curve. That's all I'm saying. It just seems. It's just like I open my
see a
eyes.
series
and I
of
see.
humps. Pimple Earth. Pimple Earth. Yeah, you see a series of humps. It's fascinating. It's just the limit. It's the lemon illusion. That's all you're
It's not a
experiencing.
series
Because
of humps,
you
though.
see
You're
how
trying to make it
illogical
seem
it is
like
what you're saying.
You're trying to make it seem like there's a hump here and a hump there and a hump there.
Yes.
But if I slowly pan across,
That's what you're describing.
No, but if I slowly pan across, right? If I slowly do,
And then you'd see hump.
No, I can't discern.
That's how
There's
illogical
one
what
hump,
you're
two
saying
hump, three hump, four hump, red hump, blue hump. I can't see different humps. I'm just seeing a continuous curve.
But it would be humped from every angle. Because that's what you're saying. It's humping in the middle.
Sure. Continuously varying the angle of the hump.
Continuous infinite hump.
This Earth hump so
called a sphere.
Okay. Well, I'm not saying it's a sphere. I'm just saying
You're
appears.
a flat pimple earther, is what you are. You're a flat pimple earther.
I'm a flat pimple earther.
There's like a new kind of thing for people like you. You're not flat earthers. You're like these hump earthers.
I'm a hump
but they're
earther.
Flat, but they are ultimately just flat earthers. Everybody's flat earthers is wild.
That's crazy. Well, I don't know. That shit looks like it curves, but I guess I can't tell you.
Yeah, you see a series of humps. Fascinating. This is. I would just say it's the lemon illusion. I would say it's something psychological.
Incredible.
You think it's more,
You're saying
which
some weird
is
stuff.
fascinating.
You're saying like ahead of you in the distance, it's curving downwards, and that's the highest point ahead of you. But then if you turn around, it's also the highest point behind. Like it's you have highest points all over. You're in some sort of valley or something like that. Everything else is every place around you is the highest point. It doesn't make sense.
All I was saying is, well, I mean, it's hard to, I mean, you're saying if I'm in some sort of valley, I mean, that's interesting.
I'm saying that the way you're saying it is as if you're in a valley, because you're saying that ahead of you, the horizon seems to be curving downwards. If you turn around again in center of your vision, it's curving downwards. Every place that you're looking at is curving downwards. That means that you must be in a freaking middle of the donut.
Oh, well, it doesn't seem to me like the horizon is higher than it should be.
Could it just be optical?
If anything, I think the horizon might be lower than it should be, but I don't know. I couldn't tell you. It looks a little bit low to me.
Right. So what is your definition of horizon?
The line
Compared to your feet, the horizon is low.
Yeah,
So, like,
yeah.
you look down at
I'd
your feet,
imagine
and
if
then
I
you
were
look
to
out
just
to the
really,
horizon. Looks lower or higher?
you were saying I might be in a valley, and I'm saying it doesn't look to me like the peak of this arc that I'm saying the horizon is. And you ask me what's the horizon, I say it's this arc that separates the Earth from the sky. This arc, it doesn't seem to be too high up, such that I would be in a valley. It seems more to
No,
be a
I'm
little.
saying that you must be in like a valley, like intellectually. If you think that every place around ahead of you is curving downwards in every direction, then you're like you
Well,
would have to be in a valley.
if it's curving downwards in every direction, I don't think I'd be in a valley.
If it's curving downwards ahead of you in every direction, you would.
If I would have to curve up ahead of me in order for me to be in a valley, right?
No, because at first you're saying that the highest point is ahead of you, right? So either
Yeah.
you're in a huge plateau and it's flat,
The
and
highest
it just
point
curves
of the
downwards ahead of
horizon.
you.
The highest point of the arc on the highest point on that arc. I don't know if the point where I'm at is higher. Maybe it is. In fact, I feel like it might be because the horizon looks a little low in the sky to me. A little low.
Yeah, because if you see an arc, so obviously, like the curve, the point in the middle, right? I would think it would be in the middle, would be the higher than either end. So somebody's got to be higher than another. You get that? So I don't care where you think you are in a valley, void, on the top of it. Like, I want you to explain what you think you're seeing, these series of humps, and is just everybody on top of a hump when you look out and you see all the humps?
I think everybody is on top of a hump. Yes.
They're higher than
Probably.
you. Because you'd be on the
No.
far end.
I'm saying
looking up their hump.
because I'm saying the arc. I'm saying the horizon arcs right, left to right. Right, the horizon bends, and
Yeah.
also it looks a little lower
Arc
than
higher.
it should be. I can't tell you that I don't feel like I'm in a valley because the horizon doesn't seem to be above me. I wouldn't say I don't feel like it's above me. I'm saying it looks like the horizon might be below me, such that I'm above the horizon, and there's this gradual bend no matter what direction I look into. So maybe I'm on top of the hump. I'm on top of the hump, maybe. But I feel like no matter
Yeah,
where
the
someone
valley
else
view would
is, they're gonna
be
think they're on
between.
top of the hump too. If they see the same thing as me, which I
Mm-hmm.
guess they would have to, right? They're
Yeah.
probably going to be on top of the hump in their perspective, where they are, where they're standing. They're on top of the hump too. It
Okay.
seems.
Okay, that's interesting. So what if we had, like maybe a theodolite, and we had them pointing at each other? And let's say we had 3 of them. What do you think would happen then? How
You
many
said
humps?
a what?
How many
A what-a-light?
humps do you think there would be?
A what-a-light?
Theodolite. Let's just say binoculars, and you just kind of look out horizontally.
Yeah.
And you're looking at each other.
Yeah.
Is somebody going to be lower than where you are on the top of the ball?
I think I'm gonna see them both as lower, but they're gonna see me perhaps as lower. Yeah.
Wow. So I have a diagram of this I'll share with you. But yeah, it's fascinating. It's just a series of humps, all curving up and down from horizontal.
I don't think that I don't see much.
Fascinating
It's
stuff.
not like there's like curving up and down,
This
up
is
and
deep.
down, up and down. It's not
This
like
is a
it's not
deep
like I'm describing
psychological
anything like
disturbance.
that. Huh?
This is very deep. I personally, I blame Common Core curriculum.
Interesting.
And there's probably some environmental.
Environmental.
So yeah, so here I just put the diagram. Actually had one of your comrades help me with this art. It was a joint effort, and I made him label every single part of it. You want to look at it?
Sure.
There it is. This is the glob model.
What with this? Is this
Yeah,
Kim Jong
because
Un
tis
looking out
glob. So when
over
people
the
want to
horizon?
know, because when the flat
Up
earthers
here.
want to know where the glob model is at, I want to make sure they know exactly what I'm talking about.
This
I
here?
also
Okay.
I also just posted the description of your perspective. If you want to take a look at that, and it's what you're describing.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah,
It's
so
at
you
33
described
minutes.
this.
What is PP? It says PP. I don't know PP.
Personal
Penis.
perspective.
It's
Okay.
well, I mean, it's kind of a penis thing.
But do you see how that is drawn as your eyes horizon? You see it, how it perceived to curve? That's what you're describing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I couldn't say exactly here. I mean, I like this drawing here. But this seems to just be the line that like that horizon, right? That doesn't seem to be in reference to an object like the ground. It seems to just be kind of like the midpoint of my visual field vertically.
Bingo. Bingo. That is what you've been describing this whole time. But we can get into that. There's somehow we can just settle this by having measurements, right?
Yeah, I agree. We should do those measurements. Totally, 100%.
They've been done.
They've been done. Okay.
Yeah, I posted it earlier in the hour that it's called the Black Swan, where we see some oil rigs and we have these known distances, and then we have the height of the observer at 1 foot. So if you know how much the radius is supposed to be, you can then debunk the notion that this radius or the horizon is going to be curving things away from you. Because the horizon in that picture is beyond the limitations of the circumference of the proposed spherical Earth.
I'm looking for this black swan. I don't.
It's at 10 minutes past the hour. I'm pretty sure it's at 1:10 in your time.
I just posted it for him.
I see here. Holy shnikes. Incredible. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to see who took this photo here and who took these measurements. And I'd like to see their methodology.
Well, you can do this yourself. You can go to Rehoboth Beach, and then you can see Cape May Point. You can go to where Rehoboth Beach is, right? You can go
Yes.
there, and you can see New Jersey, right across the ocean.
Yeah, I'll have
Then
to
you
go
can
and do
measure
that.
Then you can measure the distance. You can see your height, and then you can plug in the numbers of 1.22 times your server's height in feet, which would be the drop over distance that you should be measuring from the supposed radius. And then you can see that you can debunk it. That's what I did. You can just, I was in Cape May Point, and you can just see Rehoboth Beach right on the other side, the beach and everything. Not hidden at all.
And you're saying you just saw it across the water? Is that can most people see that across the water? Are your eyes incredible as well?
Actually, it's not that far away, so you can. But you can even see it from the beach. Like you can put your head down, 1 foot observer, and you can just see right across from Cape May Point. You can see Rehoboth Beach.
You can see New Jersey from Rehoboth Beach.
Yeah,
That's what you're saying.
correct.
Shouldn't there be like a photo of this on the internet, perhaps?
No, you can go prove it to yourself. This is why I'm saying. I just gave you a photo of the Black Swan, which is with known distances, so you can disprove the radius.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how many flat earthers have done this in Cape May Point, but I travel to Cape May Point every year, and then you can just see Rehoboth Beach from there.
All right. Well, I guess I'll have to next time I'm at Rehoboth, I'll have to. I don't remember seeing any Cape. I don't remember seeing any land on the other side, so I don't know.
Well, it would maybe appear to be like a hump. Maybe when you think that you've seen Earth curve, maybe it's just been you just actually just see a raised in elevation, or maybe it's swell. It's like I got 99 reasons why there's bottom up, but globe Earth ain't one.
I guess I don't know. I'm not here to argue globe Earth today. I was just curious about my my observation that the horizon curves. That's all I had today. Thank you very much for your time,
that would
gentlemen.
be the limit illusion, and just continue to just make some observations and think about it now that you kind of know the numbers. We've save that meme just so you know your math, and go out and make some observations yourself. And just
Indeed.
think about
I will
it.
Save
Have
it
a
to
good
my
time,
camera
and then come
roll.
back. But you have a good night, dude. It was a good conversation this time.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Have a great night. Goodbye.
So
Yeah, like the looking forward and seeing the peripheral vision hump. That's like monkeypox.
now the funny thing about the Cape May Point and seeing New Jersey from Delaware is they're going to be like, no, you shouldn't be able to see it. It's like, yeah, you're right, you shouldn't be able to see it, but you do. And then once you see it, you're like, well, you should be able to see it in a globe. Just
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
I thought. Okay, never mind.
Mr. Fry.
10-4.
Mr. Fry, I like your avatar.
Oh,
You like
thank you, man. I like yours.
Yeah, into the break. But you gotta love Fry. So, I mean, it's like that. Well, they had that new 3-letter agency lead guy, and he was looking at the He was looking through the optical device the wrong way, and it was all over the news. You know, I'm just being careful with my language.
I see.
It was just real hilarious.
I got
But yeah, so you think there's like a bunch of layers to the globe Earth, right? Just like your whole thing.
What? What layers?
Well, don't you have like you like have the Prometheus like panspermia, like the rock came from Mars, put seeded life here on Earth. Isn't that your whole sort of religion?
I don't think it makes definitive claims about anything really.
I don't. Yeah, that sounds like bullshit.
Prometheus, right? Like, and one day you'll go to Mars and like you'll be like growing potatoes and you own nothing, and it'll be
What?
progress,
What?
and it'll be full circle,
Fucking Prometheus, and
full circle. It's
we're gonna
beautiful. It's a
all
beautiful secular ideology.
we're
What do you
gonna
mean?
we're
It's
gonna
got
do
heaven.
all.
It's got hell mythos. It's what are you upset about it for?
Back to
Prometheus the movie.
I don't know Prometheus.
Well,
Where does
it's your DNA in the mud, in the rock.
Where-
It's like your cousin.
Your wet rock cousins.
where does Prometheus happen?
In evolution from your cousin,
Well,
the
that
rock.
would be the life on Mars. See, we had life on Mars, a whole other Earth, actually.
Uh-huh.
And then the rock got knocked off of it and then bounced over here and then it panspermiaed. You know,
So,
Promethean,
rock-
the gods, the civilization of the old Earth,
Hold on.
Mars.
No, we're
It
not to that
oxidized,
yet.
bro. It oxidized and you don't care.
So the rock got bounced.
All of a sudden,
off
you don't care about your whole space religion.
The rock got
Weird.
bounced off of the other rock, and
Yeah.
and now we have Prometheus, right?
No, Prometheus was obviously the civilization or whatever life it was on Mars that got knocked off into Earth.
Yo, nigga, like I'm down.
Panspermia.
I'm fucking
Prometheus
down.
would be before
I'm fucking
the
down.
seeding of life on the other wet rock.
You gotta
And
sell
the
it to me.
thermodynamics violation.
You gotta sell
Yeah,
it
it's a
to me
good space
hard.
fantasy. It's a good story, right?
Superhero
Wonderful.
avatar.
Nah, you gotta sell it to me hard. Like I'm sitting here fucking.
This is your Scientology. You know, you should really get into
Great great
Scientology. They'll
grandpa
tell you about
Prometheus.
Xenu and all that.
I'm sitting here fucking. What in the fucking?
You bought
Elon
the
Musk.
globe. You might as well just try to be the best glober, and that's a Scientologist.
All right. Distinguish yourself from Scientology. Distinguish yourself from Scientology.
Tom Cruise is King Globetard.
Tom Cruise.
Elon,
You
the
can't do
best
nothing
Musk
about
you
it.
can be.
Tom Cruise is a little bit king of the world. Why should
He's the ruler of your sacred church, of Scientology.
Why should Tom Cruise not be king of the world as we stand?
See, you're already on your way. I told you.
No,
This is like a new thing, I think,
I'm
for
with you. I'm fucking with you.
You're like
And,
you can do free Scientology too. There's bootleg like YouTube Scientology.
dude, I've been watching
They tell you
like
all
the
about Xenu
remix.
and
I've been
Get
watching
Clear.
the fucking remix.
You can buy your own cans and hold them.
What I want to ask you is,
shit.
why should Tom Cruise not be king of the world right now? No remix
He's
needed.
a fucking fruitcake.
No, he's not a fucking
No,
fruitcake.
he would have to be chief engineer.
Why should Tom Cruise?
No, Cortico. No, I was asking a real. You started spurting out though. Just calm down for a second. No, I was asking you. This is your thing. So you have the panspermia. The life was seeded here, or did the lightning just happen to strike the primordial ooze?
No. You're right.
Some amino acids had like the electric impulse.
Probably that.
Floating in the
Yeah.
ocean.
No.
So no
Probably.
panspermia.
More
just
likely.
spontaneous combusting of life. Just spontaneous life.
I believe
call
in
it
the
that,
weird.
yeah.
I
Okay.
believe in the weird shit. I will buy into the weird shit. Question. What do you want?
Well, that was it. You either lean really hard into it and you are a Scientologist, or you just like half-ass it and you're like, yeah, the lightning struck the
No,
pond and the amino acids like had some electric impulse and combined and
no.
formed life.
I lean
And
real.
then a fish
fucking-
flopped out onto the sand, and then the
Nope.
monkey turned into your uncle.
Nope, not me.
Yeah,
I
that's
lean.
straight from South Park.
I lean real hard into that, but it's not into what you want me to. Like, of course, you want me to lean into the scientifically explainable, right? That's what we all want. We want
I
a
don't even
future.
think you really know what science is, so that's not what I asked at all.
I could try to explain you if you have questions about like what my views on science are. Like I could attempt to explain them. I'm not a scientist.
No, I want to know, what is your creation mythos?
My creation mythos is I personally am an atheist, but I hate liberal atheists. So
Did I ask you any political affiliation of anything? No.
That's
Unless you're
creation.
saying then to be, you think survival of the fittest. So all those things were true. What I said, I was joking around, but that is just your beliefs. And you think it is better for humanity and evolution to be politically right. So that's just your current. So I did your whole mythos in like 5 minutes. Your
you
whole
said
entire
you said a whole
world.
bunch of things, and then you said that it's just better for whatever to be politically right. I can't establish that.
Okay, you're
That
libertarian.
opinion.
You're
No, I'm not a
socially.
I'm not a libertarian. I'm not a libertarian.
Communist.
Okay, good. Okay, that's good. You're not a libertarian. But anyways, so yeah,
I'm
that
not
was just. I know you sort of like these out there topics, but you kind of can't handle it. It's like, I know, I'm just asking you about, like, did the life come from the Mars, or was it the lightning bolt, or
I
like,
will.
what do you
I will get out of
think it
any
is?
of this sidestep thing, and I will just join as Portico as like a one-on-one. Like I don't want to dodge any conversation. Like I don't want to dodge any question. Like I don't want to dodge any point. Like I will answer anything.
Okay, calm down. It's all good. We can just talk about, you want to talk about this last guy. I think I assessed him with having just like lemon effect, suffering from like a
Actually, into the
delusion of
break,
seeing a curve.
I've discussed shit with you, right? Like in the past.
Yes.
All right. Thank God.
You're always like astounded every time. Like, I'll talk to you like next week and you'll be like, "Oh my gosh."
Hey, but I'm
You're
not going
funny
to
like
demean.
that, but I do like you
I'm not going to demean you
you
though.
have a good spirit.
I'm not going to demean you. You're always a
Yeah,
good.
you have a good spirit. Yeah, and I will, maybe I yawn, maybe I will demean you a little bit, but it doesn't mean,
That's all right.
wishing evil on somebody. It's, it's just like, hey, fuck off.
No. I fuck up so much. Like I don't even like when it
I know.
splashes in my face. Like I don't even feel it. So it just
Yeah, but
is what
we're
it
just
is.
sort of just having a fun conversation, anyways, right?
No,
So.
absolutely. You're a good guy. I can tell fucking right now, and we've had these conversations.
Yeah, I just think atheists are just so illogical. Atheism is just a pure logic to me.
Actually,
I don't think
we
there's
can.
anything logical. I don't even think you could even have logic.
No, I think we can have a decent discussion about this because I think that atheism is. I've been on both sides of this, and I don't actually know where, like if you were to hold a gun to my head on so many issues, like I don't know where I would stand, and I would take the bullet. Where would you stand if a gun were held to your hand, to your head, and where would you sit? I don't want to give you like a psalm or whatever. Like when it comes to the Christian religion. Yeah.
I'm just messing with you.
Well, no, this is serious. This is serious.
You're like you're trying to quote scripture to me. I appreciate the gesture. I do.
I
really
don't
do.
have
But
scripture to
if you don't have it handy, it's okay. I came not to bring peace but the sword.
Sure. But like if someone didn't want to bring the peace, if someone brung the sword,
Well, that's the point, isn't it?
to your head, because
Well, you better have a way to
American.
defend yourself, right?
You're an American, right?
Yeah, but you should have a way to defend yourself. You shouldn't be on the back foot. You should be, on the front foot.
What if you're a Brazilian? They don't have.
Yeah, I would just move. Obviously,
you don't have the option.
Why would I live in some
you don't have the option.
communist place? Like I wouldn't do it.
You don't have the option.
I guess that's the problem, isn't it?
It is.
Maybe
It is.
So you think think we should bring back the Crusades? That would be based.
I would be kind of okay with the Crusades.
It would be so good. Let's fix the world, dude. We did it before. We'll do it again.
I kind of think that.
See, you're not an atheist. You're just not a religious person.
I'm not an atheist. I'm absolutely not an atheist.
Okay, see, there you are. You said you were. Now you're not. Yeah. I don't even think there's such thing as an atheist. Everybody's got some god. Everybody's got to serve somebody.
True.
Yeah. Well, we can get into that later. Like, I think that the world is on a decline, and it needs helping. It needs saving.
There's a lot of flat earthers in the world.
So flat earthers don't matter.
Oh well.
I don't think they matter. So I was in the flat earther channel earlier.
Well, I said there's a whole lot, and then you just said like there's a lot of people. It's just garbage.
I just don't think
a bit of an elitist in that way, huh?
So they're there. Like, I'll admit that they're present. I just don't think that the end all be all like worries about the flat Earth. Like, I don't think that
because Elon Musk is gonna save us with the potato farming on Mars, right?
Well,
we'll be able to get resources from Mars.
I think Elon Musk is gonna do a whole lot. I think that Elon Musk is a source for good, and I think that we should respect Elon Musk, and we should try to find ways to support Elon Musk. I think that Elon Musk is a source for good.
You know when you have a friend who when you talk to a friend who thinks that wrestling is real, it's like this.
Yeah.
It's like this conversation.
Yeah.
I was a wrestler in high school, by the way. I was a state champ.
Pro wrestling, I should say. But yeah, wrestling was awesome.
You're right. But like when people talk about wrestling, like I think about wrestling because like that was my spirit. I was a wrestler. I think that Elon Musk has that spirit. I think.
Which spirit? The spirit of the pro wrestler?
Yeah. Actually, yes.
Cool. Because he was just saying that it's totally fake and staged.
Of course it's fake and staged.
So Elon's whole position is fake and staged, and Awesome. So we should respect him, and we should promote him, and we should like support him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, you're a walking contradiction of yourself.
Yeah, I would say for sure. There's some good things. Like, what do you think he's going to pull the wool out for, or the wool from your eyes, or what is it, the rug
Yeah.
from
So,
underneath
so
your
how
feet?
how am I a contradiction? Because I know a
I mean,
showman is a
X is a very
showman.
terrible platform. It's if he wanted like an actual good platform, he would have bought Discord or he would have
Oh,
bought. But it's like
because it's
Telegram and Discord,
conservative.
they're fine. He didn't need to. He had to go attack the libtards at their little hive, and he had to get rid of the queen bee and become the king. And now it's wasps, and now it's a very dangerous place.
What do you think about Reddit?
And that's if you like fun.
What do you think about Reddit?
Oh, it's just he should just buy that one and then combine them. That'd be great.
I mean,
Call it the red tweeter. The red tweeter would be great.
No,
Red tweeter X would be perfect.
do you use Reddit?
I sometimes go on there. I'm just disgusted at the libtards on there.
Mm-hmm.
So many libtards. It's awful. And then Threads, I can only imagine is terrible. I can't even go on Facebook. I'm triggered. First thing that pops up, I'm just like, holy shit, what is this? And then TikTok is just demons come just pouring out of your phone.
Do you think it's possible?
And that's what I just mean is just pure brain rot. When I say demonic, you can think whatever you want, but pure brain rot.
Into the break, actually, like I was going to ask you a question, but I won't, because I think we're on the same side. Reddit is gone, right? It's just gone. Like
it's diminishing. What do you mean?
Well, no.
It's a lost cause. Is that what you mean by gone?
I don't think that we can get anything good from it. I think it's dead. I don't. I think it's. You can try to resuscitate it, but it's gone. It's just gone.
When
something
it'll be interesting when Disney is indicted for election tampering. What other sort of media outlets, sort of fall, the.
I don't think
there's obviously this cultural thing that's happening.
I'm a conservative. I don't think Disney has any responsibility in what's going on with ABC, right?
Well, you know how many trillions of dollars China is putting in to have like this sort of DEI or ESG in BlackRock and all these.
Is this the fucking China thing?
Of all these. Yes, and they're mad about Russia, and then China will ban outright all that kind of stuff from their media, but then is spending trillions of dollars on putting it in our media. It's wild.
Into the break,
and all these woke comic books, why they're still getting like written is because libraries buy them up. So the consumer isn't a consumer.
Into the break, you let me speak for a while. Like, does anyone else have an opinion on whether or not
Yeah, we're way off topic here, guys. We got to get back on topic here.
Yeah,
we're starting to drift out into the weeds here.
That's what I'm trying to get to. Does anyone else have an opinion on those kinds of things?
No one cares. No one cares, Cortico. Cortico, you're really difficult to like channel. It's like herding kittens in a direction. Flat Earth.
Let's get to flat Earth because I was trying to divert away from that.
I know you are.
Flat Earth economics.
Flat Earth.
So it is still flat Earth. That was flat Earth economics. So, but we're talking natural science or maybe geometry.
We will talk flat Earth economics and geometries after. All right, we'll talk that after. We'll do like a post fucking conversation, like you and me. Like, what is fucking
Yeah,
talk
but
about?
you'll do it somewhere else if you want to get into the weed conversation. You have to have the
Absolutely.
conversation somewhere else, and you can talk as long as you want.
Absolutely. This dude fucking knows. This dude is based.
That's a
Okay,
flat
back
Earth
to
term.
topic. Let's get back on topic here. There's been some good conversations tonight. Let's continue on with them. Okay.
What do you guys think about what's the newest Elon Musk fucking
Cortico, come on, dude. Are you just trying to get booted? For real?
I'll shut up. I'll shut up. I'm sorry.
He just can't do it. He can't just talk about if he has a measurement of Earth curve or not. He can't. It's like impossible. It's like just
Well,
like
he
a slippery
declared
eel.
flat Earth doesn't matter, right?
A measurement of Earth curve? No, I absolutely do not. Like I don't have it. I don't have it.
All right. Well, Fry, do you have a measurement of Earth curve?
Oh, I'll post it in the link. Hang on. In the chat, I mean. Wait. Oh, you know what? It's not. I mean, okay, wait. Right, there you go.
Let's examine his measurement.
Oh god, MC Tune.
Oh god. Wait, Tune? Is Tune
Yeah.
here?
Tune.
No.
Wait, where's MC Tune?
In his link. Fry's link.
Are we gonna be on YouTube?
What?
You
MC
already
Tune,
are.
MC Tune fucking is all over YouTube. He's famous.
Try to keep up, Cortico.
This server
I'm trying.
is
I'm trying.
live streaming on YouTube all the time.
Oh shit. I'll be quiet. Tune, you're gay.
Fry, do you have a claim you're trying to make?
Not really. I mean,
Really? You can
Here
post a
comes the
link, but
humps again.
do you have a claim to make?
You can just say whatever you want. MC Tune sucks. Say whatever you want.
Right. I put it in the chat. My response to what you sent.
yeah, that's
With
pretty good. That's
him
pretty good.
manipulating. So what you're talking about again? Weren't you here when we had this conversation? The pimple Earth, where you're looking in the direction, you're seeing a left to right peripheral vision hump. Then you turn, you see another hump and another hump
Yeah.
and another hump. However many times, it's ridiculous.
That's a fair
Purely
point.
illogical.
No
Even to
response to
even
that.
suggest that it's stupid. It looks dumb, right? Especially if your whole thing is there's a sphere.
Right. You're right. It just looks stupid.
I'll look into it.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they
I
give it
don't
to you in
have
a
a
vacuous
response.
statement. They're like, you see, look forward, you see left to right curvature, and then it's like,
You're like
okay,
the
yeah, and then
ocean. You get a hump,
turn
and you
around
get
and
a
see it.
hump, and you get a hump.
Yeah.
Right. You just have to turn around.
No, yeah, I'll look into it. That's a good point. I don't know how it works.
A real good point. You just have to turn around, and it just all makes sense.
So did your voice just change? What the fuck?
I know Corioco precisely does not make any sense. This is the humor. That's why it's funny. Haha, the Globetard made the oopsie. Haha. Get it?
What's the guy talking about? What's your name?
What, who, me?
No, the guy that was just talking. The irrelevant person.
Oh, I thought you guys were friends.
I thought we were, but he wants to have a problem.
Also, Fry, you ought to take this idea of yours and run it past a few globe earthers, and they'll tell you that the same thing, that the horizon is always flat, and even if it were round, you wouldn't see left to right curvature.
True.
They'll even tell you that. They will.
They're posting memes in the side chat to that effect.
Wait, I don't get it. What does this mean? When the Earth hump is in front of you and behind you?
Fry.
Yeah.
I gotta say, what country are you from?
India.
Do you buy into any of this 24/7 flat Earth?
What do you mean?
Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Oh no, bro. I'm just here for shits and giggles mostly.
You're just here for the memes?
Pretty much.
No, he is here openly a globetard. He like really deeply believes in this like sort of space cosmology.
No, right. I was just making sure because you and I like wink wink. We're just checking out
He's like
space.
like a legitimate a globetard, like authentic.
Nah, I just wanted to make sure that he wasn't
like you.
actually being corrupted by the space. Like we all fit in our own channels into the break. It would be a disservice to go beyond the channel, right? Like the channel. Like
sounds like some cope.
I'm coping a little bit. I'm coping
Sounds
a
like
little
some
bit.
cope.
I'm coping a little bit. I'm coping a little bit. I'm coping a little bit. Yo,
Globe cope is hilarious. I love it.
it's not just globe cope. Like the actual fucking future of the country is at hand, right? Right?
That is some globe cope.
Is that a fucking globe cope? Like the future?
That is the biggest globe cope.
The future of the country
No,
is at stake.
Eggshells was in here yesterday talking about. I'm not even saying it. Just
You just said we
you
didn't
people
matter.
are just really like I don't know these straws. You're like running out of straws.
Into the Break fucking knows. Into the Break is a fucking liar because he knows how important it is that we understand the mark of this country. Like
Cortico, go to a different room, bro, and have a blast. You're just trying to get booted here, bro. Come on. You're going against the grain here. You know what I'm saying?
Do you need to be put in your corner again?
I mean, he was probably booted from one of these politics ones, and he's just like coming here groveling.
Cortico, what you're saying is my favorite shit, but I don't do it here. Know what I mean?
I'll leave. I'll leave. Like
I'm not trying to make you leave.
You don't have to,
change the
Cortico, you don't
subject.
have to leave. You can stay here. Can you just stay off that subject and the other subjects that you keep trying to drift onto? There's a topic for the room. Let's stick to the topic. There's great conversations, and we'll let them go for as long as they can go. Just have a back and forth.
Okay. I apologize. I will simmer down. I am excited about politics. I apologize.
You saw the humps. Remember we were talking about the humps, and you're just you like sort of hurt your mind, your mental state. So then
my brain.
Yeah. So then you were telling Fry, like you're reassuring Fry with some cope that he wasn't actually falling for
Right.
your own, and it was his own description.
I
Which
did
then I guess
that.
is your description that you are now
Right. Right.
coping
Right.
about.
I did
Because it's
that.
such an illogical position to
Right.
have.
Right. I did that. All right. I'll drop it. I apologize.
No,
Like,
we're currently talking about it. It's not a drop it. It is, instead of just saying, "Oh my gosh, my mind is broken," rectify the problem
well,
with
I
your
just want you
logic.
guys to know. I just want you guys to know that I have.
This is a mental exercise for you.
All right. I have political opinions that I feel
And those should help you in this case, okay? We're talking about your hump
Article,
vision. It should help
drop
you.
political stuff, okay? You're doing it again. I don't know why you can't. Maybe tonight's not a good night for you. Maybe you need to go and have a rest and come back tomorrow. Maybe that's what you need. What do you say?
tonight.
Yeah, give him his blankie. Give him his blankie. Just, go to bed, take a nap or something, or maybe eat something. Maybe your blood pressure is low.
I do.
You're just like really concerned
I
about
do.
the politics thing, and you're in it. I'm sorry if you got kicked out of another room.
No.
But if you want to come here, let's talk about how you think it's really funny that you think that there's a lot of humps when you look around in every direction.
Well,
Let's talk about that.
Well, I'll try to behave. Like, what are we talking about when we're speaking of like hump and
Yeah, can you clarify? I'm confused.
I don't know
don't
what that
follow.
means when you
Yeah.
say
The curve.
hump.
When you see the curve, peripheral curve,
Like the Kamala curve?
so you don't see it.
No,
So you're
I
not
don't.
seeing any peripheral curve. Okay, so that one's squashed. I'm glad you guys don't have the limit illusion sort of that deeply ingrained into your sort of subconscious.
Wait. What do you? What's wrong with the hump though? Like, is that what you're not supposed to see on a globe?
You're seeing a series of different humps.
Yeah,
Is that what you're supposed to see on a
that's
globe?
the curve. That's the curvature.
A bunch of humps, or you see just one hump?
Oh, you mean it's like not uniform? It's like humped at the center? Is that what you
Listen,
mean?
you're the one that's told me that when you look forward, you see a curvature from left to right. So there's a hump in your middle vision, and your peripheral has a lower, right? So you're seeing this hump, and you call that's the hump of the
I
globe.
see what you mean. Okay. Gotcha.
That's what you have told me. See, this isn't what I believe. I don't believe this. This is not the cartoons and diagrams that I'm sending. This is what you believe. I've been given these by many a globetrot.
I'm gonna be honest. I actually do not know what would you see. Like, it's hard for me to visualize. Like, if you're actually on a sphere, like let's just take like a huge sphere, right? Like a 1 kilometer huge sphere, and you're
I
on
wrote
top
that.
of it.
Okay,
I'm
it
just
would have
saying.
a
What
determinable
would you expect?
geometry.
What's that?
It would have a determinable geometry, which would be this glob, right? That's what's always funny when we look at these pictures. It's like, here's a bunch of flat, and then here's the mountain 245 miles away. And it's just flat there, and then all of a sudden the glob hump happens somewhere. And at no point from the beginning of where the camera edge lower frame is to the upper frame is there this glob hump, this hump. It's
Yeah, no, I see
obstructing
what you
things.
mean. I see what you mean.
There's no curve to anything.
That's actually a very good point. I have no response to that. I'm gonna be honest, yeah. That doesn't follow, you know? How can
Yeah. Well, maybe a little devil's advocate, I would say that they would say that there is a curving of light. And so you're actually not seeing it in the position it is.
that just what can you what?
Right? The light would be like looking at a fiber optics, and you can bend a fiber optic, and the light, the signal comes through, right? This is what they're saying is that the light is bent at this specific radius that it follows it. You just see the perfect image. So you're seeing Chicago. It's beautiful, perfect. You see it there. You can boat across it all the way, and the whole time you got it in view. And at no point does it stop being in its position. But they would say, "Oh, you're going around this hump," and that's only 14 miles away, or 45 miles away. I don't know, 55, whatever it is.
It's fucking far away, and I would think that it is no longer in view. Like it's out there. Like it's no longer in view.
It's gone, but you can see it.
Yeah, why do we do this kind of bullshit? Like why does it matter if it's kind of in view or it's no longer in view?
Why do you think it matters? Is it a mirage or is it really there? Wouldn't it be important to know where Chicago is, right?
It's.
When you
I
want to
don't think
know?
it's actually there. It's a mirage. Like if it was an actual.
I think it matters, but not in like the political spectrum. I think it matters when you, me, into the break. Like we could have conversations on how it matters, but like with respect to the fucking.
Oh, I mean, you don't have a nation without flat Earth, so it's just pipe dream for you.
Well, okay. So regardless of flat Earth, like I just.
It's always the appeal back to the Christian ethics here in America. That's why I say that. But
Yeah, I think Christian ethics.
which is flat Earth. Which was flat Earth.
Nah,
Based
Christian
on flat Earth,
ethics.
yeah.
Christian ethics.
Based on flat Earth.
Christian ethics aren't flat Earth.
We defer
right?
back to the Bible, so it's flat Earth for sure, for certain.
Nah, definitely.
Actually,
defer back to
our whole
the
justice
Bible.
system until the commies infiltrated and pretended like they were one of us, and the rest is history, right?
True. There's a lot
This
of
is
truth
flat
there.
Earth economics. It's so the localization, right? So you're seeing something that it isn't really there ever. You're never seeing a globe.
Well, I think there's some
So you can talk about the politics, and there's this big underlying issue that is your whole. Both of these structures are built on a delusion. There's nothing. There's no foundation.
Wait, which ones?
Whatever one you wanted to pick, wherever you're from.
No, you just said two structures were built upon delusion. You have
Two sects of the government, right? Two parties, let's say. See, I think currently in America there's three parties. This is a different story. But there was these previous pillars. It'll be another, it's symbolic of the double pine to single pine in Back to the Future.
Do you have two children to take care of? Like so these are all hypothetical. Do you have actual
Sure.
So you have actual children to take care of in this situation?
Sure. So you'd have this duty, wouldn't you? You'd have this duty to have an epistemology that is logical, that is cohesive, that is coherent.
That's something that
Like you should have the duty to these truths. No one's forcing you to do it.
I know.
It's you having respect for yourself or duty to yourself, your family.
Into the break. Can I please talk to you for a second? Please. The server is pissing me off.
Into the break.
I'm trying to get him on topic, and he just keeps going on. He just
He's
will
going
not
to
stay on
listen
topic.
into the break. Listen, he is going to loop you, okay? He doesn't understand the semantic usage of the English he's using. Do you understand the poem there into the break?
Yeah, it's illogical.
Yeah. Okay, you cannot convince somebody that is on that level of the game that they are losing. They're a loser. You can't convince them of that. You have to show them circumventively, okay? Into the break. If I sit here and talk to you, you realize I'm talking to you because you can hear it. These are senses, okay? Your senses.
You're an idiot. into the break. If I need to be quiet, I will be quiet. We will
You're
deal with
drunk.
that.
You're drunk.
No, the fuck what?
It's important to the discussion.
No, it is not.
Yes, it
Yeah, I
is.
mean, we have
Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell
Yeah,
me why.
maybe Cortico,
Okay, I can tell you
go
why.
on
I
mute
can
for a
tell you why
minute and
drink.
then
Wait, no,
let
stop.
Mike
Into the break.
talk.
Into the break. Stop. I can explain to him why. Okay. This is a hyper. I'm talking to you now. Who's the one talking to me? The drunk guy.
No, you have not established that I am drunk.
I'm going to, but you need to answer my question in a yes or no fashion for me to establish it. I'm going to prove it to you, but you
Will
need to
do.
engage with me with your ears. Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. What is your name? What do you go
Olive.
by on Discord? What do you go by on Discord?
2639.
2369. That's what you said?
Yep.
Can I call you Loretta?
No.
Why is that?
Because
Why does
that's
that
not
sound off to you? Why does Loretta sound off to you?
because that is not my name.
No, because you are not a woman. Loretta
No.
sounds like a female name.
You
I could
gave
if
me
I
an alternate answer. I gave you my answer and you give me an alternate answer.
What the fuck is going on?
I gave you my answer. Correct?
Yo, this server is off the rails, bro. What is happening?
Yeah, Cortico, you just calm down. Let's talk to Mike.
Shut up.
Mike's in here. We got Russian Mike. He's a good dude.
Shut up.
He's good faith. You're
Oh
obviously a
my god.
defense lawyer. You're on your back foot,
Shut
like, dude.
up.
You're a little honey badger,
Shut
dude.
up.
Oh damn, that's
Just
from
pure
Smash.
logic.
Shut
Pure
up.
logic.
Damn.
Shut up.
Dude, you bricked him. What did you do? Dude,
What the
you
fuck?
bricked him.
I cannot stop laughing. Oh my god, this is amazing.
You
Oh
see
shit,
what
he got
beliefs
muted.
can do to you? If you have these really strong beliefs and then sort of the foundation is pulled out from underneath your legs, you collapse. We're here for you, Cortico.
I can't believe people get drunk and come on Discord. What the fuck?
It's fun. But you can have too much fun too,
It's
there's too
kind
much
of
of a
sad,
too
but
much is too much. I know all too well. But it's like no, whatever he did, he just started. It just broke him. This is somebody who follows him around. This is some sort of like weird sort of pranking a
oh,
group
I
that he's
see,
in.
I see, I see. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So they're both in and oh, I see, I see.
And then he's like, oh, sprig out. Sprig, oh God. Yeah. And these are the globe people. These are globe people. Like all the crazy ones, you included, you're the globe people.
Oh man. I mean, I mean, you're gonna get a lot of trolls. I mean, you have to realize that as a flat Earth, server.
Yikes. Yeah, what does that say about your religion? Your glob religion. I mean,
I mean, there is some truth to what he said. Like, people don't take flat Earth seriously. They think it's a joke.
really? I mean, people have taken it pretty serious for, thousands of years. Didn't you believe in like human history?
I
Civilizations?
really doubt that.
Yeah. So flat earthers built everything that you comprehend. Standing on the shoulders of giants when they were flat earthers.
I see.
Yeah. See, most people are just flat earthers. They just don't even know it, right? Like Cortico was an atheist until it was like, yeah, it's not really logical. Can you sort of logically back it up for me? And it's like, oh no, actually, I'm not.
I could give you some real good philosophical
No, we're not
discussion.
doing that. No, Cortico, stop.
Of course,
Okay,
we're not.
Fry is very curious about this sort of a glob affliction.
Wait. What was that? Glob affliction?
Glob affliction.
Did I stutter?
No, sir, you did not. You said glob affliction.
Tell me about it.
Well, I don't know anything about glob affliction. I would love to know.
Why is everyone else on mute? Why is no one else talking?
The reason is because the topics that we discuss are difficult. They're challenging. They're difficult. There are a lot of things. They're difficult topics.
I see.
And
see, that's the I would say it's very simple. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Level is horizontal. That's it. Boom. I'm done. For me, it's very for Cortico. It's very difficult. He's got to have a fraud group get together, and they got to take a booze cruise to some ice island somewhere. Go meet the Snow Queen, the Ice Queen. Like, very complicated. There's a Prometheus, Martian god, and then they seeded life on Earth through panspermia. Then there's these constant evolutions: bad evolution, bad evolution, good evolution. This one carries on, and then we have this sort of cohesive populations that sort of have these adaptations. Yeah, this is all the pure logic of atheism, and they're sort of god of the
I
galaxy.
actually have.
Into the break. Into the break.
God that is gravity.
No, this is all wrong. I don't believe in any of that. I would love to just get
Okay, well,
one-on-one.
you're a half globetard then. Okay.
I'm not a half globetard.
You just believe the curved Earth part, the curved glob Earth, and then not the whole space mythos that built it. Okay.
Well, I do believe in the mythos. I think that Elon Musk, I think that he's gonna send us to Mars. I think that he's gonna build a spaceship, and he's gonna send us to Mars, and we're gonna live in a Mars world.
I doubt that's ever happening.
I think it's gonna happen. What are we? We're 9/14. I think 9/30. 9/30.
You know what? I reckon people thought Gilgamesh would have built them a boat, but he built himself a boat and all his mates.
Gilgamesh can build his boat. But I think by 9:30, Musk will send us to Mars. And would we
9:30?
not?
What?
Will we not be a better world for it? 9:30. Will
If
we
you
not
were
be
on Mars,
us, all of us? Will we not be a
they're not
better?
all of us. Some of us, maybe.
You're
Not
there
really.
too. You're there. You're DI. What's your name? Bizarre Adventure. You're better off.
It'll be full circle. You'll go back to where the creators were. The Prometheans, the civilization
Yeah, so you know where
that's on the life
Mars is
here.
to me? Mars is like the congealed blood of Satan. Don't want to go to Mars.
I think Mars is the congealed blood of the Maker. I think that's where the human genome came from.
So you just have
I think
this whole other cosmology.
You take those 8 celestial bodies, they look like the components of a giant organism. God smite me out of the heavens.
Uh huh. I think we came from Mars. All of us. All of us. And the fruitful nature is you're the ones that have to deal with it. Like I think we all came from Mars.
Wow.
Deal with that.
No,
Right?
we didn't.
No,
I don't have
see,
to
the
deal with
reason
it.
they're going
You
up there
do.
to those wandering stars is they want to bring back components of each of them, try to amalgamate them into the Antichrist.
I don't think he said anything. I think he just said some bullshit. Right? So you guys are the ones that have to deal with that.
Deal with it.
Yeah,
I have to deal with it.
he's coughing, and you got to deal with
You gotta go
you
to
gotta
Mars and
you,
plant
you gotta
potatoes.
you gotta deal with Mars.
You gotta deal with it. 9:30.
Yeah, that's your problem now.
9:30. Get
There's
up and
nothing
harvest your
9:30.
potatoes.
9:30. That's your problem now. Mars. You just gotta
objectively
deal with.
wrong with saying Mars is like a giant lump of dried blood in the sky.
Yeah, you gotta deal with Mars.
It's like a period blood.
Yeah. Or what's the other option? We can fuck up Elon Musk. Like, would you rather we deal with Elon Musk or this bullshit abstract?
No, Elon Musk. He needs to build the Starship to Mars, and you should go.
Yeah, because we can
You should
You
go.
can live out Werner von Braun's dream.
Because we can actually have reasonable conversations with Elon Musk. Like we're not gonna have this antagonistic.
When did one of those occur?
What?
When is Elon Musk
I don't
gonna
think
go?
I've ever heard Elon Musk have a reasonable conversation.
Yeah, he's not gonna fucking deal with you like
Well, Elon Musk hasn't ridden in one of his rockets. What do you think he's
Alright.
gonna be going to Mars with you?
Yeah,
He's
he's
sending the
not.
peasants to the Mars to go harvest the potatoes. He'll
No,
stay here where it's got resources, bro.
You are all peasants to
You'll be
Elon.
mining space cadmium.
You're
for
saying
the
you want to go to
Musk
Mars.
10.
No, all of us. Like we are all fucking peasants to Elon Musk. Like he's not gonna deal with us in the same way.
Yeah, he's never gonna ride in one of his spaceships, right? Or I mean, maybe there's a little parabolic flight. I would fly in flying a nice airplane he made. He would obviously do
Didn't
that.
have
But
enough faith in them.
I think he's going
Yeah.
to Starship to the moon to like.
Obviously, if he goes to Starship in the moon, he's gonna burn us up like we don't matter. Like we don't matter to that. Like if it happens, it's a fucking fluke. Like
Yeah, Elon Musk to the moon.
yeah, we don't matter to Elon Musk.
That's what you got.
Like get
But no,
fucking
he'll just
used-
send you.
Get
He'll just send
fucking
you to the
used
moon.
to it.
He's not gonna go. He'll just send you.
Do you think Elon's ever going to the moon?
Yeah. Elon's going to the moon. He's going to Mars.
Yeah, Elon picked Mars and NASA picked the moon.
No, Elon's going to the moon. Like
I mean, this is like a group of billionaires just picking countries at random.
There's
That's
no
my
reason-
project space.
Yeah, you can pro bono your own self. Like, there's no reason to believe that Elon Musk will not go to the moon. Of course he is.
I'm saying I asked you if you think he ever will.
Of course he is.
Wonderful. How many strides has he made towards lunar colonization?
About
Why do you think he thinks it's more viable to colonize Mars than the moon?
colonize Mars. than the moon. I don't know that he thinks it's more viable to colonize Mars than the moon. I just think that he thinks that it is more pertinent to colonize the moon. So it's just a
So he thinks it's more pertinent to colonize the moon.
yeah, it's just a step along the way. And why shouldn't it be?
If he thought it was more pertinent to colonize the moon, then he'd be trying to colonize the moon.
He is working towards colonizing the moon. I don't
I
understand.
thought he was working towards colonizing Mars.
Yeah, but the moon comes before Mars, right?
Well, has he ever said that? I mean, I know that you and I just worked it out, but has he ever pointed it out?
No, maybe he hasn't.
Maybe he thinks we should go to Mars because it's only 100 million miles away instead of the moon, which is 20 million miles away. So clearly one's more doable than the other.
I
And
mean,
besides, NASA already paid on Mars, so he can't go there.
maybe and that's his prerogative, right? Like he has to say that, right?
Probably
Yeah,
because
'cause
Mars
billionaires
has
are
an
like dogs.
atmosphere.
Because you and I are gonna fuck around and we're gonna have disagreements. Like that's his prerogative. If he wants to fucking say something, that's his prerogative.
I think it's because Mars has an atmosphere. It's bigger, has more gravity, and could eventually possibly have more atmosphere.
And also, there's the fuck around and find out. Like, so there's not only Mars's atmosphere. Like we have a space system. Like, let me
ask you another question. How much colder is Mars than the moon?
Well, I mean that's a difficult question because the moon in direct moonlight is very cold, right? Like it is very cold. Like when we sent the Apollo and all of the Apollo missions, whenever they walked out into the sunlight, it was like 400 degrees between sunlight and shadow. Like we're talking about a very difficult situation. Like what's the question?
It was a difficult situation, and they played golf on the moon.
Yeah, actually they did. Like, do you wish to
Oh.
contest that? Is that a point?
No, some Masons played golf on the lunar golf course on the moon.
And do you
Some of
deny?
those golf balls are still hurtling towards the event horizon of a black hole somewhere.
Do you deny any of that, or do you just concede it?
Do you deny my existence?
Hold on. Do you concede it, or do you deny it?
No, I think it's a hilarious skit that Stanley Kubrick filmed.
So you think
It's
fake?
more. It's like his 50s sitcom.
So you think it's fake that it happened?
You know how some of these big directors, they always like have a sitcom under their belt. That's Stanley Kubrick. Greatest sitcom of all time.
All right. Well, you're into the break, so I accept it. Like, fair enough. So we're talking about into the break. Like,
No, we're talking about how you think somebody played golf on the moon, and I just think it was a great sitcom by Stanley Kubrick.
well,
Under a pseudonym called NASA. How about that?
I mean, we can go there.
I mean, there's no point. That was it. You told me your belief. You think Elon's going to go there. I mean, that's all you can say. You can't prove it.
I can't prove anything. What's
Okay,
the
there
point?
you go.
What's the point of?
Yeah, what's the point of talking about it? You know, that's why I like gas pressure, right? Because if the little spaceman can fuck off to the moon, and so can the gas we breathe. Take a deep breath.
I mean, gas
We're
pressure.
still breathing, right?
Kind of a stupid argument, right?
No.
I mean, that's
Maybe if you have to say that gravity is pulling on gas particles, it's a really stupid argument.
Yeah, I think gas pressure is kind of like the stupidest
If
argument.
you have to say gas attracts gas, that's really dumb.
No, I don't think gas attracts gas.
Yeah, it's simpler just
So
to say that gas has weight.
So dumb.
I don't think I ever said gas attracts gas.
Gas has weight. That's a simpler way to put it.
Right. Gas has weight.
So if you have helium, right, is it going to float out of the gravity field?
No,
it says weight
if
also.
no, I'm gonna punch you really, really fucking hard.
What are you talking about?
Like, if you're trying to get away with,
Talking about force.
like if he has a child, like a baby, and he's trying
If you have a balloon and you pop the balloon, how much does the balloon weigh?
exactly. Like if you have a balloon,
It's just incoherent.
right?
Not exactly. It's just pure incoherence.
True.
No, it's coherent.
It's the same thing as saying there's gas with weight.
Right. And
Yeah, gas has weight.
and you're trying to protect that.
I know, and mass is something that's
Weight?
physical, right? Do Matthew?
Like,
I think mass causes weight.
Mass is a physical attribute, you think, Matthew?
Yeah.
Yes. It's resistance to acceleration.
Okay, can you show me some mass?
Right.
Yeah.
It's a quality
Right.
of a matter that is a quantity of resistance to acceleration.
Quality of matter, except for gas.
No, it is literally defined as the resistance to acceleration, and we can work that out. Like we can work that out. Like I have a bottle here.
We
Like
can
The
work
mass
it
is the
out.
amount that a dog can resist being taken for a walk.
Yep.
It's the mass of the dog.
Yep, the mass of the dog. If the dog were a spherical
So it's
object
the dog's
in the
attitude.
shape
Not the
of
dog's attitude that's the problem. It's the dog has mass. But I don't have mass because I just always want to go where people take me when they put a leash on my neck and just kick you like that. So I have no mass.
You know what's funny is like the colloquial is if the dog were a spherical object. Like that's what physicists try to always reduce something down to is were they a spherical object?
Are you a spherical object?
What?
A spherical object?
What? I've had alcohol.
Hey, check out the. I just sent you the meme. I made this meme specifically for you.
Into the break, I feel like this is a little bit racist.
Wow, is it racist?
I feel like you're targeting me.
Yeah, I'm targeting gravity believers, and because I'm a gravitas guy myself.
Into the break, are you and I not on a similar cool level?
You can take that meme. I made that meme for you.
Hold on. Into the break. I like you, right? I do. I like you, right?
Hey, Cortico, I made this meme, so the gravitas of the situation is...
Are you shitting on me, though?
It's not like that.
All right, I'll check out the meme.
That would be illogical.
Only under the constraint that like you and I understand each other. That like I like you, I
Bro,
like
but we
you.
are talking about flat Earth, right?
Yeah, we're absolutely talking about the fucking flat Earth.
I like you, you like me. That's because we believe in gravity.
Alright, into the break. I'm looking at your meme. The Virgin Gravity. The Virgin Gravitas. Dude, come on. Like, I fuck girls. Like,
Oh my gosh! Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
How is the meme always right? The meme is always right. It's hilarious.
Alright.
Every time, dude.
Okay, I think we're done with Kurtiko, I think, maybe for the night. I think he's gone a little bit rogue.
And he's like a slippery eel. He will not talk about how he thinks that there's like a series of humps when he's like turning around, or there's some physical geometry that's obstructing something. You just can't focus.
Apparently not. Oh well.
Fry is
I mean,
picking up on this.
I mean, guys, if you haven't realized, A, he's drunk, and B, he's a lawyer. Like, come on.
Yeah, that's why I said
There's
he
a
sounds
great
like a defense
combination.
lawyer. Yeah, he's a defense lawyer for sure.
Literally.
So that's probably what he says to people whose case is going down the drain. Like, come on, man, we're friends, aren't we? I'll come and see you.
I mean, fuck, took you guys long enough. It's...
Well, Mike didn't want to talk. Matthew's there. He was about to tell us about some space mythos.
Yeah, I was just contributing to what Cortico said.
Yeah, I would say there's the ice there. Like, you would have a water source. You could actually grow the potatoes. Where the moon, you'd have to bring the water source sort of with you.
Right,
Maybe on the
although-
backside there may be some condensation or something, right?
On the poles, there's speculation there might be easily obtainable ice on the north and south pole of the moon.
That'd be cool if we could just look up and see that, because the moon looks like so like close. You know, you see it so detailed. Then you'd think you'd just be able to see the ice caps.
The moon,
But I guess
the
it's
ice
under the
would be,
dust.
yeah, it would be in the shadows also. Otherwise, it would.
Ooh, spooky water. No, that's very cool space mythos.
Can you address the tweet that I just posted?
I got a question for you. Can you have a force without a force measurement device?
Yes.
How so?
Well, I could push on you, and that would be a force, even if we didn't measure it.
Yeah, but I can create a force measurement device called a Newton counter on how much force you generate to push me, correct?
You could create one, yes, but that's not required in order to have a force.
Oh, well, I think it might be. Because otherwise we could say that, like, here's magic, right? And I can carry out a million magic spells and call that, measurements of the effect of the force. But I can't ever show you the force of magic because it's a lie. I'm just doing other things and saying because it's magic.
Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're asking. I thought you were saying you have to measure something before it's real.
Well, I mean, a force denotes a force measurement device.
Not necessarily. So you could just say, well, we know it's there even if we don't know how much of it's there.
I disagree.
So another example would be if I go outside in the daytime, it seems light outside because of the sun. And I don't have to measure how much light is there to know that there is light.
Right, but you can make a force measurement device called a photon detector.
Huh. So you're saying
You
in
know where
order
the
for the
logic
force to
tree
be
ends,
real, you have
right?
to measure it?
I'm saying the logic tree ends at trying to make a force detector and realizing there's no force to detect. And when you look around and you say, okay, the evidence of the force is all these other things, it's like I said, might as well be talking about magic and saying like magnetism is happening because of magic. And when you try to account for it because of magnetism, they'll say, yeah, that's magic doing that.
Do you have an example of that kind of force that hasn't been measured?
Gravity, time, those two specifically.
Yeah, well, I would agree with the second one. I don't think time is a force.
I mean, if we made the most sensitive pressure detector possible, shouldn't it give a reading of gravity above nothing?
What do you mean above nothing?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to be general here, right? But you go stand on a kitchen scale, yeah? You make a super duper sensitive scale, and the raw pressure of gravity should be expressing on a figure that we can read because it's a gravity detector. It's detecting the force being exerted on it.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand. You
Well,
have to
we can
when
make
every scale
detectors
has to
that
be
are
paired.
we can make detectors that are like sensitive enough to detect fractions of a Newton. How sensitive is gravity? Why is it able to pass through everything while it affects everything? Why can't I build a detector for it?
Yeah, we can detect weight, which I think is caused by gravity, but you're saying we're not detecting gravity itself? That's probably
Well,
true.
you don't need gravity to have weight. This is like saying again magic because you can try to explain magnetism, but I'm just going to assert that's magic doing magnetism. So it's gravity doing weight. Okay, but it's weight first.
Yeah, I guess I don't have any good response to the way that you're putting it.
No worries. Another one bites the dust.
Hey, Mike. What's up, dude? How's the snow?
Nothing much. It's still autumn and very quite a little bit brisk air, but still warm.
Ooh, nice. What do you think about the new season of the Power Rangers that just came out yesterday?
Power Ranger, I don't follow.
Yeah, the SpaceX Power Rangers
Ah,
with their little costumes on. That was hilarious, wasn't it?
oh, mm, um, to a lame
What do you think
layman.
about the new costumes, though?
Yeah, I'm not an expert in costumes, in
I don't like them.
spacesuits.
I like the
Yeah,
classic, you know, the big puffy.
yeah,
When
they
they were
look.
going up, they built the ISS with it. What's wrong with it?
If you're talking about the Dragon spaceship, those costumes do look ridiculous. They're, yeah,
Power Rangers. It's hilarious.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah, they
So,
need to stick to the traditional, you know? They built the good old American strength, know-how. We built the ISS with these look like more durable spacesuits. Now we got this. What is this? Like they think they're at a Daft Punk concert, a Power Rangers, you know, like exhibit at some comic book con somewhere. This is what a world.
yeah, but
I mean,
still,
you as a Russian, you have to be like, this is awful. Gosh.
not in the list. I don't care about fashion in spacesuits.
Mm.
So, how about the?
I did think the Russian spacesuit was a little bit more fashionable for its time.
Well, it's practical. It's the basic purpose of the spacesuit. It's not supposed to be pretty. It's just the functions that its main criteria. You don't have to. Of course, it doesn't have to be ugly and revolting in a sense, but
Exactly. Functionable fashion.
like fighter pilots suits look cool, but again, they do because they do the thing that they're supposed to do. You know, compression of
Yeah, the fire retardants and the cushions, sort of bladders too for bathroom.
what?
Having the fire retardation so that they don't catch on fire, like having sort of the sort of pressure. So it has all the cooling. It's just they just micro-sized it, so it's real slim right on the skin, like they're like Marvel superheroes now.
Yeah. How about the screen share permissions? How long do I have
That's
to
a lot of
be active
pressure
in the chat?
that they're containing, because they're kind of got to be skin tight to like contain the person's pressure, so they don't like pop in the vacuum of space.
Yep. Again, my question is, how long do I have to pretend to be an active participant in the voice chat to get my permissions for screen share?
You pretend maybe for a half hour longer, something like that.
Cool.
Got to earn it. Put you to work, Glover. You're a battery. You are potential energy. I mean, what's another? I thought you might like this topic of the costumes.
I don't know. I wasn't thinking that I'm going to talk about spacesuits fashion today.
I mean, well, it just came out yesterday, so. But yeah, I mean, what do you want to talk about? You've been seeing this argument with the humps and the valleys with the globe.
Well, my favorite questions or topics about flat Earth is astronomy. How astronomy doesn't match the flat Earth model, and how flat Earthers always run away from discussion.
What do you mean by that?
Well, there are many questions. For example, my favorite one is if the dome is a thing, if it's real, and it rotates around the vertical axis of rotation.
What dome?
Well, the flat earthers believe that there is a dome, physical dome. And the
Physical
stars
dome. Well, it would be an apparent dome, wouldn't it? It would be an apparent, like, based on, like, your site and your position. So you'd have this apparent dome of your perspective.
He's talking
You
about.
mean that, or what are you talking about?
I would have to clarify that I'm not a flat earther. I dispute flat earthers, and that's why I made my flat Earth model. That was
Well, the globe is a
initial.
flat Earth model.
Mm,
Is that what you made?
no,
Did you make that?
I made a mathematical model of flat Earth. Please open my profile and find the link to my mathematical model of flat Earth, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Wow. So it's a mathematical model.
Yep.
Okay. You want to talk about it?
Not right now because I don't have the right to share my screen.
Well,
But again,
did you want to? Maybe Matthew knows. He likes math, right? Maybe Matthew will post what you're talking about. Oh, Matthew's not here. You can send it to me if you can't send it into the chat. If you have some sort of screen cap of what you're talking about.
The link is in my profile. Do you hear what I'm saying?
I do, but if you don't even want, if you can't even talk about it, it's like, well, why would I even?
I can't because I can't demonstrate using screen share right now. I don't have the permission. That's why I was asking how long will it take for me to stay here talking to get my permission to share my screen. That's why I was asking about that. The screen share.
A screen share.
Yep.
So you want to stream this mathematical model that's you're using a global war map. So the underside, is that the map that you're using? Or are you using, is there any certain type of map at all? Because then there's just a view with the sun, and you can change its height. And
it will be into the
and it's over a global war map. I find that very interesting.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt again. It will be much easier if I could share the screen and comment and answer your questions as we're looking at the model as it is. Explaining the model like in voice is quite difficult, and I consider it a waste of time because it's easier to do
Well, I'm looking at
in a
the thing.
visual
It's
demonstration.
just all it is. He's got a global war map at the bottom, and then it's like there's this side. It looks like Mario, and it's just a flat horizon, and then you have a slider where you can give a height to the moon or to the sun. I mean, and the sun gets bigger and smaller.
Yep. See,
that's all it is.
Well, there is more to it, but
That's all it is. It's a
difficult for me.
global war map.
Global
which
what
is your
map?
map, we actually use this global war map because it's so accurate. That's why it's a war map, and precision matters.
I'm sorry.
Accuracy.
I'm confused. What do you mean by war map? What is war map?
That map that you have at the back. This is your website, right? You're like, I have a website. Click it. Yeah, the map that you have, that's called a global war map. It's used for war because it's so accurate.
I never heard
Aeronautics.
about
It has straight,
the.
direct path flights all over it.
Why is it called? Why do you call it a war map?
Because it was developed for airplane flight. Airplane.
Well, okay. This is the
Aeronautics.
first time I hear about this, but
You
okay.
didn't know that the map that you're trying to debunk is your own global war map? You didn't know that?
I'm
First
not
time you're
trying.
hearing that. You made a whole website about it
I
where
disagree.
somehow you're
I'm
trying
not
to
trying.
debunk the global war map. This is fascinating.
I'm not trying to debunk a map. You're wrong.
Very Russian of you.
You're misrepresenting what I'm doing. I never thought of.
No, I'm not.
You are.
No, not at all.
My intention is not to
You just didn't know what you were
debunk
doing.
a map. My
You
intention
didn't
was
know what
not.
you were doing.
Oh, well, now you tell me what I wanted to do. Well, thank you. That's very
Well, you're just now
kind of
finding
you.
out that you're debunking your global war map. So yeah, you obviously didn't know what you were trying to do. And you didn't even debunk your global war map, by the way. So carry on.
Well, this is ridiculous. I can't even respond because it's absurd what you're saying.
I mean, it's your website, dude. I didn't make it. I didn't make your website. Didn't do it. That didn't happen.
Okay, can I get back
Well,
to?
do you have an argument? Do you want to talk about your website some more? Maybe make the argument that you wanted to make about
Are
your
you deaf?
website.
Into the break. Are you deaf or
Maybe do that.
Maybe some kind of retarded? I told you that
Cathartic, I'll go with.
I told you that I will talk about my model as soon as I get the
We don't
shared
need to.
screen
I just
permission.
described it to everybody. It's the global war map.
Are you
We all know
stupid?
what it is.
You're so stubborn.
You're
I
getting
told you.
very upset. Come on. Have
I
a
am
shot of
upset because
whiskey or
you're
have a
being
shot of
stubborn.
vodka. Chill out.
You're getting on my nerves, and that's why I'm upset.
Well, I didn't mean to do that.
Okay, can I get back to my question about the dome over the flat Earth?
No, because I don't know. Raise your hand
Well,
in here if
maybe you're not
you
the
think
one
there's some
who
dome
I
that's
would
not
like to
the
talk
dome of
to.
perspective.
Maybe you're not the
Nobody's
one.
raising their hand. You're talking to the void. Nobody even knows what you're talking about.
Okay, maybe you shouldn't hijack the conversation. Maybe I can.
I just
talk
told
to somebody
everybody,
else.
raise your hand if you think there's some dome. Oh, one hand. Oh, they said, oh yeah, dome of perspective. Okay.
But anyway, you don't have to interrupt me every time I speak. That's also kind of rude of you. Can I proceed? Or okay. So I believe that if flat earthers think that there is a dome over the flat Earth, which rotates the dome, if it rotates around a vertical axis of rotation, we should see that in the skies, observing the stars and the sun and the moon. We'll forget about the sun and the moon at this point. The stars are rotating in a different manner. They are rotating around the axis of rotation that is inclined or declined to the north pole, polar star, and the line that we call the axis of the world, or the axis of rotation of the celestial sphere, comes through the polar star and the observer every time at any place on the Earth, which coincides with the globe model, but it contradicts the flat Earth model. As I had mentioned, that the dome should rotate around the vertical axis of rotation, but it doesn't. The axis of rotation of the celestial sphere goes through the North Star, the polar star, and the observer, which is inclined, tilted, we can say. So this is the contradiction between the flat Earth model and the observation.
Didn't sound like you said anything just then.
Yeah, so you do know that map, that global war map, is used precisely because of its accuracy and its direct flight path. That's why it's used. That's why they even developed it.
So nobody wants to address the issue with the rotation of the dome.
There is no issue. There's no rotation of a dome. I don't. This is you're talking about the star field. Like it's not a dome. It's you just have a sort of your dome of perspective. Like it's not a physical.
Really,
these are apparent positions.
That sounded like you talked for a while and concluded on a premise without trying to justify it. Clever trick, I guess.
So what was wrong with my reasoning?
I don't know. Can you go through it again?
Okay, it's very simple. A dome over a flat Earth should rotate around the vertical axis of rotation. And we don't see that. The celestial sphere rotates around the axis of rotation, which is tilted. That's the basis of my premise.
So where's the baseline for the tilt? What's true y that's deviated from?
Well, first of all, it's observation, and then comes the hypothesis for this observation, why this happens. And we can try to explain it in many ways, like perspective and refraction. And the best explanation is the fact that we sit on a rotating globe Earth, and the celestial sphere is like a projection of the globe. There are
according to you, because there is like I don't know, let's just give it an arbitrary figure, like a 15-degree differential from like dead Y in the rotation of the stars, or the apparent center point of rotation of the stars. That's why it's a ball.
I must admit that I didn't catch everything you said.
Just trying to say back what you said to me twice now.
Could you paraphrase, please?
Because I can see the way things work in my head, and what you're saying is they shouldn't work that way because of some fault in the center point of rotation of the star field.
Still, it goes over my head. I can't respond.
Right.
You see, English is not my first language, and I have to struggle through all the terminology and manner of speaking. You know, you speak very fast and use probably phrases and idioms I'm not familiar with. So you should excuse me for my disability. If we spoke Russian, I could do better, I think.
I don't know if anybody's buying what you're selling yet.
Yeah, the star field would be greater than your view of the star field. You get it's like you can you can see part of the picture, sort of thing, and you have sort of just this dome of vision, right? It's just like maybe you would call it atmosphere, where the lights would be then projected onto the atmosphere, the gases. So they're lights traveling through the vacuum, through the void, then it would appear on your dome, your atmosphere dome. So that's what you believe, right?
No, that's not what I want to believe.
So you have the dome.
I don't have the dome. I'm not a
You have
flat
the
earther.
dome.
How many times
You
do I
have the
have to
dome.
tell you?
Hence why
How
when
many
we do
times
the
do I have to
celestial navigation,
explain?
we go to this azimuthal plane at the center of the Earth, and we project out from that flat plane to the celestial GP that would then be in line with where it is on the ground position
Mm-hmm.
of the celestial sphere. This dome, this is your vision. But you can't see the entirety of the star field from your vantage point.
Okay. Does it pose
There's
a
no
problem?
rotating dome. There's just what you can see.
I mean, what if it's a giant cylinder? No doming at all.
No, that's where his Mercator came from, right?
Give the sky a flat lid and suddenly it's a cylinder. And we'll be crazy for thinking it's a cylinder sky. Stone sky, cylinder sky, who cares? They've got flat bases.
And yet, like, perspective and like apparent position is something that confounds the Glover. Like McToon, he's just baffled by it.
What I'm baffled by is that there is no coherent flat Earth model like mine. I started creating it just for fun to see if I could manage to
Yeah, but you said yourself
do
it's not
that.
coherent.
But
I mean, that's why you're here.
no flat earther. I haven't seen any model by a flat earther. You know,
Let me ask you a question. Should I be an architect to live in a house?
that's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. Because you're saying I need to understand the shape of the world in order to live in it.
But you should be an architect in order to build a house. And
All right, but I'm not trying to build a house.
it seems like there are no architects among flat earthers.
We have a few.
So, are there architects among flat earthers who can build a map or
Yeah, there's a guy here, the
blueprint?
builder.
Well,
Can flat earthers build a blueprint of a flat earth?
Well, every
I'm
map that
working
you
towards
have.
that, actually.
So all you have is
sorry, Elf.
excuses. You're trying to find an excuse that you
What are
don't
you
have an
talking
answer.
about? No, I just told you I have an answer. I'm literally like I've got it mapped out in my head how to build it.
Okay, please present it in a, obvious way. Like on a
I'm
web
presenting
page.
a piece of toast to my mouth.
Okay, good for you.
Well, I mean, you used a pretty good one in your website. That's actually your global war map, and we actually use it because it's so accurate for planning flight routes. So, I mean, it's a flat map. You don't like it because you don't think it's accurate?
To be honest, I am just waiting for my permission to kick in. But it seems like you lied to me. Half an hour is not enough. What is my permission to share screen? Do I have to contact a moderator for him to give me the permission to share screen? Hello?
I am trying to message Alpha Veritas.
Other moderators in the chat, in the voice chat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you're so hung up on this. Can't you just post screen caps? Could you post a picture? I see you typing in there. You just can't put an actual picture in the chat.
I prefer to do it in a screenshot. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, prima donna over here.
Mm,
You don't want any of the what are the red gummy bears? Separate them.
you're
Just
annoying.
post a screen cap.
You're
You keep
annoying.
going. I'm
You're
not gonna
very
tell. I'm
annoying.
not gonna make the argument.
Don't tell me what to do. I prefer to have a screen share permission. That's all.
It is something about you having to level up. Alpha he just responded. He says no, you have to level up in this actual server. I don't know. It didn't take me long. I don't know why it's holding you up.
It won't do it if you join today.
Maybe it's that. But he's been here before, but he hasn't spoke much. He spoke in the other servers, spoke. But yeah, I mean, just post a screen cap. I mean, what you have to show is so long. I just described it. You have the clocks. You have it all mapped out, right? So just take the screen cap of what you wanted to make a point of.
To save your time, I'm ignoring you. I'm not listening.
Oh my god.
Because you are
Why you gotta
talking,
be like that?
you're trying to convince me to do something else, something that I don't want to do.
Yeah. Well, we'll get convinced to pay taxes to NASA too.
Yeah, you don't want to do something which is prove your point. Like it's like you're whining about this other thing, and you could just you could just post the screen cap. You could
Where
actually
was
take
I
a little
whining?
15-second
Who
long
said I'm
video.
whining? Who
Oh
said
my
I'm whining
gosh,
about
they're
something?
always super upset when you point out that they're being very upset.
At the moment, I'm not upset. I'm just curious. Why is it so
Well,
hard
your perms
for
will be,
someone
keep
to get the
staying here,
permission to
being
share
upset.
screen? What do I have to do to get the permission to share screen?
You have to keep interacting with the server.
Please explain to me, what do I have to do to get the permission to share
Keep
screen?
interacting with the server. And then it's granted to you by time spent,
How
interacting.
long do I have to do that? That's the
Look,
point.
Discord has been designed specifically to prevent people having great ideas and just being bursting to share them.
How long
No,
do I
just
have
like wait
to
for you to
interact
turn
with the
that on.
server to get the permission? Please answer my question.
God knows. We're not tracking the actions that we take that qualify the promotions that we've all been given, but I'm level 7 at the moment. I was level 6, sorry. So, I've interacted with a lot of channels, opened my own VCs, done things here.
Okay. Can I talk?
Yeah, I haven't done very much of that at all.
Can I talk to a
And
moderator?
I got
Is there
perms,
a
so
moderator?
I
Can I
think
talk
maybe
to a
it's like
moderator, please?
maybe a couple hours.
Is there a moderator? Who is the moderator?
There's no
Hello?
lifeguard on duty.
Can you give me the link to the moderator?
Captain wants to speak to a supervisor. I want to speak to your
Yes,
supervisor.
I would like to talk to your supervisor. Yes.
I want to do it.
Do you want the manager, Karen?
You're like children in the playground. Can I talk to the supervisor? It's important to me. And you're like making jokes, and I don't understand why.
If it was so important, you would just post it in the chat.
It's like you don't want me to talk to a moderator and get the screen
It's
share
almost
permission.
like you didn't have another way to say what you wanted to say.
Hey, Mike, how about this, man? What if I told you that there are at least one moderators in this room right now listening into your whining and complaining, and the fact that they haven't chimed in to actually help out is more significant of your bullshit than anything else. So step up, man.
Okay,
Come
so
on.
that's their prejudice. They think that, or you think that I'm whining and complaining. Oh, okay,
How about that? How about this? How about this? Okay, I'm not a mod, so I can't speak for them, but it sure sounds like it. And after listening to your complaining for about 10-15 minutes, okay, I would highly suspect that this is their reasoning. So just shut up, fucking follow the rules, and you'll get your little golden star at the end of the finish line. Okay, come on.
Okay, this sounds reasonable, and I will not talk about my model unless I get the screen share permissions. I think this is reasonable because it's
Okay,
just
so it's your model.
natural.
It's your flat Earth model.
We can talk about anything else, but
no,
not
let's talk about
my
your
model.
flat Earth model.
I need
And
screen
did you
share
use the
permission
global war
to do
map
that.
for it?
I need to have screen share permissions to explain to you
Yeah,
everything
you used the global
that
war map. It's
that I
it's
have
the
to
link on
explain.
your profile, remember? You
That's
don't
for
need the
your
screen
personal.
share. We
That's
see
for your
it's the global war
personal
map,
information.
and
That's for
it's
you
your
to.
flat Earth model.
The link. I posted the link in my profile for you to explore my model on your personal time. Just explore it, and then if you have questions, you can contact me. And
No,
blah
you
blah
didn't
blah.
know that it was a global war map. You didn't know that was your global war map. Remember, I had to tell you that, and then
I
you're
still
still
don't think
very
how it
confused
is
about it.
relevant. I don't see how it is relevant.
You don't know how it's relevant about your flat Earth model and your global war map. Oh, very interesting, I guess. I don't know. Why would that be relevant?
It's not relevant.
Okay. I guess your website isn't relevant and your point is irrelevant. Okay. You did it. Thanks for conceding. There is
the chat, you could just post your little meme. The meme where you're using the global warm up in your flat Earth model. It's a stalemate. Classic arms race. Cold War. Cold War move. That was a cold move. Maybe you want to talk about Will Duffy. You want to talk about that in the meantime? Get your points up so you can screen share.
Okay, what about Will Duffy?
Well, what do you think they're gonna do that's special?
They will perform an experiment that would settle the controversy between flat
What
earthers
controversy?
and globe earthers.
That's some
Well,
nonsense.
you're flat Earth map, right?
There's no controversy. It's all just it's in your heads. It's just in the Glober's head. We don't even fucking care if there's a 24-hour sun. It makes no difference. It has absolutely no bearing on the surface of the Earth.
Okay, but there are flat earthers who posted videos, multiple videos of a flat Earth model where the sun doesn't go around an observer in the Antarctic, for example. It's
Okay.
impossible on a flat Earth.
Well, they will eat their words then if they do see that. And that's fine, because they posited a model where that doesn't work. So fine, their model's shot. But we don't care, because all we're saying here is that the surface itself is directly measured and observed flat, practically used as such too. So if the sun circles around you in some place on the Earth, we don't care. Doesn't say anything necessarily about the ground.
Well, this sounds ridiculous to me. It's not logical, not scientific.
Okay, let's break it down. It's scientific, dude. This isn't scientific anyway. This isn't a cause and effect experiment. This is just watching something happen in the sky, not manipulating any variables, so it's not science anyway. So if you see the sun for 24 hours in Antarctica, all you've proven is that the sun remained in your field of view for 24 hours. That does not give you any insight into what the surface of the Earth must be necessarily.
Okay, but it does speak about the model of the flat Earth with the sun circling around the Polaris and not going beyond the borders of the flat Earth.
Everything is concentric loops outward from Polaris. Yeah, okay, maybe not then. That doesn't seem to work. But still, we're talking about the surface.
Okay, you can keep in mind the surface, but the question at hand is the model, the bigger question.
Yeah, so the AE map, the globe AE map, the flattened globe, we're going to falsify that.
Yeah, and the final experiment is supposed to do that, to falsify the flat Earth.
So the final thing, I won't even use the word experiment, is just meant to falsify a globe map.
Yes, to falsify the global war map. I think it's like a move for like peace or something.
So we're going to be done with the globe finally? Is that it? Finally put this stupid globe behind us?
Finally.
It's final.
And it's like, Mike, I don't get this. It's like they're not treading any new ground. Like there's a camp, it's already there. They're just going on a nice leisurely cruise. There's no expedition. There's nothing to write home about. What would be cool is if they actually did like sort of trek in there and make their own way and go another 15 miles from the camp inland towards the closer towards the center of this landmass in Antarctica. Like that would be cool, and they wouldn't have to be begging for money or people to give them attention. They just do it, film it, put it out. It actually literally happened. People go on expeditions, they get some funding, backing, and it's out on Netflix, right? So this is just, Will Duffy. He has a questionable past with his sort of frauds. So, it just looks like a money scheme.
Where do you get
It looks
your
like
information about the frauds?
it's just a money scheme. Just a little piece of entertainment to sell.
Can you share the link to the evidence?
They're not doing anything new. If it was so important and what was already, it should already been done. So somebody could just literally walk over there and do it.
So you have just badmouthed Will Duffy as a fraud and scammer. Can you support your claim?
Hey, if you want to get into Will Duffy's business, that's up to you.
I'm calling out your lies.
Hey, if you want to get into it,
Supposed
that's up to
lies.
you. That's up to you. You can go do that. I'm not
I
here
never
disparaging
heard about.
somebody. I'm not here doing that.
I never heard
I'm
that
here
Will
just
Duffy is a
saying
scammer.
you don't know the history of somebody, and here you are, and I'm just giving you, hey, this is just simple. They're not doing anything new. They're just going on a leisurely cruise. Nothing special. I don't know what they're trying to sell.
So
you want to find out about it? Maybe you can go look. Not just me saying. If you're curious, why don't you go look?
So if Will Duffy is not good, could you
It wouldn't even matter, except
go
that's the whole
to
point. Is
Antarctica
this is
yourself
just a
without
nice
him?
leisure. There's no experiment. It's just a leisurely booze cruise. They're like, let's have some hot cocoa. Wow, we're like, it's just a nerd gathering.
Well, I kind of see your point. Yeah, it's
For
a nerd.
advertising it as.
I guess he's saying that what it does is it falsifies the AE model or whatever of the Earth.
Oh yeah, falsifies his global war map. I know he's very confounded about it.
The crushed, flattened globe, which nobody here claims, but I mean, we do have some so-called flat earthers who have done so, and fine, like they can, take the L. Doesn't matter to us.
Yeah, it would really be debunking their own model. And so it's like, wow, we're all navigating with these really like inaccurate maps. It'd be like miraculous that we're all just navigating with such like atrocious sort of inconsistencies in our maps. How they're all wrong, and then this one he's debunking. It's used specifically because of its accuracy. Hence, it's the global war map. So I'm very confused at like what is the real problem with his map that he said is a flat Earth model on his own website. Mike, is your map wrong?
I kindly repeat that I will not discuss my model unless I get the screen share permissions. Please respect me for that.
Oh, it's not your model. You get that, right?
You've taken another man's model and you've staked claim to it unjustly.
I'm an introvert and I can be quiet for as long as I want. It's not a problem for me.
Yeah, when it
I,
comes to
I like to
providing
listen to
some
people
globe
talking.
proof, yeah, of course you're going to be silent.
No, I enjoy listening to people talk, and I have no problem with that.
Yeah, you're one of these guys that just says, yeah, globe proof. They played golf on the moon.
No, you keep talking. You don't mind me. Please continue with
I
your
mean, it's
urgent
just that
discussions.
simple for you.
If you want me to present my model, please give me the screen share permissions. Otherwise, please continue with your other
It's not your
things
model.
to talk about.
It's literally a global war map. It's like you didn't plan out the flight path in World War II, buddy.
I kindly refuse to respond.
Yeah, because you're caught with your pants down. You're trying to debunk your
You
global
know
war
the
map.
reason.
You look really silly.
You know the reason. I have
Yeah,
explained the reason many
I
times.
do know the reason. You didn't know that it's your global war map. I keep reminding you, and it's not setting in yet.
I said that
I
the reason
am the
I'm
one
not
that taught you
responding
about
is
your model that isn't your
that
model.
the reason that I'm not responding is that I need the screen share permissions for me to present my model. That's the only problem.
Okay, well, you had your chance to talk about Will Duffy and obfuscate a little bit more time before you got those terms, but you wanted to just say, refuse to talk about it. But it's up to you.
Okay, you guys talk about whatever. I'll wait for my permissions.
All right, and there always is the chat, so you can post stuff in the chat too, Mike. But thinks that was a good exchange. Thank you.
Excuse me, everyone. Has everyone seen the new episode of Talk to Her by any chance? It made me change my whole life. Talk to Her.
Episode of what?
Talk to Her. You haven't seen it?
Oh no, I don't watch that stupid shit. Sorry.
You said stupid. Yeah, I'm glad you think that.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
It's my
Real
thing.
funny
Sorry.
to make fun of that. Wow. Yeah. You seem like the kind of guy that wouldn't like talk to her. People like you. Fucking dumbass. You don't know shit. Talk to a podcast changed my life for the better.
Bro, you're fucking sick. Get out. Come on,
What did
man.
you just say? What did you just say to me? I couldn't even hear you.
Bro, you're fucking. Yeah,
call me
I said,
sick?
bro, you're fucking.
How am I
I called
sick?
you sick. Get the fuck out.
How am
Come
I
on.
sick?
Out
How
this
am I
room.
sick? How am I sick?
Everyone knows what about everyone knows about
What are you
hockey.
talking about?
Okay?
You don't even know what you're talking about
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
You're on
All
some
right, dude.
bullshit. You don't know what you're talking about right now.
Nah, you're on crack or something.
I'm not on crack.
Okay, wrong room.
Not on crack.
Wrong room.
There's no
Okay, you're on
crack
something.
in my
Wrong
area.
room, man.
No crack in
Wrong
my
room.
area.
Yeah.
Trying to sell me crack on Discord, fucking weirdo.
Okay,
I'm actually
you're something else, man. You can leave. Yeah, thank you. Fucking retard.
So, thank you for granting me the permission to share my screen. And if you don't mind, I would like to do my presentation of my mathematical model. If anybody is interested.
Okay, I'm in the stream right now.
Okay. So, anybody else? Just give a shout. Just to let me know that I'm not talking to one person.
I'm listening.
Okay. Well, no, you should also join the live view, the streaming. So, thank you for agreeing to watch my presentation. Before I proceed, I would like to ask everybody to keep your questions until I finish and not interrupt while I'm doing my presentation. As you can tell, I don't speak English very well, and it's very hard for me to follow the conversation if you stop me all the time. So can we agree on that?
Yes, continue.
Okay. So I don't think it will be very long. So my first or initial intention was to see if the sundial on flat Earth would work correctly. So, of course, this is not the correct way to build a sundial, and we should tilt the gnomon towards the polar star, which corresponds to the latitude of the observer, wherever the observer is. In this graph, you can see how the trick that I made with the sundial and the position of the sun in relation to the gnomon. So I didn't tilt the dial or the platform. I just did the reverse thing. I tilted the sun, so the actual direction to the sun is represented by the black line here, and the red line is the direction to the sun from the point of view of the sun dial. And the angle between these two lines correspond to the latitude. So there is some kind of simulation of a sundial on a corresponding position on the flat Earth. So as you can see, if we stop the program, you will see that there is a difference between the sundial time at the North Pole and the sundial time at the observer's position. And in this case, it is 3 minutes difference. If we move on, the difference will be greater, like 28 minutes. And it varies. If we change the position of the sun, which is supposedly 5,000 kilometers above the Earth, flat Earth, this difference would also change, like so. See, the supposition of flat earthers that the sun is local plays a very crucial role in this model, because in a globe model, the sun rays are parallel, and it doesn't matter where you are on a globe, but because the sun rays are universal, so to say. But on flat Earth, with the local sun, it is important how high the sun is above the Earth. And this is one important remark that I should make. So the sunlight, like so, there is no explanation for the actual sun for the duration of time, for the duration of day, I'm sorry. On a flat Earth, depending on the date of the year, I made it like this. So, for example, on September 21st or 22nd, it's equinox. And the observations tell us that the sun should illuminate half of the territory of the Earth. But according to my simulation, it doesn't happen. Because why should it? The sun keeps spreading its light in all directions equally, and there is no physical law that would make this happen. So equinox on a flat Earth also is like not happening. It's if you have any scientific factors or laws that can provide this effect, please tell me so. I would gladly include this into my model. So also the discrepancies happen if we change the latitude of the observer, and the difference between the actual sun time at the North Pole and the sundial time at the observer's location grows greatly. Okay, so please ask questions if you have any at this point.
Okay, very good. Thank you for your presentation.
I'm not done.
It's really good.
I just feel we should stop
continue.
here.
Yes,
No. Okay, so no questions, so I can continue.
Okay, well, I have one question. On the right-hand side in the picture box, sort of like first-person view, there's at times there's like there's that where your cursor's at, and then there's like another orb. What is both orbs? One would be
How are we doing?
one would be from this one position. I would assume is the same color as that dot, and then the other one would be where you observe it from this north position. Is that what that was?
Can we get the coordinates or no?
Okay, so
if you back it up, I don't know. There was just like two orbs in the sky at a certain point, and I was just wanting to know what that represented. What your this actual view was with both of them. Yeah, rewind it or something. Go to the date or actually no. I think it was the where you changed the longitude. Where you separated the longitude when you no
The orb was a burger, dude. It was just your
it was
meal.
another no, it was like a white one. Okay, no, move the
Dude, white
longitude.
burger.
This is
Why the frick is your burger white, dude? Did you give it the cum blast
No, the
mozzarella
longitude.
stick? What's going on?
Move the longitude one.
I meant the
Okay,
dip, dude. I didn't mean the stick.
Okay, can I please answer the question if I
Yeah,
understood it
sir.
correctly?
Go ahead,
Yeah,
sir.
ignore him. Move the longitude. Go to the longitude bar. Yeah,
Well,
move that one back.
Longitude doesn't change anything at all. It's just for people who would like to
Okay,
see where they would be.
United Kingdom. Yeah, okay, there it was. Okay, yeah, now run that one through the time.
Okay, Sweden, Stockholm. So latitude 59.
Yeah, that
let's see
one's
the
good.
question again. This panorama shows how the sun would look at the observer's
Yeah,
side.
it's just the one view. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So-
I thought there was one of these, and there was a second orb in the sky there, but okay.
Okay, the purpose of the diagram, this diagram, is to show the change of the sun's size, its elevation above the horizon, and position according to the azimuth. So like so.
Okay.
Okay. And as you can see that mathematically or geometrically speaking, the sun never touches the horizon. And you can see the calculations of the height above the horizon here. The angular size here, the distance to the sun here, estimated distance to the sun on the flat Earth map. It's all here. Supposed size of the sun is 50 kilometers. So you can also use these this slider to calculate the length of the shadow with the appropriate or the with the height of the globe, like any pole. You can use a pole of 1 meter height and check if on a flat Earth the shadow of the sun at a certain time matches the length of the shadow in reality. You can do experiments using my model. So also I made the chart, the sunrises and sunsets on flat Earth according to the position or the diameter of this area that the sun should illuminate with its light. So if, for example, it's July 1st, the sun would sunrise would take place at 3:47 in Sweden, Stockholm, and the sunset will be at 8:12 p.m. and the duration of the day would be consequently 16 hours 25 minutes. You can press this button, which is called verify, and check with the global calculations for the same parameters and compare. On a globe, sunrise would take place at 1:38 a.m. Universal Time and 8:05 p.m. and the duration of the day will be 2 hours greater. So you can do that like so with your home location and compare the observations with the flat Earth model and the globe calculations. So the next diagram, oh, sorry, day duration. Just give it a minute to calculate something. It's working hard calculating. So this is the chart of the duration of day on a globe and on flat Earth. So I took this chart SVG from Wikipedia, and this chart I created myself using my mathematical model. So as you can see, above the horizon, or maybe the 40th degree of northern latitude, they kind of look the same. But the problem is that the geometry of the flat Earth model is different from that of the globe. Therefore, we see the difference in the calculations of the duration of the sun. In the southern hemisphere, or below the equator, on flat Earth, you would have this situation that, for example, in Chile, which is, I believe, somewhere around here, there will be 1 hour day the whole year, like polar night. So there's the flat Earth model for you. So you can examine my model and this chart later on your own time, and tag me if you have more questions. Or if you have questions now, please ask me.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I have your website link, so I'll share your website around too.
Thank you very much. So
yeah, thank you. A great job and good job presenting. Yeah, if you would maybe get more practice, do it a little bit more concise, and then start shopping it around. This is prime stuff. Really good.
Well, I really appreciate that you think that my work is worth some money. I didn't expect that, but okay. Please donate.
Not money. Maybe your own value of you know, making the circuits and doing your presentation. Yeah, keep working on it. The website's looking good. The graph is really good. I like the comparison to this global warm map, so it's looking sharp. So just your English is really good. So you don't have to go on about like, hey, forgive me for, don't put yourself down. Your English is fine. So especially to communicate this stuff.
Well, I do that just because I was
you're
raised
humble.
in a society where you're supposed to be polite and humble. So it's not a problem for me.
Well, I
other questions?
I appreciate it, but you don't have to do that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I won't. So any questions about this graph? Is it like did I make it up, or
No, I wish I had a more clear. I took the screenshot and I'm zooming in, but it's just grainy. So I'll have to get a sharper image from your website.
So there is difficulties with the quality of the image?
Yeah, just the text is just slightly blurry.
Okay. Well, it's the font.
Just because of the stream, just because it's streaming,
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost legible. It's just like, I would have to go like look at my my Photos app and stuff.
Okay, it's just because I chose the lowest quality for the stream because my connection is not that. It's not the broadband quality. Okay, but in essence, there is no argument or question. Okay, so we can continue. So in this control panel, you can change the all kinds of parameters, and the sundial size to see clearer, or hide it altogether, like so. And the estimations of the radius of the orbit of the sun is here. The azimuth is demonstrated here, and the sundial at the location, the time for the sundial is here. The azimuth is here. For GNOME, the shadow length I already told you. So the there is the interface language button for Russians and for the English speakers. This button invokes or brings up the help window, which I gave a brief explanation of what the model is about. You can look at it later. So the next segment of the model is the moon, which is even more surprising and shocking. You can see that we use the same flatted map with the same dimensions. I didn't change the elevation of the moon and sun on purpose because, first of all, it's not relevant, and it would complicate the estimations, which is not important for this demonstration. So with the settings button, you can choose the parameters of this box, like would it demonstrate the size change of the moon while it moves around, like so. It is supposed to change its size if the moon is local. You can turn it off and on. The illumination strength. I was playing around with this because I didn't use actual formulas for the strength of light. It is just my some kind of initiative. I didn't use the actual scientific data for this. But again, the idea is that if the moon is going farther from the source of light, it should change its apparent illumination as a reflective object. Wouldn't you agree with that? So you can use this thing. So the shadow, well, it's optional. You can turn it on and off. The guides, well, I just included them just for fun. Now you can see how the position of the moon will change. Not the moon, but the shadow and the light source from the sun. So this is like the coordinates of the sun's light. So you can turn them off. Sunlight focus, which indicates where the sun spotlight would be on the moon at the specific time and position of the moon. It can, when it turns red, it is behind the moon. When there's blue, it indicates that the sun is shining from your side. And the scales here represent the rotation of the moon along the axis of rotation. And with again on a flat Earth, you would notice that the moon rotates horizontally. In reality, it never happens. But the mathematical model that I have created clearly shows that it should happen. Also, along the vertical, along the horizontal axis should like this. Overloaded. Let me clear some windows. Because I have been watching a YouTube video on Putin's regime, and I sorry that I
Oh wow, that
lost
sounds
my.
fascinating.
Yep. So also there is the speed slider for the demonstration mode, like this. Well, it's just for your convenience. You can make it slow. Well, at the moment my computer is overloaded, so it doesn't look like a big change. But you can play with this also. So this is the moon simulation on a flat Earth, and as I said, there is no. It's not important how high the moon and the sun are. I took the average altitude of 5,000 kilometers for both sun and the moon, because it's the official flat Earth number. So there was no reason for me to change that. And please notice that wherever you have the moon, you will never get the full moon because of the obvious reason. The observer is positioned not on the same straight line between the sun and the moon. He is down on the Earth. So there is no full moon for you, flat earthers. Sorry. Okay. The next demonstration, the next segment of the my model is latitudes. If we use the polar star as the point from which we measure the latitudes, supposing that 1 degree of latitude of the polar star and the horizon equals to the length of arc equaling to 111 kilometers. This is how the latitudes would look on flat Earth. And the problem for flat Earth is that it all depends on the position of the polar star. If you believe it is local, it would create a great problem for flat Earth, because on a globe Earth, the polar star is very far, and the distance to the polar star, I mean the angle between the center of the Earth and the observer to the polar star is minuscule. It's what's the word? Okay, you can regard it as zero. It's those lines.
Nominal.
You can count this angle close to zero. So, but it's not the same with the flat Earth. So it really matters how close the North Pole, the polar star, is to the Earth, as you can see. Distances on flat Earth. They also differ from those distances on the globe, because it's the different geometry. So you can use my model to examine or explore this phenomenon. I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't translate this part. Okay. So you can see that the distances along the meridian on flat Earth and globe Earth are the same, because well, the reasons. Yeah. But perpendicular to the meridians, they will be very different. It's like twice the difference. And the final segment for you is the gyrocompass. It makes sense to use a gyrocompass on a globe Earth because it points not to the spot on a flat surface, but to a universal orientation in space, which is again the direction to the North Polar Star. And it is the same in all spaces, in all places on the Earth, on the globe Earth. The direction to the polar star is universal. It is the same. But on a flat Earth, it will be different because the polar star is close, and if it points, if it correlates with the position of the North Pole, this is how the exploitation of the gyrocompass would look like. It would not help to point at the same direction as it is supposed to, but it would not keep the pointing to the north. Okay, thank you for your attention and your patience.
All right, cool. Yeah, thank you for taking me through that. It's a really sharp app. Good job.
So, other questions, or do we close?
No questions. No, that's good. I really like that. The compass one is really good. That's like the lowest effort one, but it has a good point to it.
So, Russian Mike, have you did you make it yourself?
Yes.
Nice. Have you verified the results of anything being shown in the calculator?
I'm not sure I got what you.
So, for example, if you measure distances between point A and point B, have you like tested whether the model is showing correct distances?
Well, in that segment, I used the formula for the globe. You can find it online, and the flat Earth calculation is based on the presupposition that we can use just angles, triangles, triangular geometry, which is sines and cosines. It's very simple. So it's all like virtual, abstract, but the idea is that if we compare the geometry of the globe and the flat Earth, they would be different in greatly. So,
are we having any productive conversations here?
Yeah, correct. Thank you, man.
We have. All right, just making
can you
sure.
post a link for it in the side chat, please?
No. Did you ask me?
Yeah, Russian Mike, if you is
The
it
link to
available
the model.
like publicly? Yeah, the link.
If you press on my nickname and click the profile, there will be the link to my model.
Yeah, I found it. Thank you very much. And are you a flat earther yourself?
I'm not a flat earther.
I see.
I graduated school and I was born and raised in the Soviet Union, and we had a very good education.
I see.
Not to insult or offend flat earthers. I have many flat earther friends. But it's just the way it is. The Soviet education was very well appreciated because it is materialistic, and there was no place for religion or false science. So it was very important for the leaders of the Soviet Union that there was no monkey business in education. So only facts.
How about this? May I ask? May I point something out to you, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to. I hate to break your bubble. Okay. I think your presentation was well done. You went through the steps. You made your points. Okay. But there's one Achilles heel to your entire thing. Okay. And I hate to be the one to break it to you. Okay.
Please
May I ask you, who in your surroundings ever told you that map that you are breaking down is the map?
The flat earthers. I chose the best they got. I didn't make
so
this up.
What you're saying is this is the best that you've seen presented to you as being the kind of gospel truth amongst the entire rest of the community, basically.
Well, it's actually the Gleason's map. The Gleason's map is the holy grail of flat earthers. They point to it all the time as the true map of the Earth.
Okay, so I don't know who you surround yourself with, okay, and or what communities you find yourself in, okay, but that is not the case, okay. The Gleason's map is actually, in fact, and it's actually written in the official, on the official publication, as being a flattened out heliocentric ball Earth map. Okay, it is a projection that takes the spherical model and spreads it out. So you'll notice, for example, Australia is kind of thin but wide.
Yep.
Right?
I'm aware of what they're talking. Yep.
Okay, so this is by no means a representation of what everybody thinks is the actual projection. Okay, and also there may I also add that there's contention amongst people in this even in this room, maybe not tonight, but about there even being what they call an Antarctic wall. Right? It may or may not be, but what I'm pointing out here is that this map you're supposing as being the one that your presentation is alleged to debunk or something is not. It's a figment of your imagination that you are debunking. Nobody in here would even. I don't think anybody in here would even venture to argue that this is the actual geography of where we live. Okay.
Can I respond now?
Keep that in mind, right? I'd encourage you to.
No. I'm not going to keep that in mind because I have issues with your statements.
Okay. Well, then you want to bring then.
You don't have to lecture me.
I can tell you, I've been in this room.
Don't pretend that you are exposing some truth to me.
Excuse me, sir. With all due respect, okay, you took about 25-30 minutes of our time to go through an entire expose.
Yep. Can I respond to your statements anyway?
Breaking cannot be finished. We let you speak. I'm going to comment on your stuff.
So
am I breaking up? I'm sorry.
Am I breaking up?
Well, with all due respect, if you no, you're not breaking up. But maybe my connection is not great.
Can I talk back to you?
Hang on, sir. Excuse me. You just went on 25-30 minutes uninterrupted. I'd like to make a couple of statements, please.
Well, I think I was allowed. It doesn't make me a violator or some kind.
I'm not criticizing.
I can still talk,
sir, but not over me, please. I'm not finished.
Please finish.
Okay, thank you. My point being, your expose breaks down something that is not even really a reality. Okay, so I'd encourage you to formulate questions or something like that and come in this room and actually pose some of these questions, perhaps before you actually venture down all the work that you down the route of putting together all the work that you did to break down something that's probably not even a real thing for all we know, because we don't know. And this is actually part of the big problem, because we don't actually really know. Follow? So that's really pretty much the crux of what I have to say. If you have a reply, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, finally. Thank you for your questions or encouragement to seek the truth or whatever you intended. First of all, as you said that the the azimuthal map is the projection of the globe, is the truth, as you said, and it only tells that the flat earthers don't have the map. It's like the joke is on you. It's not the argument against me. I have no problem. It's not my problem. See, I use the. Let me finish. It's not my problem. but you made it look like I used the wrong map, but I had no choice. Please don't interrupt.
But
you made it look. You made it look like I used some faulty map, but
you
it's
did.
The only map that I can use. As you say,
and that's the problem.
You had said that you don't have a map. You don't know where you live, map-wise. You don't have a map, so please don't
and why is that a problem?
Why is it a problem?
No, but now you're accusing me. And I'm telling you, I am replying immediately.
I'm not accusing you. I'm not accusing you. I'm just explaining to you where you're wrong.
Where am I wrong?
The map that I'm using, is the best I have, which can represent the flat Earth. Why are you throwing at me the accusation that my map is wrong according to flat Earthers? It's not my problem. It's your problem. You don't have a map.
No,
therefore, it's not my problem.